2017, the 4th year of the Cologne lineage. 3rd in the Lanxess, SK could smell the consecutive Cologne Cups. After lifting the trophy the year prior, they now had a chance to where no team had gone before. But standing before them, FaZe. Since adding Nico to this squad, they had made every single grand final of top-tier tournament. Pound for pound on both sides of the scale, these squads' firepower was off the charts. With the clash of the two titans, Cash required divine intervention. Enter Rain from one side of the ring, coldzera from the other. FaZe need to turn up, they need to do more, they need to be far more proactive, otherwise SK, they're not going to let this go.
There is a crossfire here. Here's Rain sneaking out. Oh, shot in midair, and he gets another one. There's the Rain we needed. Alu up next, but he can do nothing.
Fur to punish, and Nico now has to respond accordingly, but the shot, it doesn't come easy. It's down to Carrick, and he watches this one crumble around him.
This B defense has got to stand tall. It didn't do it on the pistol round, although Rain had a good job. He gets the first kill, he goes for the second, but now he's exposed. They know exactly where he is, but he wins anyways. SK, they've paused, and now they hit. Now they've delayed everything, and FaZe is so uncomfortable in this bomb site.
The strike comes in for Rain! Oh! It's like nothing else. No one could provide but him in this moment.
Saving the round. This was all but over.
Rain's pushing out. coldzera's been waiting for this over by the white box in Sunroom. No! I've never seen timing like it. Rain is now unleashed. He's on the flank. It could all be his. Oh, it's sensational play again. This is just beautiful, isn't it?
It's all down to timing. I think this is the one play that no one from FaZe is even going to expect. And yeah, the time is there. Rain's going to play that. They've done it again.
Wait.
Oh, no. He got it. Oh, no.
Second, it's inspired.
That is one of the most incredible 2-on-2s I have ever seen. The timing, coldzera swings wide, he hears the scope and he takes the fight. It's all on Rain. If anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be him. First headshot down, trying to spray through the smoke. He knows where Fallen is.
10 seconds though, he's come off it. Time's ticking, he's going for the fight and he wins the fight, but time is his biggest enemy now.
I think he's got it. It's gonna be close. Oh no!
Heartbreak at the final seconds. Frustration coming through here, but Nico's gonna make that deagle work. So this could be another Nico moment, but the nade's gonna probably hinder this. Good tag. Oh, there it is. A third. He's given everything into this round. coldzera and Fur to get past. Nico has given you everything he can give. The rest is up to these two. Rain spots one. Has to come in, he will strike, but it's coldzera, and he waits patiently. Oh, what a shot, and it's a 1v1. coldzera against Rain, and Rain is gonna do it this time. Taco finding Nico's a bit of a problem. That's his playthrough door. He's almost always there. He's a constant nuisance. We go around, and Taco's gonna find it first.
Such a critical position for Taco to hold. There's the Molotov, forces him out wide, and he finds Rain. That might just do it. The hero for FaZe is down and out, and Alu's gotta make it happen, and he can't. 9-6 half for SK Gaming.
It's starting to become your last chance to dance for FaZe. This could be the gateway, this could be your opener. Flash comes in, he's not blind, but he doesn't expect it. He didn't see. Oh!
Jeez.
Insane stuff from Rain.
He's pressuring this bomb site for real. He's gonna check it, and yes, he does. Rain continues to deliver. FaZe is gonna have to get in quickly. Here it comes. All the crosses blocked.
Taco turns, he waits, the flashes, where are they? The players, the mollies are there, they've got to check on it. No, he rains down fire from above, but only one to succeed on the kill. Rain's now unleashed. He wants to make the difference. A difference maker indeed he is, but Phelps in the smoke emerges, but the trades are good. FaZe are in charge. They're going to get the bomb plant down, and the retake is going to have to be sensational. How is coldzera here? How has he got so far without being noticed? He knows where they are. There it is. There's the success he needed.
Is he going to find it? No, Alu sneaks underneath him. Rain, does he check this? No, he gets killed from behind. There's the trade. FaZe need more. Nico's gonna provide it. Fallen into the fight, brings it into a 3-on-2.
They need this round, otherwise SK Gaming get on match points. They don't spot him yet. He falls to main, but no! Fallen will not allow that, as Alu now has to do everything for FaZe. Not here, not now. Fallen gets it done. Alu cannot save the day.
Molotov out, that's gonna delay things just a little bit further. All the meanwhile, SK's getting the information. FaZe have to go here and it has to be successful quickly. Here he is. Alu and Rain get the kills. It doesn't work and there's Kerrigan shutting it down. And it's a complete wipeout for FaZe.
Now he hears that molly coming in, he's being burned alive. The Brazilian barbecue begins. That might just get this one going. Coldzera is in their way. And this man accepts nothing less than greatness. He swings out with the UMP, but he will fall. Rain, Nico, they're doing this.
FaZe clan take us to overtime. Kerrigan's on his feet.
Oh, that's a shot from Keo. Now Phelps is forced to move. 21 HP though, he doesn't have the fight to hand.
First round of OT for FaZe.
It's going to be so hard to handle, and the mollies come in. Nico's the only one you can see, but Phelps comes out well, and so does Fallen. It's SK, not laying it slip.
And there's Fallen from above, raining down death, and Phelps finishes it off.
This could be where it ends. This could be where FaZe dies at this point. No, it's Nico down, it's Fallen. And now there it goes again. Two more stand come hell or high water. SK Gaming, the finals are 1 kill away. Another kill for Rain, but 3 more. Is it even possible? No! Coldzera takes it for SK Gaming, the final kill, removing Rain from the battlefield and putting SK Gaming into the finals of ESL 1 Cologne.
Putting a stop to the run of FaZe. They've made every final of every tournament they've played at since Nico joins. That is no longer it.
This is Sounds of LAN. We have FlyQuest with us here in Cologne. I have Eternal Fire by my side, accompanied by Falcons. We will make them listen to a couple of, let's just say, players, shout, screams, noises. You guys have to figure out who that is. Sounds of LAN, you guys are ready?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. How can we know this?
That's some new gen stuff as well. That's some TikTok shit right there.
I mean, that sounded a bit like the Nikodos thing again, right? Like some heroic shit.
This is
Nikodos
teams like it. I think they like crying like this. So.
Okay.
Smooth.
They're actually doing, there's a tandem. This tandem, like, it's them kind of Haji. That's Haji, like when he was standing in for Monty.
What the hell?
Okay,
I love it.
Oh, Haji.
I didn't know he could scream like that. I don't know he was a trash talker.
Расстрелял их, бля!
Well, that was Russian.
Brazilian bled.
Brazilian bled.
Bloom?
Basically, he's like Apex.
Well, that was fast.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Maybe
really short.
That was real quick.
Warrior.
D-boys.
Yeah, they were.
Electronic.
Spirit. Chopper maybe just.
Okay, I would be crazy if Chopper was...
He never says anything.
I know, let's see.
It's Suntix.
Suntix then.
Suntix? Okay, we go with Suntix.
Oh. Nice. I talk to Electronic all the time.
Yeah, but you... Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, you know. That's Electronic.
That was Electronic?
That's Electronic, yeah. In the VP jersey.
He wasn't even saying Brazilian, was he?
Is it device or Bremen? I don't get it!
Is it Device or Blamef? I don't get it. I don't know.
I think it was Chopper. It sounded like
Chopper?
C'est Apex alors, isn't it?
Okay, Apex. There's a voice modifier on that one.
Yeah.
They know what you're doing.
Apex gets a bit personal with his...
Yeah, he crafts them, huh? There's some craft to it.
Yeah, there's some
like, how can I actually hurt?
Yeah, but you changed the voice again. It's actually cheating.
I don't know if they changed the voice.
Yeah, they did.
I don't know if they changed the voice. So what's happening is that we have so many Apex footage that they need to like change the voice a little bit. Otherwise, you just nail Apex all the time.
Man, all that shit's all for nothing. That's embarrassing.
It's a very specific woohoo.
Stico, I say Stico.
Stico.
Australians again, maybe.
I don't know.
It sounded like Smooth when I heard the woo.
Maybe Smooth.
Smuja?
Ah, it's very generic woohoo. Woohoo.
I am gonna go with FlyQuest.
FlyQuest. Not far off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
He's got that
signature. He's got a signature vocal to it. There's like one or two players that just keep coming up.
It's IEM Sydney. It's
Sounded like Aussies.
Yeah, it's just all of IEM Sydney crowd.
Yeah, just IEM Sydney.
I still think it's Blast Finals. It's Blast in Copenhagen something.
Yeah, it's the spectators from America who say the...
Dallas?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I am Dallas.
That's insane.
It is pretty insane.
It's actually insane.
I mean, I know they were playing against Stu, and I know like Stu was obviously this huge fan favorite. But it's the first time like you see an entire crowd just deciding. Like,
This was hard. This was
yeah,
hard.
this one was real rough, and I was afraid.
I'm in a plane, mate.
you were flying at the time of the grand final.
Probably.
No, feels bad, man.
Welcome to Rage Against the Machine at IEM Cologne. We'll judge classical tilt moments from our players, and you can judge them from 0 to 10. Let's get started.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is a good one.
That is cool. That was just funny.
Oh yeah. The headbutt? Mm-hmm.
Dude, if he hits the right side, I would have flicked into his face.
It wasn't too bad.
I think that's a 4.
I think that's a 4.
4. Anytime Merrick's headbutts his monitor, it's a 10.
But also, there's not a lot of distance, though.
Yeah, no.
You
It
just
doesn't
kinda
have
have
like a
to
lot of
do this.
strength. Yeah,
Sorry.
just hits it.
I have also been punching disc if I lose like a clutch.
Every game.
Okay.
I don't think it's that bad, but just because I've never seen anyone punch the monitor with his head,
Yeah?
I'll give him a 5.
Points for creativity. Yeah, okay.
Jason Spinks moving aggressively, getting awkward timing, but
Oh, the crowd.
He's frustrated, and his emotions can get the better of him.
It's a good slap.
Yeah, he moved the whole camera.
Yeah.
He's a strong guy.
Little baby dunk.
Baby rage.
Baby rage. Just everything moving, including himself.
As the occasional desk slammer, that wasn't too bad.
That wasn't bad.
Yeah.
2, 3.
Seen worse, seen worse. Okay.
Like I wouldn't accept it. I wouldn't like anyone to do it, but it's.
But you do still have Donk on your team, so.
Yeah,
exactly.
You'll take
just let it out.
Take it,
Do whatever you want. If you're a dog, you can jump on the chairs. Punch me if you want.
Yeah.
Fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Camera shook. It was a decent slap.
True.
You probably killed like 3 people before I
give it
didn't
a
actually
6.
see the clip, but yeah, I don't know.
6 for me.
Brilliant from Glaive and Ents.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Where's he going? Where's he going?
But this is bad. This is bad. This is mid round. Like this is bad for me.
Wait, was it CS2 boost bug?
If it was the boost bug, then I agree with him.
Yeah.
That's a reason.
That's a tilter.
Yeah.
Over the boost.
Yeah.
You're just judging how much you would rage about.
Yeah, I mean, that's stupid.
Yeah.
I played Beyond Warpath, and if that ever happened to me, I'd be so pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's way too much because, as you said, it's mid round, so it really affects the others if they see it. So
I'll give it a 9. I think if he rolled any further, he'd probably go off the stage.
That is true.
And that surely is the beginning of the really
Oh, dude, I remember this clip.
I remember that one.
Boys just roasting him.
In Italian. No, he's like doing.
No. This.
10.
10? Why?
You terrorize the game. For me, when you are behaving like that, you already lost the game from the start. Like the captain is doing it.
I'll give it an 8
An 8?
because, yeah. What?
Okay.
You're not IGOS, you're
I don't know it. Yeah.
You don't understand this.
I don't know what
I mean, I think between them, it's like an 8, but from us, it's like a 3.
I like where your head's at because, like,
Yeah.
in terms of the damage you inflict.
I don't know. I mean,
A 7. It's more like a tilt at his teammate. It's not so much a rage.
Kind of roasting his teammate. I mean, you kind of love to see that when your opponents are doing that. But like if you're on the other team and you saw them doing that when you're watching the game back, you're like, oh yeah,
So
10.
10? Yeah, for the people who made it happen, yeah, 10 for sure.
Cool. That was Rage Against the Machine with Complexity.
There wasn't one with me. That's crazy.
Tell me a little bit about how everything is going because a lot of people had a lot to say about the roles and about everything. But I mean, Blast was great. So how do you feel overall?
Yeah, I mean, the roles, of course, it's amazing. Amazing. Yeah, I'm just dying for Nico every round.
Oh,
No, I'm trolling. But
that's G2.
but yeah, like I'm starting to get more comfortable in my new roles. I think we're matching really well in the team, so I think it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, cool. But you say it's amazing.
It is.
Yeah. I mean, you're winning.
Yeah, we're doing good.
Okay.
Hopefully we keep it up.
Okay. Is it making you feel better? How do you feel with like the combination of the new players and CS2 and the whole everything? And what?
NACS.
I don't know, but everything feels better now. We play good as a team. We play better individually. I don't think it's the only reason because we brought 2 new guys. I just think we kind of clicked maybe at this time. So, but yeah, it's been a good start with this new lineup, and obviously this is going to be our biggest test, and we really want to do well here. And I think we did as much as we could with the time that we had. So excited.
Is it cool to come back to Cologne and know like we're the reigning champions? Like we own this place for now.
Honestly, I don't really care. No, I don't really think that way. It's new game, new team, a lot of different things, circumstances. So, yeah, I mean, obviously we want to win it again, but I don't really think too much about defending the title.
Okay, well, looking at your group for the start, it's pretty stacked. You're also in the half of Spirit, so if you were to win your first best of 3, you would play them to advance immediately. What do you think about the difficulty of the part of the bracket you're in?
Yeah, I mean, Cologne is a stacked event in general. I don't think there's an easy way to the playoffs, no matter what the group you're in. So, I mean, if you get to play against Spirit, they will be hungry for the revenge. But I feel like we play pretty good against them. Even when we played with our coach, we still managed to take the map off. So I feel like we kind of have the solutions versus them. So, yeah, but one game at a time. So, yeah.
One game at a time. It's always the same. They almost beat them with a coach. That's a lot of pressure on you now because we know how bad he is.
What? We already beat them.
Oh, that's true.
You forgot.
I did forget, actually. I didn't believe it. Yeah, I haven't been paying attention.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and Noor.
History. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
It is the first day of Stage 2 at Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. Blair, we saw in Stage 1, I think it was 6 of the 8 teams making it through, non-European, so we've got a truly global mix here. And for me on the B stream, the big game to watch out for, the world's #1 ranked team Navi going up against Pain Gaming later on today.
Yeah, Navi coming in, with a point to prove, obviously, and for Pain, they had to run the gauntlet of taking down all their brethren from South America. So yeah, that's an exciting game right there to start things off.
And the Danish princes, Astralis coming in up against 9Z, another international mix-up.
Yeah, 9Z, I think, for me, are a potential dark horse to make a pretty deep run this tournament. They look so good right now, and Astralis, man, they're stumbling a bit. So this is kind of, I wouldn't say make or break for them, but try and prove that they belong in the upper echelons right now.
Talking about stumbling, the 2 teams that I feel have kind of hobbled into here, considering after the player break what we've seen from them, Virtus Pro and Complexity fighting it out to kickstart the day.
Yeah, I think this is kind of like a litmus test for these 2 teams, right? VP obviously struggling quite quite a bit. There's electronic coming in. I don't think they've quite gelled yet properly. And then for Complexity, they stumbled, but they got a job done. It's the way Complexity does things.
That's what we've got to go down, but I know Freya on the A stream also has lots of action, so let's find out from her.
We do indeed. So many bangers coming up today. Let's look at the last game of the day. Spirits taking on Mongols. Mongols earning their spot here after, taking down Eternal Fire. And what was a crazy game yesterday. But where is Spirit for your money, Matthew?
Can I be straight with you?
Go on.
They're my favorites.
Ooh, okay.
They're my favorites here in Cologne. I think they're one of the teams with the highest floor. I think Copenhagen put them on notice. They weren't happy about their result. They weren't happy about the Counter-Strike they play, which means they're coming here extremely focused. Their highs is one of the highest we have in the game with Shiro and Donk. So I'll be looking forward to watching them.
G2 versus Saw going to be our second game of the day on the A stream. How do you feel like G2 are going to be faring, particularly after EWC, where they made it all the way to the grand final?
Yeah, what a way to kickstart this lineup, right? I think the one important point is handling the pressure that is unique to Cologne. We know how important this rendezvous is for the calendar of Counter-Strike. Snacks at the helm as a leader, Mouse figuring out his first steps within the jersey in Cologne. Now that's what I want to see.
First game of the day, though. This is going to be an absolute barn burner. FaZe taking on Liquid. I can't believe we already get this here in Cologne.
Oh my God. This is like a luxurious hotel's breakfast buffet. That's what this is. You can choose all of the narratives you want, and you will find a way to be excited about it. Twist versus Kerrigan. Twist now as a leader, going up against someone that was a mentor for him, someone that represented the Counter-Strike he wants to play, and he gets to use it against Kerrigan. And you have to think of FaZe now. Definitely not in a good period. We see the quotes, we know things aren't exactly perfect, and Liquid is coming up fast from Copenhagen, wins against Na'Vi. You know what I mean? There might be an upset in the water.
Potential indeed. That's going to be going down on the A stream as the first game of the day. But over on the B stream, it's going to be Complexity versus Virtus Pro. And I believe we have an opportunity to check in with Complexity ahead of their arrival for stage 2.
How you doing? Good morning. Hold on, I want you to tell me. You're going to come with me for a second. I'm borrowing you. Oh, no. There's been a lot of talk about your frustrations in the game, mate. Have you seen it all? Yeah?
Yep.
Does it bother you in terms of what people are saying? Does it bother your teammates? Do you talk about this at all?
Nah, I don't care. The only opinions I care about is my teammates. So whatever all the people, experts say, I don't care.
I want to touch on that, though, and understand from your side. Is it just because you're expecting better of yourself? You're not happy with your performance right now?
Yeah. I feel like I miss easy shots. I die in stupid ways, and I just put myself in bad situations, and that makes me very frustrated. And like punching a table, like a little table slam, makes me reset faster and get into the round, like try to help my teammates when I'm dead.
Thank you for the explanation. I want to find out what works for you. See you later, man. Good luck.
Yeah, Halzok certainly going to have to be harnessing that emotion for the good, as this is stage 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024, and this is where we certainly do mean business. 8 incredible teams going to be joining the fray here in Germany. I've got Mac, I've got Pimp to be opening up today's festivities, because this is quite the occasion, isn't it, Mac? We've got some amazing names joining us today.
Yeah, all the top 8 teams coming in from the tournament, just looking kind of immaculate, all things considered. And for me, it's huge because Mongols made it through. So look, I've still got someone from the Asian region to back going into this one. But yeah, these teams are all coming through here. There's some banger matchups, and to kick things off with that Liquid FaZe game, I can't wait.
It's kind of crazy that Astralis is the only one who's never won here, right? When you consider the history and everything that's been going on, it's a bit of a freak show over there, huh?
A freak show? Wow, you're already coming out here for heads.
When it comes to Cologne and Astralis not winning here, it's something they would like to do.
Who's the least freaky team out of those top 8 then? Who do you expect the most from? Who's the favorites, I guess you could say?
Yeah, I think I'm joining Trip with Matching. I think Spirit is one of those teams that I look forward to see a lot. I think they have everything it takes in order to win a tournament like this. If I had to pick one dark underhorse, as we like to call them, I think VP for me. Virtus Pro have looked like a terrible team ever since Electronic came into it. They haven't really got it to play just yet, but I do feel that VP have everything set in stone in terms of player material to make an awful lot of upsets here. So if there's one team to look out for, it'd be VP.
Right, Mac, some people call you geographically challenged. I would call you otherwise, because you came up with this wonderful pie chart, right? This is a nice data distribution.
So this is all of the teams and where they were from for stage 1. And the teams that made it through, most of the Americas teams, you can see here 3 from South America, 2 from North America. That is more than the majority. Only Mongols making it through from Asia Pacific, and then Europe, only 2 more. But you got to remember that most of the teams that were already here waiting for them in stage 2 were the European teams. So it's really just going to be how the Americas are going to look against Europe here.
How do you think they are going to look versus Europe?
I mean, the Brazilian team so far, at the very least, have played with a lot of fire. We have been close to them. We've been hearing them. There's been a lot of yelling, a lot of emotion, and for some reason, it does feel like when you're coming into a big tournament like this, if you can keep your emotions in check and harness that energy into something positive, we've seen certain teams over-deliver a little bit. If there's one team I would look out for, it's 9C. I think they're very interesting to follow right now. The opening match against Astralis is not impossible for them to win. So for my money, 9C is a good bet.
Yeah, 9C is my favorite coming out of SA as well. I feel like maybe Pain, after the showing that they've showed throws so far, could have a chance, but the first matchup with Na'Vi, I don't really like those odds.
Right, put your money where your mouth is on the telestrator then, Mac. You said 9Z. You have a feeling that they might make it through. Are they going to make it through versus Astralis?
I'll be your fingers, you'll be the talking.
Oh, okay. Yep. Beautiful. Thank you very much, Pimp. For 9Z, yeah, I reckon they got it against Astralis. Astralis have been a little bit shaky recently. They're in question. I can definitely see a world where Astralis is still the favourites in this matchup. But 9Z, I've just been enjoying everything they've been throwing out. So I'm happy to go for the underdogs in that pick. So if we drop 9Z there in the upper bracket, beautiful. And then we'll stay there as well. Look, Pain, Na'Vi, I feel like Na'Vi are just way too hot coming out of the play break. Winning EWC, just smack them in there. So get a little 9Z if you can find them. If you can find them.
The disappearing act.
Okay.
Oh.
Nope. Maybe you should just ride it. Why don't you just ride it with a free hand?
That's a good question.
Do that.
Let's do that.
There you go.
You want to see my riding?
We've set you up, Jacob. 9Z. Wow.
Yes.
We'll do an N for Na'Vi.
N for Na'Vi.
What do they teach you in Denmark, man?
Nothing.
You meant to have good schools. Jesus. Okay, G2, Saw. Who's winning there?
G2 and Saw, I feel like G2 have that every day of the week. They've just been looking too good. The difference is they've been doing really well against established teams that have a lot of structure. And Saw, look, they have a decent amount of structure, but they're not quite at that level. They're not at the top echelon of the teams right now. So G2 definitely the favourites.
You believing in your boy Mongols versus Spirit? That's a baptism by fire, isn't it?
Not this time, not this time. When they did meet last time at Cato, they almost took a map off of Spirit, but unfortunately I just feel like Mongols look a little bit too shaky. So if they make it all the way to playoffs, it's not happening through the upper bracket.
Have you actually just straight up given up on the writing?
Every time I touch something, it just...
Oh, there we go. Now you fixed it. Well done. Oh,
well, I'm not even touching anything right now. I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, God. It's haunted. There's
someone is trying something over here.
Okay,
I've summoned
so...
I have to disagree with what you're saying, though.
G2, Spirit, what was it? Na'Vi, 9Z. What does that mean for the upper bracket, round 1?
Na'Vi, Spirit.
I like that. I sign off on that.
I think G2 need to go through the lower bracket here because they've looked really good, but I'm believing Spirit are going to bounce back after the poor performance that we saw from them at EWC.
Okay, do we want to go through the simulation of the lower bracket, or should we maybe just say who we want at the end, who we think might be coming out?
I'll say let's go to the end.
Okay.
Go to the end?
The end is
Go to
always
the
good.
end? Yeah.
So you have Na'Vi going through here. You have Spirit going through. Na'Vi versus Spirit for the seeding in the semifinal.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Yes, but I'm just thinking about who wins that one.
Who wins that one, yeah?
Yeah.
I'll go with Na'Vi just out of form.
Well,
There we go, it's
he's
fixed.
wrong. Spirit is winning that one.
Beautiful.
As for the lower bracket, only one team progresses out of all the teams losing up here. G2, Astralis, the Mongols for that matter as well. 9C. Who got a good chance of nailing that spot? You can only pick one.
Yeah, I know.
You can't pick Mongols because they won't make it.
I'm not going to pick Mongols.
Should we take out ones individually?
Probably G2.
Okay.
Yeah?
Above Astralis?
Yeah, 100%.
Above 9C?
Well, because the likelihood is if they're here, then they're going to fall down to here, so they don't have to start from here, which means mathematically, one less game to play. More likely, right?
Never heard you say something that smart.
So clever. Okay, so we've got Na'Vi, we've got Spirit, and we've got probably G2 making it through the lower bracket, correct?
Yes.
Okay, should we move on to Group B?
Group B, yeah.
Try, but there's a wizard, Okay, I'm going to try something here. I'm going to try.
Production Ghost.
Well, there's a lot of graphics here.
There we go.
Okay.
Is it mine? Yeah, all right.
Lovely.
Cool.
Okay,
right,
production will do this for us. So if you just state what you
I won't touch
want.
anything.
Yeah, don't touch anything, Jacob.
All right, Falcons, not showing enough, so Maus are going through in that upper bracket for sure. VP Cole, look, both teams looking a little bit shaky as of late. Can Cole bounce back? That's my big question. I feel like VP is still going to be the favourites there, so I'll go for VP going up against Mouse. And then
Are you signing off on that, Jacob? We need your signature
production
approval.
already chosen for us, so
These are
they
mine.
believe in Mouse
This
as
is
well.
Max simulation.
I agree.
It's true.
Mouse simulation.
Mouse VP makes sense. Makes an awful lot of sense. If I may jump in, the FaZe Liquid one for me is the most exciting game of the day. Also the one we're starting out with, if I'm not mistaken, as per the schedule. I think Liquid is going to win against FaZe Clan. I think FaZe Clan right now are in a bit of a crisis, and unless they win against Team Liquid, I think that crisis will continue.
Yeah, I'll call that one of the upsets. With Fury of Vitality, I feel like Vitality's been choking a little bit. So there's a chance for an upset. I'll still go with Vitality for my pick there.
I was just about to say,
yeah. I'll still go with Vitality.
Man's crazy over here.
Hey, there's a chance. There's always a chance, you can't say there's
Okay, so upper bracket round 1.
Yeah.
Who's going through there?
Well, there's no stage yet, so I'm going Mouse. And then Liquid and Vitality. I'm on that Liquid bandwagon. I've just seen too much from them. So I'm going Liquid against Mouse in that next upper bracket final. So both are going to be making it to playoffs.
I think Vitality will beat Liquid. I think Liquid will again, I think they'll beat FaZe Clan potentially. It's a 50-50 game. I think at some point that has to stop. There's no way Liquid is going to go through Cologne without losing a game. There's no way they're going to start off the season by winning what is essentially 11, 12 games in a row. And
absolutely no way.
I think for Vitality, Saivu, Cologne, there's a lot to be said about that as well heading into the playoff. I think Vitality right now are super, super motivated to prove a point to the rest of the world, because if they don't, I think one of your boys over there potentially could be on the cutting block, and we don't want that to happen.
We don't. Production don't care what you think, though, because we've put Liquid through. Who's winning out of Liquid? Mouse, Mac? Liquid again? Keep huffing.
We've already
keep
had
huffing
one Cinderella story with the Stewie 2K over at Dallas, and I'm going again for TL, just going for that roster shuffle, making it through. And then third team, because the music started, who makes it through lower bracket?
Vitality.
Vitality.
Well, we're going to have to see how Liquid fare, as they do have FaZe up as their first opponents here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024 Stage 2. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be back with the action after this break.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major. Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
The first day and the first matchup here for stage 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne competition. And it feels only fitting that Pimp, who is joining myself and Blair on this desk, to use this particular analogy, if you've ever watched a marathon, right at the end, just as they're about to do the cutoff and tell everyone they haven't finished, there's always 1 or 2 runners that kind of hobble along across that finish line. They look like they're about to fall apart, they're in pain, but they finish. That's kind of how I feel about Virtus Pro and Complexity at the moment. They're hobbling right there at the back. We'll get right into the conversation around Virtus Pro. These are major winners, boys. And for me, if it looks like a top 3 team, if it costs like a top 3 team, why the hell is it not playing like a top 3 team?
It's a good question, to be completely honest. When I was looking at VP and I look at the lineup and I look at the composition of players, bringing in Electronic, you know, giving James another Yikinda-esque player to work with and giving it a little bit more spice, a little bit more proactiveness on the server, I thought it was going to work out. But seemingly, Electronic can't really find his footing in VP. The players around Electronic have all of a sudden started to play worse. You're looking at Norbert, you're looking at FaZe. So as a perspective for VP right now, it feels like Electronic came in and had a decent level, but the rest of the team is just getting worse off.
I feel it's about an identity crisis for this team. Like when we saw them play in London, I believe they lost eventually to Na'Vi, right, if I'm not mistaken. It was still a very good showing for them overall. And this was the school of thought that Electronic was bringing in from Blade School of Thought, and then of course James and them working together, trying to have this amalgamation of styles and make it work. Now, initially it didn't work out. We saw signs of it working out in London, and you're thinking, everyone's thinking, have the player break, they're going to be grinding it out, and coming in, they're going to look much better. And absolutely, it hasn't really happened. I still feel that's a problem. The dish isn't quite ready yet. The ingredients aren't gelling well together, but at some point, they need to decide, because they even removed Dastan, right? One of the long-standing coaches who's been working with James since 2018, 2019. So the fact of taking him out means they are very much set on this course of this new VP, so to speak. But if this new VP just continues to fail to perform, another change on the horizon, perhaps.
I bring this conversation up all the time with VP, but it's this idea of like the James style is so very specific. Is it time for maybe James? He's mentioned himself, maybe we let Electronic in. Let's see if he can put these players and these pieces together.
To me, that was one of the first warning signs when it came to VP. When you're opening up that door, when you're open to the idea that maybe I don't have to in-game lead, maybe it could be Electronic at some point. I guess the idea itself from an outside perspective makes sense. You know, Electronic could come into that team. It could evolve into becoming the in-game leader of VP over time. But I would like you to think differently. I would like you to be laser focused on your own, I guess, credentials and laser focused on your own identity in terms of integrating Electronic into the lineup. Because once you open that door, then if you're having a couple of rough tournaments, you may think to yourself, let's try Electronic and maybe I'll come back to it. And I played on a team where we had 6 different in-game leaders in 12 months, and it's a mess. You know, you gotta have one leader, you gotta have one style, and for my money, I hope it's gonna be James for the future as well.
I know that the team is well aware of the problems that they're facing. They're well aware of some of the mix-ups. So I'm pretty sure James Banks has been able to ask Fame some of this. Let's find out what he has to say.
Virtus Pro are going into their opening game and they've got to take on Complexity today, a team you do know pretty well. But I want to first touch on Fame. Blast Groups was not what you guys would have wanted to start off this year, right? Especially that EWC, how it's all looking. How disappointing was that for you guys?
Yeah, it was very disappointing, but I think we took some lessons from these games, and I think we fixed some of our mistakes, and we hope we're gonna play better on this event.
What did you do between Blast and now coming to Cologne? Because obviously you had a little bit more time than some of the other teams.
We had like 4 days or 5 days in Serbia. We were boot camping in Rilok, and we were preparing for this event. And yeah, right now we're here, and I hope for the best result.
Now, you guys at Electronic, I think like 4 months ago now, right? We wanted to see this VP try and shine, have a better performance. But do you feel like you've reached and hit what you wanted to hit, or it's still not quite working out?
I don't think that we reached our full potential. I think we still learning day by day, and we're still making mistakes, and we're trying to fix them. And I think our potential is higher than we're playing right now, and we just hope for the best, and we do our best. Yeah.
What do you think it is, though, that's like making it that you can't get to your best right now?
It's a hard question. I don't know. Some individual mistakes. I think we need to step up as a players and as a team, and I think it's all in our hands, and we just need to work hard.
Work hard, that's what I know you guys always do. Let's see if they can step up in this game against Complexity.
They're going to have to step up because it isn't good enough. This is a team that should be winning.
This is a team that should be winning, and I think they want to win as well. This electronic pickup coming in, everyone is super excited about it, and I just want to elucidate further on what Fame mentioned right there, right? If you look at the players they had, Flit, Fame, and all these guys, and how they shone under the James system, it's mainly because they knew everyone was on the same page. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Now, for reviewers, you might be like, oh god, I'm gonna save again, but the system works for them, and that's why they were able to thrive in it, because there's no second guessing. They know exactly what they have to do. And he mentioned over here, as individuals, you're making mistakes, as a team, we're making mistakes. You are going to make mistakes as individuals when there's a new system coming in, and of course, there's a lot of changes taking place. But for me, there has to be a timeline. There has to be a certain point where you're like, listen, the system is in place. We need to start delivering right now. How long is it going to take?
That or a trend somewhere, it's trending downwards for VP. That's my issue. It's not getting better. Every time I see them play, I'm thinking to myself, maybe today's the day when they start playing well. Well, not today. Maybe next time they'll play well. Well, didn't really happen either. So in terms of looking at the trajectory right now, it is not trending upwards for VP. So for my money, it's also one of the final chances of this, I guess, iteration of the lineup, and at least with the style they're having right now, if they don't trend upwards at this tournament, I think changes will happen. Whether that's roster changes or James no longer in-game leading, not too sure about it, but it's kind of the final.
And you got to remember as well, this is an org, this is a team who are very ruthless. James said it himself. He's like, we will cut who we have to, break friendships if we have to get that trophy. And right now, they're pretty far away from that trophy.
From the trophy. Another team that's pretty far away from the trophy, in my opinion, is Complexity.
Really?
And this lineup is, they're going to be in it till the major, from my understanding, if you take a look at some of the contract negotiations. This is not a top 5 contention team either at the moment when you look at their performances.
No, but they don't really have to be either. I think for my money, to be completely honest, you look at the results as well, there's a mixed bag of results. Losing to Heroic with a stand-in, that's no bueno.
Losing a map to OG,
no bueno. And then I guess against Alternate Attacks and against EF 2-0s, they look good on paper. I think against Alternate Attacks, there were definitely mistakes being made, and Alternate Attacks were gifting, a 1v5 to Halsey as an example in a close fashion. But overall, I look at Complexity, I look at the player material, and I don't know if you agree, Bloy, but not everyone can be a top 10 team. Not everyone can be a top 5 team. And I think what they have to work with, they're kind of, delivering exactly what I expect. Not good, not bad, just decent.
I actually absolutely agree with you for a change. I think this is a team who themselves are aware when it comes to this 5-man lineup. They're not a team who's going to be contending for trophies. They're not a team that's going to be getting, being in the top 5 consistently, right? They're going to be at the bottom of the top 10, maybe peaking at around 6-7 mark, pulling off a few upsets here and there. And I won't lie, I just feel like this is a team that maybe after the major, the changes are due, unless Floppy and Grim start delivering consistently, because that for me has been my biggest gripe.
But it's also, you have a guy like Elise, right? It's a talisman for this team. If you're Elise, are you willing to waste some of your best years of your career? I know he's had a long career, I know he's achieved a lot already, but right now he's playing some beautiful Counter-Strike, arguably a top 10 player in the world. Are you willing to waste your time winning Complexity if you're not looking to make the team better? I doubt it.
Pimp, I agree with you completely. Elise needs better players around him. The veto is up on your screens right now, and I just want to remind you, during the Esports World Cup, Virtus Pro stomped Complexity 2-0. And as I say that, I am super surprised, because during the World Cup, it was a 13-4 scoreline on Dust 2, and Complexity has obviously pushed it through as well. What do you think about the
I'm not surprised with the Dust 2 pick coming in, right? Obviously, it's a map there, it's a map which VP are absolutely going to be picking, and the permabans, there's no surprises there, Mirage and you. For Complexity, this Vertigo pick, it makes sense, because if you go back to EPL just a few months prior, they destroyed VP on this map, and even recently against Eternal Fire, who are known as specialists on this very map, they look pretty solid as well. So these 2 picks coming in, I think are very reasonable for both the 2 teams. The final decider right there, Anubis, I think if I'm Complexity, pretty happy with that. It's a map that they have been getting quite a few reps on it, looking pretty solid as well.
EWC, 2 of these 3 maps, Anubis and Dust 2, was Virtus Pro took them, and the scores weren't convincing on the side of Complexity. So feeling a little bit more confident, maybe, the Americans?
I feel like for VP, just a break, right? A little bit of break Gray coming in. It could be a little bit of ring rust. That's the caveat I'm throwing in. For Complexity, I mean, they've been grinding it out. They've been playing non-stop the past couple of days.
Yeah, they have. And honestly speaking, you know, coming out of a player break, you can be a little bit rusty. You can come in later than certain teams. Some teams would have boot camp for a week coming into it. Some teams would have played for a couple of days. So you got to take the first couple of results at a tournament like the Esports World Cup with a grain of salt. I will say Complexity, I think they're starting to play better and better. Their start in Copenhagen was abysmal. It was embarrassing to see them lose to Heroic, but it's getting better game by game. And watch out for Elise, because he's on a tear right now. He's arguably playing as a top 5 rifler in the world right now, and he can do that against VP, who's struggling. There is a chance for Complexity.
And in the playing stage as well, I think he's one of the highest rated players, doing it with the rifle. Also, from an aggressive standpoint, I was looking at some of the numbers, and I had to do a double take. 36% opening attempts on the T side as well. He's doing everything for his team, but he needs the rest of them to step up as well. And I'm looking at Floppy, and I am looking at Grim here.
What I'm feeling right now from both of these analysts is the fact that both of these teams have so much pressure riding on their shoulders for both of them. This is the time that they stand up and go, hey, pay attention to us. We are not going to fall in the mid-pack. We are as possible and show you that we are in contention to win this marathon, or maybe not. Who knows? It is time, though, to find out as we kickstart the day. Harry and Hugo are ready to take over from us.
That's right, Sam. Intel Extreme Masters Cologne group stage, and we have two shaky teams, two rocky boats on this water as they open up. It's an American dream team of Complexity taking on the CIS squad of Virtus Pro, and this one is undecided, unconfirmed, stomps back to back from either of these teams last 2 times they played. So the question is, have Complexity warming up through the play-in set themselves on the right trajectory to take down VP this time after falling so brutally in EWC? It's time to find out.
Yeah, I'm liking the map pool a lot better than what we got to see in that matchup from EWC. I think this opening pick here for Complexity is one that can serve them quite well. Here's some type in there, which is never a good sign. They're not just having a big chat with each other. So we're going to move into a little tech pause, but that gives us a bit of time, Hugo. I want to know, how do you think this one's going to pan out? Because both these teams really, really need this win, right? I think when you look at VP, since you had Electronic join, he came in after Chengdu, you were expecting a lot, and I think you were willing to give them some time to adjust and have to warm into it. Kind of the best look you got to see from them maybe would have been something like Blast, where they came into their own a bit more. But how have you found it?
For VP,
yeah,
it's very hard to know. I don't like the conversations around James like giving up in-game leading. The idea, Electronic, who gave it a shot, came back and said, yeah, no, this ain't for me. You could see his performance got worse. He said in interviews, I get too invested, I get too stressed. Sometimes I go cold and quiet. And the whole identity of VP is this, style that James has, attempted to master over the years, and he definitely did, peaking at the Rio Major. And I just think it's I think the idea that Electronic would join this team to be an added piece of firepower and then just completely give that up to start in-game leading would be just a complete waste of this whole roster. When you consider, because I do like how Sam framed it, like you have so much firepower on this team, we kind of do expect better results than what we get out of Virtus Pro. So I just hope with time that they can piece it together. Even Fame in the interview, uncertain of what's going wrong really as a unit, but that's the thing about VP. That's one of my favorite things about VP. Sure, they can bomb out in groups, they can go 0-2, they can do nothing, but at the same time, we still go into every match against every tier 1 team and say, you know what, VP, they've got a shot.
Well, here we are. We're right back in, this time for real.
For real, for real?
Hopefully.
Complexity, a couple of confident boosting games in that play-in, right? Taking down an Eternal Fire with the red hot Xantaras and overtime on Dust 2. They're going to need that warm-up for this one. Let's see if VP come in cold. We run it back. It looks like the exact same pistol. Double Julies for VP and Cole sneak middle as they set up for this B split. 4 mid. Good luck. Good luck.
Grim and Elise are about to go right into this.
Good luck.
Elise has very much been the guy to keep an eye on. He finished the play-in stage as the 4th highest rated player, was instrumental in those Complexity wins. And so they might run the risk of losing him early on here as Grim caught swinging over in middle. Elise spots everyone else.
Run.
Just tries to put some distance between himself and Virtus Pro.
Smart play to just not overcommit. Cole realized at the same time, we have B for 3, sure. We're a man down, but this is a winnable round. There's no kid on VP right now. That's awkward. Caught on the smoke fade. Halzuk inside of one, and JT's trying to cover him as Halzuk fights for his life. Great flash over the top, and JT on the clock. 1v4, and they find him with ease. VP, smooth and efficient on that retake. Everyone putting in a punch, and Cole come out battered and bruised, at least with a bomb plant to maybe buy.
Oh yeah, they will be throwing some money in, all right.
Yeah, the money decrease of the bomb plant, the valve change has, I feel like, not stopped Force Spies at all, but what it has done is made them less efficient, right? You can't get 3 AKs in round 2, so it definitely has felt like overall a good balance, but obviously with the way money works in this game, it's just the incentive in MR12 to buy as much as you can is always there. Great flash play, but Floppy dodges it, so it's still traded out. Cole will take that every day of the week.
Elige getting boosted up here. Is he going to be ready? Ooh, yeah, Electronic. That one is free for Elige.
Nice flash.
James even blinded in the meantime. Elige is closing the gap, and so he will knock out that second man. Floppy there to trade him.
Really solid for Cole, who have gone and picked this map, and they are one of the very few teams who have actually been picking Vertigo since the changes. Well, what we've seen from it is a lot of B executes, right? Teams just kind of moving away from A, that realization that, you know, if you want to play bomb plant, A site is not the place to be. You're always under attack, you're always under pressure. There's always one more player. It's like Mirage A site, you know? There's suddenly 4A, even though they started fighting for mid. So Cole we're going to see a few of these B executes, I imagine, on this T side.
Yeah, I think as well, you know, like with the changes over towards Elevator, like it's very hard to ever feel safe. Even the fact that like you have that kind of deep corner.
Yeah, it's literally changed like, the bomb plant.
Yeah, you know, that have kind of border both of the openings into the site. You need to expel a lot of util if you want to take that control.
You've added Cat and a hole in Elevator. Like you've added a whole new crossfire. You forced the default bomb plant to essentially change and not really, you know, it's still not comfortable.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think this map has definitely gotten worse.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a shame. I was a Vertigo enjoyer. It was getting stale, no doubt about that, but I don't feel like the changes have made it play better. We'll have to give it more time, but usually when something like this changes, teams jump on it. The fact that everyone's avoiding this map is a bit of a statement. VP don't shy away. They're willing to play it.
It's this little corner that flits in right now that's the annoying one to try and get past.
Yeah. They're on both sides as well. Here we go, though. Cole have actually gone for this A hit, knowing the VP don't have the range, the rifles. It's only a FAMAS for Norbert. There's a lot of smokes and some HEs, so VP want to try and keep Cole on their toes, boost up timing. This is very, very uncomfortable. Good damage done, but Cole survived the fight. These smokes are nice for VP, but they've all been expelled, so Cole can just stall, sit here for 20 seconds, and recommit.
Yeah, and they still have 2 smokes left to do that with.
VP might have to aggress short. It's their only choice. Just catch Cole lining up util.
CZ for Electronic. He loses Norbert. And Electronic doesn't fare too well. They even spot that third player over towards short. Flit's been dealt with. There's that util streaming on in. It's a convincing A-take put forward from Complexity versus the Pistols.
Yeah, VP's surprise play was that boost. They really needed a kill off of it. It would have just been less eyes on that re-aggress. And the short push is always a nice solution, but Complexity were in no hurry to run through into that A-bomb site, expecting this stack. Fame trying to fight for exits here, but surely they clear this. Oh, no. Little gun on the way out. You'll take that if you're VP. But Complexity, back-to-back rounds.
We were talking about our feelings before this game started as to who we thought was going to take it. Hugo, you thinking VP? That was kind of what I gauged from our conversation.
It's like what I said coming into this game. It's like I'm never going to expect VP to get stomped. I always think VP are going to fight for it. I do think this is a 3-mapper.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And so for that reason, I guess, yeah, I am going VP. That being said, I think Complexity actually playing through the play-in and looking
good as they did.
Good. Yeah, not throw. They went 4-0 on maps. They didn't throw away any games. Like they beat Eternal Fire. I think that's something to be happy with for Cole. So let's see.
Oh, the nades.
Yeah. Brutal combo, and that's the one rifle gone as well with nothing to show for it. A Liege handles business with a double entry, and that's the round. Liege is sick. He is, you know, around.
Just to be clear, he means really good.
Yeah, I don't mean
not like ill.
No.
Although he is the illest on Complexity.
Yeah. He's been putting on great games ever since CS2 came out, where many players have dropped off. Especially like some of the, you know, older and more experienced players have had trouble adjusting. What's his secret? I wouldn't know. Cole really stalling this round out right now. They're in CT spawn. They're taking the bomb back up A. VP are in T spawn. But it's okay.
Bomb has been planted.
I think VP were really hurt by the MR12 change, right? Like the amount of games we saw in MR15 where you wouldn't think VP were in control, or rather they weren't in control, but they were just buying enough time to win the game in the dying stages of regulation. And now you just have less rounds of play, more force buys.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even the way that they would kind of balance their economy has had to change at MR12. That's a bit brutal at the end there, getting out with some extra guns for VP. You'll take that every damn day.
But yeah, this team has struggled since that change. They were so good at winning games in OT or 16-14. Like, kind of insane. But you can't make excuses forever. This is still a firepower-heavy roster of major winners on different teams and experience. So let's see that today, VP. Full buy coming through. 3 on the A side. Contending for ramp, but not overcommitting. Norbert eats a nade on short. And meanwhile, the bomb is hanging around looking for this entry kill. VP just cycling Yuta while they reboost. This is nice. The Yuta makes it look like they're not on top of the boost. And after a clear, they drop off. Cole playing some very slow CS right now. 1 minute on the clock. Nothing has really happened. Scared of perhaps of James Orb throwing that mid Molotov, but Grim's going to reset anyway. They're going to go back to 5A, and VP in this time has shuffled a heavy B setup, so Cole are going to have the room to potentially get a bomb plant.
Something else that's very helpful here is them taking the round so slowly. All the util's been burnt for Virtus Pro. They don't have any way of slowing down this side take, eliminating any angles. It's kind of all on Complexity say so right now, and so with them taking that early advantage, you needed something to give the other way. And James at least secured that with a kill on the UMP to keep Virtus Pro interested. That one's traded out and equalized thanks to Flit. A bit of a chance smoke spam, but Halzerg's making moves and taking CT away from VP. That's a big problem for Flit and Fame. They feel really locked out of this round now.
Yeah.
And chance. They might just have to tuck tail and walk away from this one. Complexity, these slow T-side rounds are serving them well.
VP just thought they were going for a B execute, right? They see nothing. They just hear players bottom A, throwing nades and falling back. Grim does that mid Molotov to push back a potential AWP on the line. And at that point, VP go, yeah, it just feels like they're mid and B, and they're faking this A ramp control. They've not walked up ramp. We cleared it with the boost. Let's gamble B. 3 strong B site. And that's when you have all that room, Complexity make the most of it. Smokes down an elevator, scaling the catwalk. That one was awkward for James. Even just a timing peek, a jiggle, anything would have done him better than just standing in that pocket. And Complexity, a very confident late round pop. 4-1. James did save that UMP from the previous round, so now he actually has a lot of money. So an AWP will come through. This may be a surprise. We'll see if Complexity have actually kept their finger on the pulse. They think they've just gotten rid of a buy round. But VP have a lot more in the coffers. That's the thing about VP though, you're always ready for another buy.
Yeah. You're always ready as well for a surprise AWP.
Yeah.
James going to get to don that in this round here and now.
I like this smoke they're throwing to land in gap. And they throw it and James plays ahead of it.
Oh, but Nobit's already dead. Complexity are picking up real pace over here towards ramp.
Ouch.
So a lot of room's already been taken.
Oh. Utah is really nice in this game for Cole so far. They've been getting a lot of molly damage, making Flip very uncomfortable there as well. I think this time it actually is the fake. VP just gamble, but they roll the dice wrong. Electronic edging back, but Fame re-aggresses, and that might even be misinformation right now as this bomb waltzes into the B site.
Electronic can play ahead of these smokes, but it's just a one and done. Elige with a clean trade. That's going to allow the plant to come in here for Complexity. The util that could have stopped this is on James, who's still over towards the A site. He's even committing to a ramp flank. He's going to be so late on this backstab. So right now, you kind of needed VP to not go in. You needed Fame to not die there. Flip was already saving, so there's no legs on this round anymore.
Man, that's even with Cole actually missing the generator smoke. It gives away a kill as Electronic comes through it, but it somehow doesn't harm them at all. This is dangerous. James will get his exit kill. He's hanging around. This guy wants to fight for it. But Cole cool, they want the money. Presuming Floppy lives here. Just about. But the A presence was brutal there for Cole. Before they even saw anyone, they'd done over 100 damage with grenades. They pushed VP off of ramp completely.
I mean, thus far, I think the calling's been really, really good out of JT.
Yeah, that's something that's kept this team afloat. Yeah, it's not just Elige's individuals.
The knowledge that, you know, they'd entirely forced Virtus Pro off of the ramp control, so they'd cut off all the info in the round. And they knew they would have VP feeling jittery, right? And over-rotating.
It's almost one of the dangers of this map. It's like you don't actually kind of ever want to leave a site open as a CT. You always want an anchor on A and B because it's so easy for T's to just sneak around the map and send a lurker in and rotate in and find that empty bomb site on Vertigo. So VP are a gambly team, sure, but you leave those gaps, Cole will take them. This round, James doubled up in middle. So that will bring VP very much into the forefront of this buy round. The double save, again, allowing for just a full buy with all the trimmings.
And James is now the one left as this anchor player over towards B, while Electronic, who was tagged up earlier on in this B skirmish, he recommitted in through middle and is now behind the B players that tagged him up right off the top of the round. Oh.
Not again. James
just rotated away.
Yeah,
and don't get me wrong, you have Electronic here on a backstab, but he's super low, and there's kind of a limit on how much you can expect him to get away with here. They're going to concede the site, and Electronic doesn't make a move straight away. I feel like if they leave his flank too long, Complexity will be holding for it in a 2v4.
At the same time, if he plays first, he's super low, so he needs to take one with him, and he will. Halzuk's caught off guard, scoping forward. Floppy on the break. The spray almost given away, but Electronic saves it on that quick flank, thank goodness. Yeah, VP could afford to make that rotate because of his position, and they're probably calling that I don't hear or see anything at B. I've been here 20 seconds and no one's crossed in. So either they were here the whole time, or they're not here at all, and JT sells the fake well. But again, that comes down to VP not actually having the information on ramp. They've been flying blind in a lot of these rounds. Completely blind. So JT on a one-man fake has done it twice now to VP, and they've fallen for it both times. I'd see if they keep that in mind moving forward.
I like that they're going to join Floppy over here at B. I actually think he's been doing a really solid job of harassing these B-side players.
Nice flash.
And there he is again in the kill feed, right? Getting that instant trade from JT.
Makes it look easy right now.
Now they're even going to boost up a Liege. This is nice because Complexity have really only seen in the early stages, VP have only seen Complexity lurking here with Floppy in the early stages of rounds. So suddenly you've got a Liege, this second piece of the puzzle boosted up.
They're just going to pop.
Floppy taking that first contact, and Liege swings out to join him, but with Floppy dead, Liege opening for spam, gets away with one. No further, it's just Grim. As he makes his way out through middle, going to collect two for free. One man left to find, and Grim, the Grim Reaper, drags VP down. Complexity with a robbery of a round.
It happens so quick. You can't even comment. You can't even stop it. It's done before you even think. It's begun. Wow. Just as Norbert's coming in for the clear as well. That could not have gone worse for Virtus Pro. A backbreaker. In an unlikely clutch. Complexity flowing right now. Now they're going to play confidence. JT running through a short smoke. He doesn't feel any need to respect VP on this A site. He has gotten away with it every single time. But James Orp has another answer. He's provided a lot of openers in this game already. Needs to be the saving grace.
I mean, that's one of those moments that really could define this first half. If Complexity can recover from this early 4v5, if they find a way in here, Grim has teed them up for a terrifying T-side on the back of winning that 1v3. If they fall short, however, that's Virtus Pro putting that pressure back on and continuing to build into this game. Norbert getting boosted up. Will hit the timing, but he doesn't finish the job on a Halzuk. Instead, it's James Orp continuing to find this success for Virtus Pro.
They didn't peek off the molly. He gets out for free. He could have been caught running away. A Liege on top of the smoke if he hung as well. Norbert was about to walk into that angle, but it's a Liege who gets caught. Jane with a safe position. There should be no way to break back in for Cole. Smokes will limit some vision for VP. May as well get him down while you can, but Halzuk, jiggled by an MP9, is an easy mop-up. And Floppy, clutch too far. He's made a step. James stops him in his tracks. So VP, that's the VP effect. They can lose the most harrowing 3v1 and then come back in with a flawless round. Unperturbed. This smoke is nice from Elige.
Honestly, yeah, if it wasn't for the team flash, I think he gets an orbit there and it's a very different round. But he kind of got dragged, you know, he kept on the angle when he was flashed, moved off for a second and then was like, well, haven't been shot yet, didn't see anyone for ages, so I guess I go. There was certainly a moment there where it feels like he would have seen Norbert. Timeout called in for Complexity. VP, it was James, the first man to fall in that 1v3 from Grim, but he more than makes up for it in that follow-up round, doesn't he? And his AWP is kind of what VP have been living and dying by in this game so far. He's been the one finding the openers in these rounds that Virtus Pro have won.
He's been very mobile though. He has left some sights open, so let's keep an eye on that. Force buy for Cole. Somehow they are the ones with the money issue. 6-3 up.
I mean, that's kind of why that clutch, represented a potential swing point. It's like someone was getting broken at the conclusion of that round, and it ends up being Complexity.
That's the 4th time Norbert has just been picked on this A-short position.
Flip. You can see him. Oh, no! You can't give Elige a chance like that.
This is a one-gun buy, a Galil. And go on, boost. Get them all. James, any further back, he would be dead.
He has just slipped the net, however.
This could
so
work.
James Orp, it's been the thing keeping Virtus Pro in this. Halzer gets picked up. They learn about that AWP having rotated over, and you wonder if that's going to change the tune here for Complexity. Is that where they change their mind?
Oh, the JT one-man fake. VP have fallen for it before, but I feel like they're not buying it this time. Electronic is full anchor at the back of the B-bomb site. This is a round for Electronic, already building. The question is, do Cole just sneak in? They have no grenades but 2 flashes. They might just contact the whole way, and James has finally made the right read.
James in the right place. Electronic still holding onto a Molotov as well, tucked in at the back of quad. If James can draw the attention away and allow Electronic a real fighting chance to pick off unaware players, then this site hold still has some serious tricks up his sleeve. James flashed off the angle.
No.
These are good flashes to close the distance.
Oh, what?
And James does not withstand it. That leaves Electronic out on an island, and he doesn't survive long. It's all Elige.
Can't stop this guy. He is unleashed right now. But even then, yeah, sure, awkward flash, catches James, forces him in the open. He doesn't realize he's not behind cover. But what happened to Electronic? Just getting hard cleared, expecting they would never check that position. Trying to play late, trying to play for the whole round. And Elige just gets that clear and saves the day again. 4 massive kills from Elige.
For Elige, he sees Grim get that 1v3, it fires him up. He has to do one better. 4 kills in that round on the hero Galil.
That'll do. This is a very back and forth affair right now.
Yeah, they've traded blow for blow across the last few rounds, but it's Complexity once more kind of in that pole position with the chance to break VP's money.
That's so unlucky for James. He drops the HE on the smoke as they molly him, so he realizes, I don't want to fight this. I'm being mollied. I want to try and escape after, but they just keep spamming. If he doesn't drop that nade, he could have just left in the first time. But he didn't know the molly was inbound.
These floppy B-lurks have been fantastic. He's always getting away with something. Let's see what he's able to do here. Fame walks right into him, and he even does follow-up damage onto Electronic.
But they should leave B now. This is the one time you should leave B, because they've cleared it out. They know he's the B-lurker, and Cole have already taken a ramp and a pick. So VP actually gamble correctly. 3 strong. Smoke execute in. The second volley for Complexity. Well, they prioritize the plant here. VP have a molly ready to go.
VP are re-clearing the B site right now. That's how little they feel at peace with what Complexity have been doing in this game.
That's just a result of the burns they've had so far in this match, and they actually don't like what they see. They never had a kit in this round, so realizing a man down, no picks given up. If we can't kill a flank, there is no temptation on this retake.
And I think like the way that the moves have been kind of so pronounced for Complexity is serving them really well. Like, you expect Floppy to be lurking B alone, you expect JT to be lurking that A site alone and trying to pull rotates around. And so whenever you're seeing these players and you're finding them, you kind of build almost like a false image. Like even there, they go back and they clear the backlines over towards B. They're kind of thinking about that round where you had Floppy actually joined by some of his teammates and how they let Floppy play first. And then you had the rest of the gang move in behind them. For all they know, that could have been JT lobbing in some util, pulling out another one of his solo lurks over towards A. Right now, Virtus Pro just don't feel like they have a very comfortable read on the game at all.
I'd like to see them utilize some more flanks as well. They had that one round where Electronic came down middle, and other than, I think, 2 rounds in this T-side, Complexity have not even sent a player middle. There's been a huge chasm in the middle of the map. The VP might just have to rip the cord and start pressuring, but there's only one round left on this CT side.
Yeah, I think that's where the pacing that Complexity have played doesn't lend itself to the middle, like, push
it's very
early.
defaulty.
So you're actually anticipating that, like, they probably are holding it. That's why they're doing nothing for a minute. They're waiting to see if we push.
Yeah. But
no, I'm inclined to agree. It's just, I think even if you're Jame, who is the guy calling those shots, in the rounds he's started mid with the AWP, there have been mid players. So,
yeah. But even just sending 2 rifles swinging and just 1-for-1ing, I think VP will take those right now. They're getting out-cooled completely. And certainly outgunned by a Liege. So here we go, last round of the half. Complexity trying to make this a beautiful T-side on Vertigo, a masterclass. VP just dangling on, hanging by a thread.
Here's another one of these rounds where they're trying to let Floppy play first, but he has reinforcements in behind him.
Nice move.
You always want it to be Floppy taking that first contact because VP are looking for his name in the kill feed. Grim gets out on one of these mid lurks. Jame is in the firing line of that, and so this B site feels very claustrophobic. You're worried about the mid flank, you're worried about the B ramp, and Grim continues to rack them up. Smoke down for now takes the pace out of it for Complexity, but they're sat pretty in a 5-on-3. They've got a lot of control thanks to this boost from Floppy and the active mid-play from Grim. As Electronic tries to re-aggress, he's cut down by JT. And so this one looks like it's going to end with a whimper for Virtus Pro as Fame and Norbert are both worlds apart.
Cole just aren't even jumping the gun. 5v2, they're just waiting for VP to walk into their crosshairs because that's what they've been getting all game. It's gone swimmingly. Grim resetting mid, and he's going to play later on this B split. Let them throw some nades in, then just walk out mid and try and backstab. VP have both players in the right place, yet still no faith.
Oh, it does have a full belt of util. Also in amongst this, how's
he gotten here?
He's walked all the way up A, and he's calling for that bomb to come back.
Floppy can play. Confirms what they already know. Grim shouldn't play, and Cole can just get this bomb down and let him lurk out with a backstab. He'll also hear rotations. Oh, he did jump there, trying to find Norbert, who made a lot of footsteps, but the AWP is already CT spawn. There's no getting out of this one alive. 15 seconds. Bomb getting planted, and Complexity on for a phenomenal T-side on their map pick.
Yeah, they've very much outpaced, outmaneuvered this Virtus Pro squad, and they're playing into the final, dying lights of the clock, doing a VP trick against them to open up with a brilliant T-side here on Vertigo. Damn, Complexity bring the heat here to open up their run in the group stage. Their map pick of Vertigo going swimmingly after a 9-3 T-half put forward on the American squad. And man, I mean, when you kind of take a look at it, really this has been spearheaded by two players, Elige and Floppy, both having a tremendous amount of influence in how that first half panned out. Floppy with some fantastic B lurking, and Elige, a more than stable player for this Complexity squad. Fourth highest rated from the play-in. He's looking to open up the group stage much the same way.
FaZe's early steps on A have kept this 4-stack strong on the A side. JT's caught in the middle. Good shot as VP just comes swinging on a timing. They're going to make it over connector and into this B bomb side where only Floppy remains. How many can he find? That's enough. Any more from the flop. FaZe tries to hunt him down, but Floppy is having a field day today. 3 spectacular kills as the solo B player. He's done it on both sides now.
Bro, this is the sort of form from Floppy you wish you could see every day. Like, yeah. if he was giving this up, oh my god, Complexity become terrifying. He's been the master over towards this B site on both sides now with a brilliant start in the pistol on this CT half. He's already teed Complexity up for a win on their map pick.
Are VP really going to get blown out of this game? I'm never ready to write them off, but they have shown absolutely nothing. No individual has been reliable apart from occasional picks from James Orb, and even then, those rounds have not been guaranteed. So yeah, VP just have nothing to celebrate in this map right now. It's going to come down to that full buy round on the T side, and this is going to be a slaughter before we get there. Blood spill on the ramp. Elige has the pistol out. He just wants to farm, and there is no sweat off Complexity's back. Not yet. All smiles.
Yeah, I mean, you know, throughout the entire map, everyone just kind of excelled in the parts of the map that they're responsible for. That's what it's very much felt like. Whether it was JT selling the solo A plays, whether that's Elige being a monster up through the ramp, whether that's Grim, who in both halves has been very influential over in middle, albeit Complexity not really using that a lot. Grim is the king of mid.
Here we go. No second chances for Virtus Pro. Mid-crunch, and the MP9 devours Norbert. He's been having an unfortunate game. Got picked a lot on that A site, and is only here to set up Electronic for a trade that will be found. Flit wanting to play the edge of these smokes, and here's the reload. Tempts him in. Can that bottom ramp player make enough noise? Flit catches Elige, and James spams the second through the yellow as well. 4 on 2. VP just got to close now, and this is a great angle. You don't look like you're covered there, but you actually completely are. Floppy can't see Fame behind the box, and Grim, information is enough for VP. They are delayed with the bomb.
Yeah, the bomb's down at bridge.
They're just going for the kill hit. Walking through this smoke. Look, I'm not worried that VP going to lose this round, but
he can hear them getting the bomb.
Yeah, that's the one way you could lose the round. Walking through your own smoke and giving away a 1v1 when the bomb's not here. That seems like just a crazy play for Flit. It's fine. They'll plant. Grim will save, but that's not the kind of play I'm expecting to see 11-3 down. But VP still wrap it up.
Yeah, it kind of felt like one of those rounds where everyone's playing on like their own intuition of the game. Like it wasn't, it wasn't like, yeah, we're going to end up A, we're going to get both the kills at ramp, but you're playing in a way where when you hear Elige pull the util like that, it's like, well, I want to take this chance, you know? I want to kind of take that calculated move to try and deal with him. And so everyone was a bit out of position relative to the bomb.
Save is nice. 4 util. Kit, AK. Yeah, beautiful save. Can't really take more with you. And okay, VP, we said, you know, without that round, pack it up. But they say play on. The first step of a marathon. Cole ecoing. Not what I expected to see. Oh, goodbye. Wow.
Yeah. Goodbye, Norbert. That's the king of mid
Yeah,
facing him down.
That's what I meant. The king of mid. I won't look into that one. All right, 2 guns. Elige, Armorless, AK. I really find this eco weird, honestly. I feel like Cole just should have just slapped VP while they had
find it weird when they win it, Hugo.
That'll be even weirder.
Look at Elige playing out on the catwalk.
Does Grim want to flash Halzuk back in, perhaps? Or are they just Elige just playing off Halzuk's contact here? Either way.
They've given themselves both options, right?
I'm a little scared for VP.
I think you should be, because right now they're going into both of these rifles. There's flashes on Grim to try and tee up the Elige trade. Ooh. And so if Halzuk is able to even draw some attention, he actually plays first. There's those flashbangs raining in. It's good damage, but Grim's going to do this alone. That AK getting involved for a second. But it's not enough to keep Complexity in pole position here. Virtus Pro grind their way into the top side. There's Floppy. Bringing one out from the spawn. JT's been waiting in this dreaded corner in the elevator, and if he can find this kill to Flit, that puts Complexity in a really good spot. He's bought time for Floppy's backstab. Flit doesn't know where to look. He's terrified.
Where's the bomb? Where are they? Where am I? Help! It's inside the smoke. You can't even find it right now. There we go. Pick up 10 seconds. Got to go for the kills. And he got them right in front of him, but there's still the kill from Floppy with 3 on the Deagle to save the day for Complexity. Why buy when you can do it armorless? And honestly, that is with the impatient mistake of Elige trying to play first, because VP are so stubbornly slow on this ramp. If Elige waits for Halzuk to make contact, he gets a double kill surely. They don't even need it. They play it wrong and they still win. Wrap it up. Let's go Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fantastic start to the series for Complexity. There's no doubt. You can feel, even in how these rounds are playing out, that like VP have been caught off balance here to open this up. Gonna try this boost up, but it's being held by Floppy. Complexity are no strangers to this boost. They were using it a hell of a lot. And so as Floppy watches on, be able to get the better of Fame, who's slightly offset here.
Floppy's also crouched, so he won't get spotted.
Oh, well, Flip might have just ruined it there, making a bit of noise on the jump up. VP decide that means they've got to go. And they get both openers. Fame aggressive. Up and over that boost. Fame taking heads off.
That's just like that, you know, when we look at VP and we say, man, these individuals are so good. That's what we mean. The Fame just runs through the entirety of the map and kills 4 players. Like, there's so much individual talent. You just wonder why it all goes so wrong. That's why there are these leadership questions. Even suggestions of Electronic taking it over.
Yeah, which
again, yeah, no, I
I hope
given my piece on that. But at the same time,
post his IGLing attempt was like, oh, thank God I'm not IGLing anymore.
Yeah, I hated IGLing.
Nothing made me more anxious and sleepless and
then he's like,
and awful than IGLing.
3 weeks in VP. You know what? I think I could come back as an in-game leader. I think I need to come back as an in-game leader. All right, full eco, so Complexity are probably going to win this round. That's how that works.
The fake dink didn't help, right? Everyone kind of swings on the back of hearing that dink, but it was only for 20 damage, and so they don't get the kill they thought they would. You still have Elige floating around down here. Oh, God. There's one. USP going for even more. Norbert will get the better of them both.
Phew.
And so it looks to have been contained. Floppy, having life game, by the way, is still in the picture.
Yeah.
You just imagine how good Cole would be if Floppy did this every game.
True.
Oh my.
True. Oh my God. Why can't he just?
It'd be winning.
Yeah, just do that. Right. Easy.
And check out what he's gonna do. Oh. Jane with a quick turnaround, and so the USPs get brushed aside.
All right, 6 rounds of difference. Let's see if VP can play catch up, or if Complexity are destined to take their map pick smoothly on this CT side. It was a domineering first half Warps out for James. And Halzak as well. Wow. That's sick. I like that.
You got the tech.
That's a cool nade.
Well, the util might be more flashy that VP are throwing in, but the one that's done all the damage here is the nice simple stuff from Complexity.
Yeah, Floppy just bounced an HE over the B wood. Molly from the middle. It's VP the ramp control.
Initially, like, Complexity have been very, very worried about this being a B play. They've had 3 strong over towards that B side, but there's more great nades thrown in from Cole to capitalize on that dink from Elige, and that is going to start to put a bit of fear in Virtus Pro. They actually up and leave a good deal of the ramp control for a moment. Scared of a re-aggression perhaps in towards the top of the ramp. And that is still something that's on the cards for Complexity here, with a flashbang on JT and no other util to speak of. But for now, they'll just hold their ground back inside of the site. 30 seconds for Virtus Pro, leaving this one down to the wire. Elige boosted up, playing that headshot angle around the pole here. Going to be tricky to uproot him, and the molly misses. So Elige, even more freedom, but turning from the flashes. Him and JT both fall. It's Grim and Halzerg trying to reclaim lost ground here.
TikTok.
Gets away from Virtus Pro, so they're planting in the final few seconds. James just gets those numbers plugged in. Electronic levels the playing field, but only for a moment. Now he's got to fly solo.
Nice.
On to play around as he hops out over towards the short side. Now he's got to try and use time to his advantage. It's Complexity feeling the burn under the pressure. Grim is currently clearing top ramp, and Halzerg's there alongside him. Electronic hears this. He's going to instantly take this space back, calling their bluff. There's the side swipe, but Grim's going to turn on a dime and deal with him. And so Complexity, a nice, clean victory to open. They don't let VP break back into Vertigo.
when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are.
Well, Complexity got off to a cracking start here on Vertigo, but I wanted to look back and see how things were going for this team when it comes to them playing VP before. Didn't go so well on Dust 2 last time around. I spoke to TC about that when he just got off this win, and he said we made a lot of changes on our Dust 2. We've seen Elise and Johnny switch positions on the map. They're feeling a lot confident over it in terms of getting that win over Spirit and Eternal Fire, both in overtime. So let's see if they can crack it against Virtus Pro. But it's a lot of confidence coming out of the Complexity camp, Sam.
Thank you so much, Banks, for filling us in there. That's going to be a really interesting thing to touch on when we move to that Dust 2 selection. But of course now, let's focus in on Vertigo. 13-6 to Complexity. And to me, they just looked so much more confident.
Yeah, this is what we were, expecting. I was expecting, at least from Complexity, the fact that they played 2 best of 3s already. They know who they're going to be going up against. A VP who destroyed them. We saw the map pick coming in. I expected Vertigo to be the pick, but man, that T side was a masterclass of calling from JT, and more importantly, I said 2 players I needed to see step up. Elise, once again, was at his best, right? But Grim and Floppy playing lights out, and that's a Complexity that can take down a VP that convincingly.
There's 2 sides to the story for me. I agree with you. Complexity playing beautiful Counter-Strike, great pacing on the T side, especially the A-ramp control, with Elise was on a lockdown. Jame was trying with the AWP a couple of times to interfere a little bit, but couldn't really get it done. However, I think as much as I want to praise Complexity for playing good Counter-Strike, which they did, they played proper, good, solid Counter-Strike, VP made it so easy for them as well. It felt like Jame was the only one who had any purpose on that CT side, trying to obscure it a little bit. We saw Electronic try to get aggressive a couple of times, couldn't really get it going, and that brings us back to the conversation we had coming into the game. If Electronic is being brought into this team and he's not making the players around him better and he's not performing himself, then why on earth is he there in the first place? And I think we saw some glimpses of those issues that we were talking about in this specific game. Complexity, beautiful. For VP, another worrying performance.
Some of those examples where you felt like maybe the VP lineup was just looking super uncomfortable and not really communicating in the same way, allowing Complexity to be a little bit aggressive. Do we have any?
Yeah, we do. I mean, just bring this one up, right? Round number 6, I think, it's a good tell as to how Complexity we're kind of toying with VP, right? VP, so we're getting abused at ramp position, and let's just see what Complexity does here. Nothing too crazy. We're gonna have once more early ramp utility. JD's gonna be pushing on and running through the fire and flames, and he will get an opening kill onto Norbert. Now, I'm just going to pause for a second over here, and because of the panic setting in for the side of VP, look at the rotations going to be taking place on from the B bomb side. Everyone's rotating in. You can see players coming in from mid, from B, the 2 players still over at A, and meanwhile, you can't keep forgetting that for the side of Complexity, Floppy is still looking towards B, still locking it down. He's telling his teammates there's no one there. JT is going to continue to make a little bit of noise, throwing a bit of utility as well. Solo fake here. Meanwhile, Hallstroke's going to be joining up with Elige over towards the B bomb side with Floppy. Then they're not just going to walk on in, still clearing out the angles, using the utility, and now VP start to realize over here that, oh shit, guys, we've lost the side, we need to go for the retake, but they're so cool, so calm, so collected. The wall of smokes comes in, panic setting in. Electronic trying to take matters into his own hands, finds one. The trade is instant. Round's done. It's over right there.
Round is done. Do you know how to roll back the round a little bit? Because there's something I want to show you in the beginning of this clip, if possible. If not, then we'll just talk about it regardless. We can probably play it all over right here.
Yeah, there we
Look at you're bringing a great point right here. Look at how much control Complexity have over the map. If we stop it right here, we haven't even played more than 15 goddamn seconds of this round, and VP is nowhere to be found on the CT side. They have a ramp control, they have the opening kill. In just a couple of moments, if we play just 10 more seconds of this clip, you have B control as well. So VP is where on the map? In CT spawn, in middle, defending exactly what? That's what I talked about. No one from VP at any point was trying to interfere or do anything to disrupt the way Complexity were taking map control. So the playing conditions for Complexity on the T side was essentially that you have all the space in the world. You can do whatever you want, and for VP, you see it right here, centered around the middle of the map.
Clustered here with a minute, I'm going to highlight this here, a minute 30 seconds on the clock. And now I know this is a reaction coming in, and we're only highlighting one particular round here, but this was pretty much a story for the entirety of this game. I think there was only one round where Fame, he just said, screw it, I'm going in on the B bomb side, runs him with the AK, kills everyone.
Yeah.
That's when it felt like they just lost the plot, right? I'm just going to go and get a few kills here and there. But that's the problem. Again, we go back to what we said early on. Look at the names on this team. Flit, Fame, Jame, Electronic. Why aren't they able to outfrag these guys? The system has failed. Or at least has failed on this map.
Is this a calling problem? Is it a leadership problem? No one's really put a decisive, a set up going, you do this, this is how we're going to do this.
I also want to try to remain just a little bit calm. You know, it's one map, and Complexity did play incredible well on Vertigo as well. But yes, I do think VP have lost the plot a little bit. As we spoke about in the green room as well, you bring in Electronic, and if Electronic is making the players around him perform less good, or if Electronic is coming in and demanding space or demanding a new way of thinking Counter-Strike, which in itself is justified. Electronic is a fantastic capacity to sign to your team. If that makes everyone else plays worse, you know, then you got to figure out a way to either say to Electronic, listen, we tried to do it your way, we tried to incorporate you, you know, focusing on you, we have to go back to our old system. Because one of the things that we would always praise VP for was the synergy, the team play, the cohesion between the members, and that is nowhere to be found anymore. So yes, it's a bit of a worrying sign again. It's just map 1, but if we see the same thing transpire on Dust 2, I'm ready to hit the alarm button.
Hear me out though.
Go on.
There's 2 variables that have changed. We speak a lot about Electronic coming in, but this is also a team that has a whole new coach. A coach that's come in for a long time. They had a different coach. So, like, how do we know what variable is the cause for this?
We obviously we are not privy to all the inside workings of what's happening, right? We only have what we have in front of us to work with. So Zoma, the coach coming in from 9 Pandas. Sure. Obviously, with them taking a dash down means they're looking to press F5 and refresh how they're approaching things. And I agree with you, Pip. I'm not gonna necessarily smash alarm buttons yet. I want to see how they're gonna be in the T side on Dust 2. I think that's where whatever system they have in place, we can probably see the good signs of it when they control the pace of the game, control the pace of the rounds. Because here what Complexity was doing was incredibly good conditioning, mixing it up with fast plays and also some really good defaults. So you could see VP, they just weren't able to do whatever they maybe wanted to do on the CD side. Dust 2 T side, that's where I'm gonna be that's where I'm gonna lay my judgment, so to speak.
I don't want to add any more to this because I think you've said enough where the bottom line is the TLDR, if you like, is both of these gents on the desk are saying, hold on, let's just watch Dust 2. But if this goes the way of Complexity, especially considering what we've seen in the past from Virtus.pro on this map against them, then maybe there is cause for concern if you're a VP fan. We'll find out if that concern is going to be valid. But first, a quick break.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Complexity cruised through the first stage here at Cologne, and now they go up into what I would expect you guys wanted to be in, right? When you got through, I know it's a positive that you made it through the first stage. What was the mentality like? Was it more like, we should have done this, is what we expected?
Yeah, definitely was an expectation to make it to the next stage, but we know we were having some rough days at the beginning of the season, so we're just happy to get through, and we're sure we can get further and maybe make it to the playoffs and maybe even the final. We're feeling really confident now. We've been playing pretty well since the tournament started, so we want to just keep that going.
Okay, I like what I'm hearing a lot from this, but I wanted to touch on it, just the wins you've been able to get. How important do you think that's been just for the team's mentality and the morale?
It's been really good, especially that we haven't lost any maps yet, so I think the team's really happy right now with how we're playing, and we're just hoping we can just keep it going forward.
Now, what did you think when you got VP as your opening game? Because they are a familiar team for you.
No thoughts really. I think we have to play any team in the tournament just to get to the next stage. So I think didn't have any really specific thoughts. Just yeah, cool. It's Virtus Pro.
Are you going to try Vertigo against them this time?
Did we do the veto already? Yeah, I think we did the veto and we picked Vertigo, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
You guys are pretty good at it though. This will be time to get revenge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that with the Vertigo pick this time, that it's going to go better. And with the practice and review that we've had the last few practice days in the last tournament, I think it'll go well.
Nice. It sounded very positive in the Complexity camp. Let's see if they can get that win.
The dizzying heights of Vertigo proved to be too much for Virtus Pro, but will the Flatlands of Dust be where they find their revenge? If you want one good thing here, it's that it's a map that Orps can dominate on, and Jane was certainly outshining Halzerk in that department. So as VP head onto their map pick, they're looking for revenge over Complexity to drag us onto the third of Anubis, one of the staple maps in matchups between these two squads.
Yeah, Vertigo may have had too much complexity for VP, but I think this one will be a lot more simple. We'll see if VP can step up, as they often do on a map like Dust 2. I do enjoy how we have all of Complexity switched on, seemingly. We had big moments out of Grim, out of Floppy, and consistently from Elige. So let's see if they can bring that to the table here as well and try and take that 2-0. It's a pretty nice side of the bracket with Falcons and Mouse facing the winner of this game.
Yeah,
could be a lot worse.
Mouse on facing the winner of this game.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, you know, it's not... I think it's still one of the more comfortable sides of the bracket. Mouse could come in slow. It's a possibility. We'll have to see. So they play tomorrow. Coming out lower, VP into a double setup. We've got the Julies on Elige getting aggressive, and he finds one from it. All the nades are here. Flit just dies with every single grenade. Molly and Smoke gone. Fame will grab one of them, but was it really worth it? VP's game plan now ruptured by this aggressive setup of Complexity. And JT's gone back to the spawn. Oh, that's a despicable kill. And that's even more nades.
Yeah.
This could not be going worse for Virtus Pro right now. Individuals are crispy for Complexity.
Yeah, you bought 2 nades, 2 smokes. You've got to use precisely none of them so far.
That's not many.
And so as Fame moves in, oh, well, there's one of the smokes dropped in.
Get it, man. We're freestyling right now.
Yeah, they're just kind of doing whatever to try and grind away back into the round. They put the molly to good use at least.
Yeah.
That's a big kill to find. If Grim can't hold the line here, might be better served backing up. He feels comfortable because he's got that USP, trying to take the range fight, and his teammates are barreling up through the spawn. But Jane with the reply. Virtus Pro 2v4 as they look to move in on this round, and now it's just Jane, the one who kick-started it all, who's going to try and take it over the line. Armed with the P250. Will he let them pass? Grim runs him through. And so the pistol round is recovered from Complexity.
Glad to see Cole not overthink that one and drop the smoke on the bomb. I think that would have just added more chances to James. Hunting him down in a 2v1 is a far better play. They've got him boxed in a corner. That's a very uncomfortable spot for James to be in. Hey, nice try for VP. They make the most out of that very, you know, ruptured round, as I said, but Complexity still come through with a pistol. And we saw them really tested on this map against Eternal Fire in that play-in as well, that qualifying match. Ooh. So they've got the recent tape, they've got the experience, even if VP have the history on a map like Dust. It's treated them very well. Not so much recently, though.
Ooh, you're going into a little staggered fight here. You're going to have to flick on up to find Floppy, or maybe flick down to find JT. Let's find out which one they go for as Virtus Pro. Barrel on through. And looks like Flit's going to flick on up. And he deals with both of those players in the stacked setup. That's guns to be retrieved, a B site taken, and Complexity. They can't justify going for this.
Yeah, they know that VP are going to be fully armed, going to have re-smokes, re-mollies, 2 M4s. No thank you. We'll play next round. That's a awkward, but a very well-placed flash for VP. Just ends it. Not the cleanest M4 sprays we've ever seen.
Yeah, I see the idea behind that double setup, but I don't know.
Mean, without a flash, I think that goes very well for Cole.
Yeah, but if you're rushing being a force buy with no flash, it's like, I think any setup would honestly suffice.
I mean, if they go 2 for 2, it's very different. Yeah, there's a lot of damage. I like this setup. Nothing wrong with trying.
Just don't feel like it outdoes just a regular crossfire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Good shots for Flit. Beats the M4s to the punch. And hell, with the eco rounds we've seen Complexity already win on Vertigo. Don't count them out. A couple of well-placed shots here. Oh, missed smoke in mid. Elige will get lower. I don't think they have any idea he could be here. They feel like they've taken mid very quickly. This setup is only going to draw him in as well. Look, they have no idea they're on Xbox. Elige turns around, takes 2 with him before he falls in lower, but there's still a massacre in middle. Up short goes Norbert to a blistering pace. But no one can throw grenades in this round. Everyone is whiffing.
That's my goat.
He's just holding himself back.
Yeah, exactly. Tactically drop the molly on short.
I can't go any further.
Stem your own aggression. Because he's just that kind of guy where if he didn't slow himself down, maybe he goes too hard, too fast.
Self-control.
So Grim will be left saving this M4 as Virtus Pro make the right call to go into this empty B site.
Nice.
See, look, Nova just didn't want to quit. He's hunting even now. Bomb only just got planted. He was already out the window before the bomb was planted. And just short is calling to him. There's no Molotov this time, he says. Ah. No, wait.
You have to reload.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're hyping.
He can't quit, man. He can't, you know, the voices are winning when Norbert's played. The voices are winning.
The voices have a point. That's why there's so many of them.
Terrorists win.
Nice rounds for VP here, winning a force buy and then dealing with an aggressive elite setup again, who gets a double and lower. They're caught with nades out on short. That's ugly. So Complexity have got a full eco around this saved M4, giving VP some runway, perhaps, to take off on the T side. Yeah, VP have wasted a gun in T-spawn.
Yeah, someone should be selling.
Yeah. That's
and I'm surprised they didn't notice. That's the even wilder thing.
That's not a VP thing to do. They just wasted an AK.
And the bomb's in spawn too.
Well, they're going to go back and realize
that means they're very slow, but then when they go back to get the bomb, there's going to be an AK there.
Do you think Norbert tells James, or do you think he... Oh, wait. Did he sell? He wouldn't have time.
He had an A1S, bro.
Oh, okay.
Who's he selling that to?
Yeah. Damn. I bet he didn't tell James.
No, he didn't.
He doesn't want to get a slap on it.
He didn't tell him. He's just...
Hey, how'd you get an AK? No reason. Borrowed it.
Because also, you know, the messenger, as it were, has a tendency to get shot.
The best, yeah.
So
they had to make a whole saying just to stop it. When you have to make a saying to stop shooting the messenger, he was probably having a bad time.
I know, but physically just couldn't have bought the AK because he already
wasn't
had
his fault.
The A1. So it's like, but by saying it, suddenly he's accountable. Well, Grim's pushed all the way through the upper tons, but the rest of Virtus Pro have got their eyes set on this play over towards A. Flit just gets into position here, and Grim sees him, sure, but it's not the best fight. They lose control of the A site, and they get out of the round with an AK.
Just a save again, I think, here for Cole. They just lost A. Halzuk waiting for a regression on short. Maybe he gets an exit here, but VP don't have this control. They can just save towards long. If I know VP, they're going to keep their money in good standing. Apart from the wasted $3,000. Hello. Man, it must have sucked being a postman before that saying was invented.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine it would have done. Oh, here's the bad news. Oh. They figured out a way to combat it, and that's what it's all about. VP up in the lead at 3-1, but this is where the guns are coming through. Halzer getting to don that AWP. We didn't really have to say his name back on Vertigo. He was riding shotgun.
Yeah. They're holding lower, not mid, because think about how much Elige has been in lower in these 4 rounds of play. 50% of the time, Harry.
This is a standard long take for Complexity. They lob in the smoke, the molly at blue bin, the flashes getting tossed over from Halzerk.
This is great time.
And now he posts up.
He has no idea. He's holding mid right now. VP started sneaking on short, so actually there's no info. That mid-to-B smoke's a perfect fake. Halzerk, he's going to be aiming in the wrong place. Oh. They announce it at least. That allows him to reposition.
Oh, Ali's wrecked on that. First turn out from short from Flit, and Halzerk is blind, man. They destroy him with those flashbangs.
He didn't shoot. If he shot, he gets a kill. If he didn't want to reveal the orb's position, though. That's a lovely fake for VP. They just run cat as quick as they can, and then they start sneaking on the corner. So even though Cole go for a long take, which is pretty standard in the first proper full buy.
Yeah.
VP don't give them any noise. They throw mid to B, and everyone's kind of out of position.
Yeah, and that's very much by design. You know, it's not like some wild coincidence that that's how it pans out for Virtus Pro. They sat long at the start of the round after they watched the lower tunnels push, and when they're all sat aside at long, and you hear 3-4 flashes go off, molly at bin, smoke at the longhouse, you know that it is that triple long take. And so what does that mean? Well, concessions have been made elsewhere on the map. There's no info in middle. There's 3 strong over towards A, so that means they're not going to have this short control. You can spook them with a mid to B smoke. And that's exactly what VP did. They kind of manipulated that early info that they get from waiting at the long doors to piece together a round that just completely blindsides Complexity.
Yeah, lovely, cool. James has a decent long spawn with his AWP as well. So maybe we see him go for just a pick play.
I mean, buddy, it's not that.
It's better than his team.
Yeah, sure, okay.
Yeah.
If that's the metric for the long spawn.
It's like the 3rd best spawn for long. It's not a long spawn, I guess. Well, he's been holding lower anyway in some of these rounds. So given
now, if James goes peeking long,
good luck to him.
What would I do? I don't want to. No, I don't want to bet on this.
Do a handstand?
No, I couldn't do that. And the last time, I nearly said eat a shoe, but the last time that was promised wasn't delivered on.
Yeah, true.
It's basically like, wait.
Give up. He's going mid.
Shoes on the other foot now. Jay scoped up, tags floppy, crossing.
Crisp.
And so that AWP of Jame continues to find success here. He was kind of the one man offering up resistance back on Vertigo. Once again, standard long take for Complexity, but this time JT didn't start more B-leaning. He's played around this smoke. He's stopped any sort of funny business, and he would have been hearing little tidbits as time's gone on. Now he goes back to reinforce that B site. For now, Complexity largely give up middle.
Ooh, that's nice molly. Getting him off the angle and giving Flip that short control, or so he hoped. Halzog, don't know how he sees through the flames there. 5v4 for Complexity. The AWP goes back to a standard cross position, and Elige helps out in middle, so Cole are very comfortable in this round. Corridor smokes, it's been a while. Elige is going to fight ahead of them, though. He doesn't believe it.
This is a really good proactive move from Elige. He's now confirmed that it's not the mid to be, and the molly and util lobbed in from JT is helping out massively towards that end. When you stop Electronic coming through, you know you've won the mid fight, so Elige is suddenly freed up to start rotating back to assist in this A play. Halzog this time will nail one on the cross as well, so this is a far better look for Complexity. Elige even going to try his hand at the jump shot, but it's Halzog to continue doming them from long. And I meant the jump up, but here's Elige. He gets the spot on a Jame. Bomb's not planted and Jame is boxed in. He can hear them swarming all around him.
After
looking to remove this AWP.
They're coming in. After time,
you almost can't believe he's committed to the save here. He knows he's getting hunted. There's no surviving this for Jame.
No. You almost want him to just go swing.
Yeah, go fight someone.
He has
Get
the
them
money
to kill you.
He has the money either way, but it's this was excellent. Like 1v5 onshore, and they know you're there. No way Cole are letting that one go. Jame will still be able to AWP.
Nice.
Well done by Elige yet again. James been hitting this shot a lot, but not this round.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Elige made a super good move in that last round, and I hope we see more of that from him as he kind of is the guy leaning down towards mid and CT.
Ouch. They forced a molly out of B, so let's see if VP go back to this later in the round. Just trying to burn Floppy's util out. He's had to smoke as well. JT's got full belt on support. That's the first time VP have really put pressure on the B site. So it does scream that we should keep our eyes on it. Gonna go take Cat back. They know that AWP is probably here.
I think this setup works wonders if Halzog hits his shot, but he gets flashed off the angle, so they have to dismantle it.
That's fine. Electronic has some fancy grenades.
Yeah, you know, in a weird way, that drop down from Elige, he was playing the spot that your AWPers often play. That could lead them to believe that the AWP is the thing that's just dropped down into the spawn. Still, enough time has elapsed now that that AWP could have gotten anywhere.
It is the mid to B after all. JT's just tunneled back into the site and he can re-block the B. They drop into CT and Halzog, easy pick for him as VP come running and gunning.
JT through the doors. Gonna dispatch a Flit. The backstab's out through tunnels, but they haven't seen Floppy yet. They've got no idea that he's here, and even as they go to check for it, Norbert will turn around and deal with him. Halzog and Grim feel like they've got a point to prove here as they're amassing for this 2-on-3 retake of the B site. You wouldn't often look to give this a go, but if they get this first kill, that entices them in.
Oh, Norbert didn't help.
Goes toe-to-toe with Jame, lives to tell the story. Grim still embarking on this slow tunnels flank, but he's made a step now and Fame's heard him. Norbert watches the angle, Fame gets up, and so they're able to play off the back of one another here. There's no winning this for Grim anymore. So VP, they're trying to cause a bit of mischief over in middle. That seems to be the game plan here, whether it's faking it. They faked it a couple of times now. This time they run it for real. This is going to be a real test for the Elige JT combo, who are also often, there you go, that's the word, often going to be floating around that part of the map.
That's awkward for Floppy as well, just getting stuck in the smoke and finding no value from it. He hangs JT out to dry, and then he goes in the washer himself. VP, a well-placed B split, where even though Complexity try and hold on to util, it's not enough to stop. James calling they could be lower, watch out. And a break on the corner smoke. Oh, this is a nice play. Up cat, but at this point Cole know that yes, it is full-on control here for VP. They've got multiple players in this position. First time we've seen VP take this real estate, and at 5-2, it's a good sign. Everything's been going well. Let's see how this cross fares for VP. Missed the molly for Carr. It'll go back in for another one. They've got plenty to play with here, do Virtus Pro. And Cole has set up a wall of CTs to try and fight back. With no flash coming through, VP hesitate. Anti really begging Cole to come throw themselves at this long cross, and as the smoke gets blown, Electronics caught on it.
They sneak two into the site. They're still committed to playing contact here.
Oh, what?
Smokes fade, and so Floppy's given open season onto these players at ramp. It's a good chunk of damage done. JT's even got util to lob in here as they start to cross the last few players in.
Oh,
Floppy dead. There's that JMAWP firing off for a quick double over at the long side.
What?
Oh, Jame! Wall bangs out Grim. Good night, and now it's Halzerk's turn. We said the Dust 2 could be dominated by Orpers. They're showing that here in this very round. Halzerk trying to match the Jame 3-piece. With only 10 seconds remaining, Jame would have to be crossing already, and so he runs for the hills.
That's
3 kills deep, but he won't try out in the 1v2.
I want to see that lineup, though. I do want to see Jame hit that shot. They knew Grim was in the box. He already got a kill on the ramp player, but Jame just blind shoots him through the wall. Wow. And it's still not enough. 3 kills from the AWP captain of VP. And Cole just handled it perfectly. Breaking smokes. Using flashes very well. And Halzerk stops the one guy in the site.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened there for Virtus Pro.
They just kind of they slowed down too much. They had the util. They had the molly on short. They didn't play off of it. The bomb didn't make it in.
Like, because you might say, oh, you know, they could have been using, like, their flashes or whatever. I like the contact play when you have Jame down in the pit. I think it makes a lot of sense, but they never actually committed to the cross. And you can, yeah, I guess they were waiting for the smoke to get naded open.
They did it a few times, waiting. They were really hoping Cole would play more aggressive before the bomb crossed, right? Like, they were playing anti-flash setups on long. But then the nade timings on the cross smoke were uncomfortable. VP caught when the long smoke fades and they're just sitting on ramp. They definitely got stuck in the mud there. You know what happens when a donkey gets stuck in the mud. VP just going for a quick B split right now, but look at the setup for Cole. 3 CTs here. Halzerk AWPing mid doors. And we got a flash push for Elige, getting aggressive. Sees the AWP and the bomb. That's plenty of info. He could even block. Opts not to use his smoke. Not yet, at least, but it might need to come down here as VP still look to commit. Oh, this is...
Does he want to try and play between them? This is ballsy for Elige, and he opts out at the first chance. Spots Norbert moving through that smoke, and so that one delivered to Elige for free. Fame will make it out, but only briefly. Nice shot from Floppy. They tried to displace him with the Molotov. They at least forced him out of position, but he's still racking up all the kills in defensive B. Just Electronic left standing. Bomb away from him. 10 seconds left. This is not the recipe to a winning round. Complexity onto a 4th with 4 alive at the end of it. Some money made. And a stable B hold as they lean heavy over towards that side of the map.
They read that perfectly, right? Just putting the AWP pre-B with 3 players. Once they realize VP haven't got long spawns and taken long quick, they just think, yeah, VP are going to go back to what worked last time, which was this B crunch, where they ran up short and or rather ran up mid to B, and VP did the corridor smokes again, but Col just don't care. They just focus on that B tunnels because Elijah's already seen the bomb. So saved AK, surrounded by pistols here for VP. Oof. Already orbs even connecting damage.
This is around where Electronic's just going to have to try and freestyle a little bit. There's one flash on Norbert.
Lige the AWPer towards the B side. Oh, in the open as well.
Okay,
That's
the Glock just opened the round.
Yeah.
Halzerg's here to end it. 2 quick kills off that AWP.
Nice molly. No bomb plant. Not yet, at least. Norbert. Oh, don't uncrouch.
Now as well.
Do not uncrouch. Sure. They can give away a plant. VP would be hard-pressed to win this round. It's going to have to be on Norbert. James throwing himself into a fight. Elige stops him in his tracks, and Norbert caught on the cross. So Col have tied this game up out of nowhere. This was VP 4-1, 5-2. And now an even split nearing the end of the first half. Well recovered. They keep the double AWP as well. Elige just running around with the Tech 9. Terrifying sight.
Yeah, I mean, I think VP wouldn't mind trying to go back to at least putting some pressure over at long, but they've been a bit stifled by the spawns over the last few rounds.
True.
Electronic kind of has one, and he's like the one guy without a gun, so maybe, but I think you like it when Complexity are invested heavily at the start of rounds in taking long, because you get a lot of info that they're doing that, right? Even if you're not looking to fight it or even think about that side of the map, just hearing the flashes, the smoke, the util there, gives you a very clear picture of how the round is starting, and that kind of departure from these being the openers for Complexity has made it a lot harder for VP to read the early round. It's another one where it's just Floppy over at long alone. They throw one flash to get him off the angle.
Ooh.
There's Halzerg with the opener. Double cat setup for Complexity.
Yeah,
on the back of a double mid push as well. So you just encountered one of those AWPs.
Oh.
Now you hear Elige's rallying off from short.
On the player cams, he was tilted that he missed the shot. He's like, this could have been 5v3. He like really looked annoyed there. So, I mean, yeah, could have, should have, wasn't a 5v3. But now it is. Halzerg, he carries them in his backpack in this round. 12-4, Halzerg back for a third. Brutal on the Norwegian, looking to take every single kill in this round. You can't stop him from re-peaking, but he'll stop himself.
Yeah, I mean, they're never going to win this from even that first, like, well, the second kill, I guess, because the bomb's all the way back in T-spawn. 3v5, no bomb, having to go all the way back to grab it. While you don't have any long control. You see what that's done. Like, Flitz having to go so slow here. Grim is pushed up.
Nice position for Grim as well, and just not overdoing it. That's been this CT side for Col. They just haven't overdone it, you know? Oh wait. Nades out. Bye bye. And Grim cleans it up. Full house from him and Halzerg. And Complexity might just be winning this half. Wow, that's James. Poor James. He's holding short from suicide, and Halzerg goes for that boost. We saw it a couple rounds ago. This time it works. They've done their homework. They know what James likes to do. And that's without Elige even hitting his shot. But if he did, this would have been an even more brutal round, if you can imagine that, for VP. So, last of the half. And where did it all go wrong? Electronic needs to get back to this B-bomb site, but Elige is up close, trying to force a kill. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Ahead of the flashbang. But the moment he fires one shot, they're going to start trying to run them down, and Floppy can't withstand it, so Elige's AWP going to have to fly solo here. Dual Beretta's pulled. Can't finish the final man, but Elige has done all he had to and then some.
That was
They're in
clean.
the spawn. There's a minute, 10 seconds left on the round, and you're already getting flanked from Grim. This game has well and truly gotten away from Virtus Pro down the stretch as Complexity have a top fragging Halzerk and a Liege double AWP combo that VP now have to worry about. VP were hoping to be gifted a way back into this series with their map pick of Dust 2. And in spite of an initial good showing, now all they receive is call. 7-5 up. Complexity leading the charge. Liege and Halzerk as the front runners. After a T-side that quickly went awry.
Oh, it did. Crickets here for VP. Near the end of their first half, it goes absolutely silent. Tumbleweed bashing around the map. VP bring a bit of aggression to this pistol, but it's punished by Grim, who has been a dependable player in this series. 10-2. Found that back-breaking 1v3 over on Vertigo. Complexity with a smoke flash, going to run it up long. They have 2 here with the bomb, so might actually need to wait for some support as they come through lower. VP gamble B.
Yeah,
we've lost a player early. We need to make concessions, and they lose the rest of the map. Even James hangs around in spawn with the bomb crossing behind this smoke right before it fades. VP are going to find out the hard way. This pistol is not meant to be.
Yeah, you're just trying to dupe them into thinking that that's a fake A play. You throw the smoke out on the cross, you go super late, as you say, right as the smoke fades. And VP, who already lost a player pushing tunnels, just read into that it's the A fake with the B play. Because they never fought for that long control early. Out through mid.
Goats!
No, but lovely stuff. Will that reignite them in this pistol round?
Gotta go quick. The bomb's already half-ticked. They have no kit. The flashes are fantastic, and electronic slaughters too. But there simply is not time.
Yeah, JT winning that fight. Kit dropped over it short, and Jay mopped up, finished off. Pistol round for Complexity.
Yeah, the Kit's waiting there. I mean, sure, it's unrealistic retake anyway, but in a 2v2, he's not even trying, he's waiting. This was despicable. Just the mid-air.
It's always the bloody doors on Dust 2, man, with the crazy 180s.
True. Shout out to Hiko one time.
Inhuman reactions are expected when you're dealing with a GOAT.
Full eco here for VP as well. So Cole, get that one step closer. This is nice, doing this a little bit late. Cole actually won't know, but... Ooh. Even with a team flash, no problem. Bigger guns, better.
Yeah, JT just says, guys, leave me. Go win the round. I'll hold them off. It's that heroic final stand.
And they say, JT, you can't have all the ecos. Halzek won some too, 15 and 5. Grim's got 3 deaths in this game. Guys, we've played 15 rounds, 14 rounds. How? And this is it. It feels like, you know, there's a bit of breathing room here. It's better than that 9-3 with a pistol that Cole found on the previous map, but VP have got to start right here, right now. They've got a glass orb, they've got no kit. Triple long take. Cole say, fine, have it. We didn't want it anyway. Fake smoke goes out for Floppy. And Cole just control, holding upper and lower B. And waiting for VP to use every bit of util, which almost has transpired. 2 smokes and a molly left in the round. But B hit into James' orb.
Yeah, I mean, similar to what VP did in their first rifle round, like, Complexity got all the info there right off the top. They know that VP started heavy over towards that A site. They burned the util out thanks to that lurk smoke out through the long doors, and so right now you know there's 3 players leading over towards A, so why not go to the lesser defended side of the map? They're going to try and work this mid control with a Liege playing between the corridor smokes out here in middle. Meanwhile, pressure getting applied from JT over on the catwalk, designed to keep VP stacked up. Just the one and done from Elige, but it's at least the guy that was defending the B site with JT falling over in middle. The hope now rests on these 3 that Elige carved the path for into the B play.
No kit, no nades, and even with a man up, VP have got to be very, very careful here. Double tunnels as they wait for that door smoke to fade. Floppy crouched right now, and Grim's got to be calling these footsteps as well. They actually smoke car with a retrieved smoke. Floppy only going 1 for 1. Grim, he's got cover from the smoke, and he makes the most of it. 2 kills in an instant. Shot through it. VP find the round just in time. Or if he tucked in behind car, that would have been another clutch up for Grim. My goodness, that car smoke almost did him favors. Thin margins, Fame's 3-piece. I mean, look at this. VP just discombobulated. James getting shot in the back as Flit tucks in that mid-smoke. Despite VP's best efforts, they win the round.
Oh, James. Oh. Active on the AWP, tries peeking down into lower. That shot just rattles past Elise. That would have been a big name to remove that early in the game. Call once again coming for middle. The VP are very heavy over here in mid, and eventually they want to do something with these numbers. They try to cross Fame over towards the B side, and that allows James swinging out from the right-hand side to grab himself a freebie.
Again, this mid-smoke. This time Flit will play a little bit more aggressive. Taking some gunfights, kind of what I want to see VP to do in this series, and that's more like it for Electronic through the short smoke. VP taking the gloves off, bare knuckle. Oh my goodness. They'll have to deal with it. Another 2K from James on the AWP. Norbert saves a second for Flit as well. And VP edge ever closer to the Complexity scoreline. We've got a game after all, folks.
Call are running into that similar problem to Virtus Pro as well, and they haven't been gifted any good spawns to go for those fast long takes here. That's why we're seeing a lot of these rounds start off with that lower control, the attempt to kind of take space and fight for the mid battle. Two smokes, so enough to launch an A exec if they take Catwalk. And then try and barrel in with the Glocks and get yourself a bomb plant.
Yeah, just hoping the VP relent and pull back and play retake on A. Which they certainly could. It looks like Electronic wants to fight for this one.
Yeah, having him here is great. It just means like they're not getting the bomb plant. Or at least they shouldn't.
No, he's probably going to ace, to be honest, Harry.
I think Jane gets one. Oh, all right, no, Electronic ace. That's what it might have to be. Withstands the Glocks. And Electronic just one shy of it. And there's the one from Jane.
Called it. You called it. Right there for the taking. Glocks getting turned into mulch. Feed the flowers with this Complexity compost, but hoping this T-side smells a little better now that we have guns back out. Halzek Scout yet to do anything once the rifles have appeared.
They finally had a good spawn. The VP have heavily reinforced long. Out comes Floppy. One man down in the pit, one man on the corner.
Gosh.
That's a T-smoke. Is that a missed corner smoke by the looks of things?
Looks like it, yeah.
Not ideal. They thought they wouldn't have to worry about the long corner. They know the Norbert's down here in pit.
Wow.
Helped out with a flashbang, but still can't get the kill. So JT has reclaimed even odds. Meanwhile, Elige lurking out on the other side of the map. Halzerk and JT don't want to go too soon, as Elige might be a trick up their sleeve here. He could net them control over this B site. It's still going to be a lengthy rotate on JT.
It's a nice tuck. He's realizing he's probably lost the timing to peek CT and kill a player by surprise, but if he just holds out here, he can wait for JT to come support. Maybe they get a door smoke in and announce their presence, but Fame just has to be very careful not to walk into a lead right now with no information. This is dangerous. JT just going for the straight up duel. Smoke comes down. Fame realizing now, but it's too little too late. This should be a bomb plot for Complexity. Nice break. But AWP will not find the crossing player, and JT goes for the stick.
Yeah, FaZe shows good situational awareness there to not walk back into the B site any sooner, knowing that there were some gaps available. Now, they still don't know exactly where Elige is, but with JT having rotated over, they know he's somewhere at this B site. JT's the only man who's ever been spotted in the round, and he gets out with one, but it's an instant trade for FaZe, who starts that off not playing into Elige's hand in defense of the B site and ends it with a retake through the tunnels. It was a very smart round from FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe's saving the game right now. A couple of very important rounds. Nice pit flashes. Norba gets set up very well by James, does his job. Just some balls dropped by Complexity. The missed long smoke. There was a team flash in there. Getting some ugly rounds on this T side. And so a pause will come through because VP are picking up steam. Slow and steady. Chug, chug, chugging along back to the finish line. It's Anubis as a third. That's when this series gets even scarier. Complexity don't want to find out what that map's got in store.
Trying to check over the notes for Complexity.
Okay, they keep some money.
And VP Locomotive finally consuming some coal.
Nice.
Lean over towards the B site early. Just a B pop on the cards here, as they don't have real estate anywhere else. JT is trying to give the illusion, yeah, we're fighting for mid through lower tunnels, but the boost from James will confirm that that is not the case. And so these players at B are bracing for impact right now. And that is really not a bad way for this to start. Fame tucked in, it's going to be tricky to uproot him here. So if Flit is able to draw some attention away, lend a helping hand, it gets that much easier for Fame, who makes quick work of these pistols. The Elige Galil only just enters the fray, and it's snuffed out immediately.
Fame's been really solid on this CT side, right? Like, the numbers aren't huge, but he's had come up with a couple of 2 and 3Ks that have put VP in very favorable positions, anchoring B from a nice spot there, and just spraying them down as they enter through the smoke. So VP take the lead now in this game for the first time since, the first 5 rounds.
I think the thing, that's really important for your B anchor is they don't have to make plays. They don't have to go hog wild. You just need them to minimize all mistakes. And I feel like Fame's very much embodied that here.
It's about time we see a quick long take for Complexity, and it works wonders. Grim living on a prayer right now, tucked in behind blue, but they all rotate back. Oh, Elige had a chance. Double molly, flash. That will cool it off. James going to try and re-peek on this short play.
These players on short heard VP scrambling through the spawn. I think you'd be crazy not to try the mid to B right now.
Yeah.
Elige continues putting the pressure on, but the rest of Complexity have their eyes set on this B bomb site, and they have a very good indication that VP completely up and left it at the start of that round.
Yeah, I guess they thought there was more than meets the eye on that long push, right? More than just one player picking and tucking in. VP just scrambled the jets. But it's Cole who touched down that bomb on the B bomb site. Oh, no, but knife out. Gonna get caught by Elige. That's an annoying place to die. And that will guarantee a save here for VP. Out of position and outnumbered. Complexity. Bit of a mistake from VP more than anything. It was a great reaction call from JT, but as you said, VP making it very clear what they were up to.
But I mean, that's the sort of pressure that comes with being able to play off the back of a long spawn for a change, right? Kind of similar to what we saw from VP in the first half. You didn't get them a lot, so you really struggled to exert a whole lot of early pressure.
Huge entry from Grim. He was a bit of a important piece of Complexity's Dust 2 against Eternal Fire in that overtime game they won. Had a very, very strong performance, so No time like now to show up. Hauser had an orb spawn long, but didn't take it. And they use a nade to cross with 2 players making it over. Safe call for Complexity. Nice grenade for Electronic. It's Flit in middle with CT smoke down. They're going to just boost up into the spawn. Leave Flit here for later.
Yeah, I think long run, Cologne are going to be happy they didn't try anything with that long spawn. It would have been like 3rd best, and James was the one who got the long spawn at the start of this round, so he would have beat Hauser to the punch there. After having the AWP kind of scope out the area on the long side, Norbert has gone and played behind the doors, and so Cole want to try and take long late while the rest of their team fake this mid hit. Norbert is in a good spot to get 1.
If not both. This is uncommon to hard clear, and
Elige is making one hell of a move right now.
Check this though, Norbert, easy kill, and James actually got the AWP pick as well. Dropping off the box is information, but they know the AWP is long. James, careful. Scope, double scoped on Cat. Elige could just crawl up closer. He's betting, gambling that he won't. As JT finds a 1-for-1, that corner smoke might even allow a bomb plant right now. Elige is fragging out. There's 30 seconds. They've pulled the plug, the exit route as they escape from the claws of VP. No business winning that round, but Elige and JT hog wild.
Elige makes one hell of a play pushing through that CT smoke. When you see the position that him and JT get left in, when you see the real estate that they're left with, you think it's a done deal. It's this real fancy footwork from Elige, some keen shots, and his captain there alongside him, putting up numbers every step of the way.
Dropping into spawn as well. It felt like JT was about to commit to A. They got the kill to require it, but then Elige just turns around and drops the B anchor on ramp. How the hell does Elige win that round? I cannot tell you. But that sneak through the CT smoke absolutely pays off. 3v5 back for Complexity. And that
could be the round that's just decided the entire series. The implications of that can be very far-reaching here. That was not a round that Complexity were ever supposed to win. Those are the moments where you expect your stars, someone like Elige, to stand and deliver, and he does that in spades. Elige may have just helped Complexity lock in a 2-0 opening to their group stage run. They've got a weak buy from Virtus Pro left to beat. It does feature the AWP, but it's strapped for Util. It's a little more desperate, and if VP lose this, Complexity will be winning the series.
VP know the pressure, that's why they're making plays, pushed up, and this smoke gives away JT's position. Electronic doesn't jump it. He goes round. Does JT, has he read this is a possibility? Checking T-Spawn. No way! The captain of Complexity comes up with a 5v4, an unsuspected Electronic in the opponent's spawn. And that changes everything. Complexity may have long, they don't have to commit to it. They can reset, they can go back to B. They can pull the wall over VP's eyes, who are stuck, cemented in place on A. But for how long? And as I say that, they pull back, and Cole will begin to cross with the bomb into the A site. James got to hit something here.
Cologne being discreet about this. They're noisy, they're throwing flashes, so VP bring everyone over. But this is very much VP's last hurrah. If they fall short here, there's nothing left. Oh, it's the tag from Norbert.
Line up.
If he gets away with an extra kill there, maybe they justify going for it, but instead, it's the save. Vertus Pro, this is all they're going to bring with them to fight against match in series point here. Complexity. And JT, a match made in heaven. Him and Elige offer up that prior round where it's just the two of them battling back against the full 5 from Virtus Pro. And now here, JT reads the top mid push, opens the round 5v4, and they commit into that A hit, and they do so loudly, they do so proudly, they do not try to maintain a degree of secrecy about it. They've got full faith that with the util and playing together that they will get this one over the line. And they are just 5 kills away from accomplishing that goal on the map. that VP destroyed them on.
Yes.
Back at the EWC.
And with Anubis as well as a third avoided, another map that VP took confidently. I mean, the margins in this game are so tight in these last 2 rounds. If Norbert has an M4 there, I think he kills 3 people. He lined up a double. He does significant damage, but the FAMAS lets him down. A quick turn back from Complexity. And this has been happening all game.
How's this happen though? That's a bloody orb. James gone back for it.
He took it. And Cole had just got to be feeling invincible right now as Halzerg even head-to-heads James and drops him in middle. This game is a disastrous way to crumble for VP in an unlikely fashion, in a way that we don't see often.
That's madness.
Yeah.
He's late to mid with the AWP, so he dies to Halzerg. But on top of that, there's now a FAMAS dropped in spawn versus the extra util that James could have had. James playing an MP9 instead of having a rifle, which would have been dropped in CT spawn.
This is the last team you expect to make economical mistakes. Well, that's the second time in this map alone. Norbert is a great position, but there's no way he gets out with more than one, right? They should trade this kill as soon as they spot it. Tight spacing. Grim doesn't look, but Halzerg will with the AWP. And that's all the info for VP, but that's not saved them before. Elige can't afford to go through this smoke as that drop comes in for Flit. It's all by design. Electronic switches. Flit will save him. Smoke still comes down. VP have a shot.
Yeah, Flit and Electronic might have to go very big in this moment. They're the ones teed up for that immediate piece of defense. Fame's even grabbed that AWP, but
Smoke's too deep.
Flit looking to make a move, looking to make a play. Desperate times, calling for desperate measures. He's ready to come through this CT smoke, and so as Fame pulls the attention away, Complexity, they're running out of time. Floppy and Halzerg left up in this 2-on-3. Missed shot from the AW, and Floppy is boxed in. They're running right up behind him. Flit finally pulls the trigger on that smoke push. And so VP might go a man down. They might have woes with the buy back in spawn, but they make up for it. And it's this interplay between Flit, Fame, and Electronic that help get that over the line.
As soon as you're ready to write them off, they do that, right? But it's anything but safe here for Virtus Pro. Anything but confident. And just quickly going back to the economical issues, it's like, you leave the FAMAS and you overbuy. That's it. Now that VP win, they even have less money as well. Like these have far-reaching consequences. Lack of helmets, lack of kits, lack of nades. These all matter in the long run. Even after 1 round, we have concessions. So VP fighting on multiple fronts and trying to make this an overtime affair. Complexity looking to 2-0 this series. This is the round to make it so.
Yeah, that last one's a bit of a gut punch for Complexity. If they're able to bounce back now, it's even more credit to them because they know that last round was the easy chance they had to win this game. Now they really have to earn it. Up against the full buy, no man advantage off the rip. And with the backstab out in middle from Flit and Electronic, it's those same names from the last round working in tandem again.
Had your 2 dependable players removed from the piece as Electronic comes through. 2 fingers to the sky. He'll take 3 kills, leaving just JT. I've seen a JT 1v5, but not on this odds. 1v5 begun onto Jane, but they can swing together in middle, and Fame comes to close it. Virtus Pro hang on for dear life into overtime.
Certainly not pretty, but they've managed to long it out, and this round was very well handled from Virtus Pro. And amidst some of the weird moments, you still get that glimmers of the VP, you still get those glimmers from guys like Electronic, and it looks like he is now hitting the point in the series where he's going to try and be a driving force. He's going to try be involved early, he's going to take some risks, make some moves. Flit tagged on the cross, it's less than ideal, but you're just glad it's not the kill at this point.
Yeah. And Halzerg has no idea he's done that either, through the nade and the wood.
And where guys like Electronic look like they're ready to take more risks and up the pace, Complexity really slow it down here into the first of OT. They don't want to be left with that feeling that they were so close They were really in the position that was supposed to win them the game. And then it ends up getting away from them. And then you're throwing on to that third map, one that hasn't felt safe between these two teams. In Anubis. It's a short control taken for Complexity. Not much of a skirmish yet across the map. There's a lot of respect shown from both sides. But that will be about to change as Electronic and Flit have once again built up this kind of two-man A-hold, ready to try and play off the back of each other. Electronic takes contact. He's got some support from Norbert, and he might end up needing that. Flit's teeing up the flash. But it looks like they want to bait for Flit. He was going to flash there, but it looks like the calls come in. Don't throw it. Norbert is taking the attention away. Will they be ready for a triple A-site hold? Because this is not often how you approach this A-site on the defense. Careful. With Norbert dead, it's just Flit left standing. This is what they've been building to across the entire round. He's low from that tag earlier, and Halzerk will finish the job he started right off the top of the round.
Not just how Elige won that 3v5 by coming out through mid and backstabbing two players. Floppy's just done it as well. That's huge. And you could tell Flit's feeling the pressure. The fact that he goes for that kill, he should not go for that kill. He should hold his shot and look for more, because you're not going to win it off of a reswing on 20 health. Catches Elige trying to plant the bomb. That, to be honest, that's a 2-kill play for Flit that he jumps on.
Especially when you know Floppy's middle. So you know you have a 1v2. You know they're both in that site with you.
Sure, he dinked Hauser. He almost got it, but that feels like just you're feeling the pressure.
Yeah. You're taking the safe kill instead of the play that can win you the round.
Surprising. There's no way Cole should ever be clearing that. So feels like a wasted opportunity for Flit. Not had a great series. There is still time to save it, to long it out in classic VP fashion, right when you're ready to count them out.
More examples, though, of Electronic wanting to be a real driving force in this comeback. He's asking to get teed up over here on Catwalk, tries his hand at that initial fight, clashes with Elige. It's kind of the two big names going blow for blow right off the top, and Elige comes out looking all the better for it. James been floating around here for a moment now and will at least get that trade onto Elige, dealing with a serious problem over towards short. Ooh. But he's still running this risk of getting boxed in. Him and Norbert have got to have clear comms. They've got to know who's responsible for what here, because they're getting crunched onto from long and short. James tries to run out of the danger zone, out of the firing line. But with JT taking all this space, bomb thrown across Complexity, they've at least got themselves a bomb plant here.
Oh, such a safe plant. They're terrified right now. They don't know where VP are coming from. It's double crept up onto CT as James attempts a massive flank around the map. Halzerk scoped, looked away. And James has a bit of a window, a bit of room to gain some space. They see a barrel. Can Floppy find this crucial kill as they hunt the spawn? The backstab reveals its position, and JT is left in another clutch, a 1v3, but with a clock on his side, anything's possible.
JT is the captain. He's kept them in a few of these rounds, but this is one too many. Well handled from Virtus Pro. The rifles taking contact first on their push up through CT. Only obscures the flank from James further. You were not expecting that. Last place you saw him was on that fight over at the catwalk, and so when he appears behind you, nothing's off the table at that point.
Big flank. VP trusting in the time once again, often on their side. And trading rounds in this overtime.
Over towards long, eh? James here, this time the corner smoke lands. And look at him, pushing right up to them. He's got support from Norbert.
That's a shaky call for Cole to delay pop long like that. Two players jumping through a smoke with the bomb.
I mean, yeah, we've centered a lot of the conversation here about the spawns that have been presented to both teams on their T side, and that is why the kind of delayed long take never feels very good. You don't enjoy going for it.
Not only do the CTs have the room to take position like such, but The util's down, the smoke blocking you. This is a 3v5, but Halzer's found a trapped Flit, and he fires off twice through the smoke. Grimcore in spawn. This time, the big flank for Electronic pays off, but he makes a drop, and Halzer hears that.
When you see Electronic here, you want to go hunting for this 1v1. You have two players that can try and dictate this fight onto Electronic, and so you're hoping you can uproot him and then look to approach the rest of the round. Halzerg manages it. 3 kills as Halzerg is trying to bring Complexity back to the forefront of the conversation.
They're going to win this round with nades. They've got smoke, molly, flash. VP can just stall this one out as James hits another shot. A trade to the rifle. There's simply no time. JT, another clutch that is too far. Surely a shot connects that he'll never know, because VP can just disappear with this smoke up.
He's got to go through and fight. He's got to win this to kills. Norbert's already running away. Norbert has been told, get the hell out of here, play the long game. He moves through onto James, 10 seconds, but he has to find Norbert. And as Norbert tucks in at Gandalf, there's no chance for JT. He won't be able to get that bomb down in time.
Oh, and he saw him on the way down. My goodness. That is a thin margin, a nice tuck for Norbert yet again, but I mean, let's be real, an absolute calamity of a round for Complexity. If they don't send the bomb out there, Harry, that's a completely different situation. They can afford to lose 2 players early and still try and mid-round it. That round's decided for them. Here we go. VP with a lead.
I mean, you just haven't seen VP approach long like that. You know, Complexity's defense there, you're expecting it to be someone edging around the smoke over towards long and maybe a player down in the pit. And so you're thinking you can at least brute force out through the long doors. When you see the positions that James and Norbert decided to take, it does spell disaster for that round, but that is an unorthodox way that they took to approaching long off the rip. They were very much ready for the delayed long take.
Well, now
now the CT side, where Complexity had to kind of grind their way back into this game. They put up a good CT showing all in all, considering it started 5-2 against them. But they've got to replicate that here and now, or else Anubis, that promised third, still awaits them.
Oh my goodness, Halzerg trying to be the hero. But a missed shot. He's now realizing he's boxed out in middle. James got that cover. Halzerg tries to escape, but the jump actually makes him eat the shot. Either way, living to tell the tale in a round with double AWPs again. Elige made it work in regulation. That final B pop for VP, where Elige posted close with Floppy, was able to get multiple kills on the AWP. We're going to need something similar. That's a burnt molly on the right side. At least gives Elige a bit more freedom, but VP are going to announce this B hit. Ooh, make up your mind, fellas. That will stop everything. VP knows they still have the window of the mid smokes down.
Yeah, but it's awkward. The smoke in tunnels was thrown after the smokes in mid, so by the time VP would be able to hit the B site, Complexity will be figuring out that mid is not a factor.
It's still 4v1 for the moment, though. Elige is going to have to pivot in the window and just hope that there's no one lurking mid.
They just cleared it.
The timing.
They just cleared middle, and so Elige will be here in time on that AWP. There's the interplay. Him and Floppy pounce off the back of each other. Bomb out in no man's land. Virtus Pro down to 2. It's Electronic and it's James.
Such a heads-up play for Elige to get back into the site with seconds to spare. He needs another shot at least. Anchoring in B against Electronic, stopping him through the smoke, and James goes back for spawn, but this is consolation kills with seconds to spare. Complexity hold on to that B push.
No, that is a kicker of a round for Virtus Pro. That is one that strikes to your very core, because you know it's doomed before you even do it. You are relying on a big multi-kill. The fact that Complexity had held onto a smoke that long into the round is essentially what ends up winning it for them. VP have already expended their mid-util. They've already done the part of the round that's meant to displace Complexity as they get re-smoked in tunnel. And their decision to respect that is one that they're kind of forced to do. And so by then, the mid-smokes fade, and that's why Elige is there in time on the AWP. He knows it's not mid anymore.
Yeah, funnily enough, if they pop through that B-smoke, they have their best bet, because it's only one player. But it's too much randomness for VP. It's too much out of their control. Elige channeling that Halzerk play from last round, but at 25 kills, feels invincible. Halzerk's on Cat as well. His double AWP has delivered for Cole, no doubt. VP don't even have that short control. It's James holding the reaggress. Surely they have a flash here for Halzerk, but he just gets back around the corner in time, able to drop off. Missed shot, but no punishment other than position gain for VP. VP just playing very grouped on these T sides. 4 or 5 players just going for explodes together. Gonna have that corner smoke down. As Halzerk has to make a choice, a big one here. He chooses to live and die by the fight, aggressing with the AWP on the short side, and it's gonna cost him.
JT flashed off the angles to Grim is that next point of contact as they try to chase Grim down at the spawn. That's where JT was trying to lend a helping hand. Clean tap from the captain.
Gotta give
in the 3-on-3, he'll gladly give them the space all of a sudden. He's going to wait for his teammates to move in through CT, through short. Floppy might be known about because he gets a kill here earlier on. But it doesn't mean this isn't a potent position regardless. He's got 2 kills out there that he's going to look to try and siphon from the ranks of Virtus Pro. Elige makes his presence known over at ramp, and there's Floppy getting involved. Boxed in, It's just Electronic. Now he's low on health, but it's this headshot angle. Floppy needs to hit this. It's all Electronic. Fighting Spark put back in Virtus Pro as he offers up the clutch.
What a sick reaction for VP, realizing that like Floppy's behind this smoke and he's buying so much time. Even though the smoke is up to our betterment, right now Complexity are closing the net. They are getting closer and closer, tighter and tighter round VP's neck. They decide to re-aggress, to fight long together, and that gives them the position to win the round. Electronic does it. VP map point trying to take us to a third. And they might just get us there.
He's not been problematic over here at B, but in the last of the first overtime, he gets caught on a wide swing, or a jiggle rather, to James AWP.
Punished.
Flitz shuts down the attempted aggression in through lower, and right now, if you're Virtus Pro, you know the CT ranks in disarray. You don't have to commit to this. You can sit on your laurels. You can wait. Complexity, just keep feeding them.
Any more? Ooh, yeah, for the best. JT could have naded him, but I don't think...
It's got to be Grim.
I don't think it will be. James just walked through his
not
own
expecting
B smoke.
Never mind, back to B.
And back to Anubis. Because Virtus Pro, right when you're ready to write this team off, they shake off the dust and the ring rust and drag us to a 3-map series.
If you're an NA fan or you're a Complexity fan or hell, even if you're floppy, if VP closes this out on Anubis, there is no doubt in my mind that those overtime rounds are going to be living rent-free in your brain for a very long time. This was Complexity's map to lose, and then they lost it.
Yeah, they kind of did. You know, it had many facets. I'd say this does too. It was a great game of Counter-Strike, very competitive. You know, you could feel it down here. Me and Blair standing behind Complexity watching, you know, very tense, emotional game. But you're right on, Sam. You know, your Complexity, you're up 12-10. You have a weak buy, a force buy obviously coming in from VP. They bring all they got, and somehow they find a way to crumble once more. And I don't really want to attest that to Complexity, more so again to VP. We talk about them having an identity crisis. We talk about them not really figuring out who they are, what they are, and what they're supposed to do. But one thing that will never change is VP playing right now.
That was, I feel like T-side especially was quintessential James VP, right? Now listen, I'm not necessarily saying the new VP is better or the older VP, but what we saw on the server was the James VP. It was slow, it was methodical, it was calculated. You could see for Complexity, especially in overtime, the CT side, they were scrambling for information, listen to the comms as well. They were just starved of info.
Almost bored to a point, you know?
Yeah, I'm just almost falling asleep at the wheel seemingly at times, but at the end of the day, the VP, when they strike super fast. That 3v3 post plan on that A bomb side, where all three players were tucked into the side, and somehow a 1v3 magical round getting pulled off right there. That's gonna haunt call if Anubis doesn't go their way.
Without a doubt. Let's go all the way back to the beginning of this map, specifically when we had VP on the T side. I mean, Blair, you did bring this up. You wanted to see what that T side calling was going to look like right at the start.
Yeah.
What did you think?
I think it's only fair that we jump into
we just jump on it right
round
here.
7 and round 6 right here. We have it on the Telestrator as well, and it's the ability from VP to bleed out the opponents. If we play out the clip, again, you can see Complexity in most of these rounds were able to find the opening kill. They're able to shut down the initial push coming out from VP. Here we see a mid go. It's going to end up in a B split, a classic one. You've seen it before. Smokes towards CT spawn. They're coming out. Complexity actually in a decent position to deal with it. The first couple of duels are going the way of Complexity. Halturk finning the first player. I believe Floppy's getting the second kill on towards Flit right here. Essentially, if you were to stop it right here, I know it's easier said than done, but you have a 5v3. Naturally, Floppy will go down. That's fair enough. And then you have, not Floppy, sorry, JT. Then you have Floppy hiding in this position. Unfortunately, a little bit too passive, not able to get a kill. And that's what VP is doing. Despite going down 2-man, they bleed out their opponent and they make it so incredible tough for Complexity to fight their way back into the round. It does become a 2v2, but VP will end up winning the round, and it's a natural cause of them bleeding out their opponent.
And one thing I really like in that round from VP is, you know, when you're a CT stuck on a B bomb site on an island, the usual call you want to go for before we resume the next round is what you want to do is, you know, either push for tunnels control or push out towards mid, right? And the tunnels player did using the lurk smoke, keeping Floppy at base. So Floppy was caught kind of in no man's land. I wish he'd committed to something right there, but that's how it plays out. And then, of course, we have the next round. Another grind out round. Just some mind games coming in from VP.
It is a mind grinder. Again, we have VP with long control. You see it right here.
All 5, by the way.
All 5 players, and Complexity are well aware of what's going on. And I can tell you this, Complexity will win the round, but they have to fight for it so goddamn hard. And that's essentially what we're speaking about, Blaine, when we're standing behind them as well.
I'm just going to pause for a second, because that was a minute and 25 seconds when they had long control. Now they're creeping up. And keep an eye on the clock. Just keep an eye on the clock. Carry on.
The clock. Yeah, it's going to be a long round. That's the issue, right? Because it's going to take so long. VP waiting and waiting. They know they're going to blow up the smokes. There's going to be counter utility coming in right here. Another blowed up smoke. Elise finds electronic. Again, you think to yourself for Complexity, you have 4 players, right? You have 4 players for Complexity right now in position. There's 3 guys in this area. You have 1 guy in towards CT spawn. Essentially, you'd say this round is over. But VP will find a way to make you work for it. And it's so goddamn stressful. It doesn't really matter who's going to win this round. It will be Complexity. That's not the point I'm going to make right here. But every single round you're playing against VP, especially on a map like Dust 2 on the T side, you have to work for it. You have to grind for it. You have to communicate. And I think at the end of the day, for Complexity, we're standing behind them. They ran out of steam. They ran out of energy. They ran out of solutions. Again, VP finding their way back to this. All of a sudden, it's a 3v2 with 20 seconds left. It took them 45 seconds to move from long up until the bomb site.
And they did nothing.
That's just a VP classic.
And that is so funny to me, because they did nothing else. There was no pressure towards mid. There was no pressure towards B. Complexity knew for a fact, because they had, I believe they had a player towards mid at Liege. They're just pointing out, oh, guys, there's no one in tunnels. There's no one coming up mid. It has to be A. And VP take the entirety of the round to creep their way up A. And in the end, it did come down to some shots being hit by Complexity. And that's the thing. Even if when you win the round, it feels like a Pyrrhic victory. It sucks, because you're like, holy hell, we got to do that again.
We're going to Anubis now.
Yeah.
I feel like, this is my thing, I feel like Complexity has been a little bit tired out, if you like, because they started off on Vertigo looking so strong. They came into Dust 2 and I thought, holy hell, they're going to 2-0 this. And then Virtus Pro, it's like James has like a little chisel and he just knocks at you, and suddenly you crumble. Do they crumble on Anubis?
I don't think so.
It's hard to say. I don't think so either. I think Complexity, they're playing better. You know, as I said, you know, the beginning of the season, Esports World Cup, horrible. The beginning at Blast in the group stage, absolutely abysmal, losing to Heroic, playing with their coach as a stand-in. But it's getting better and better and better. And they've been playing so many games already. A lot in Copenhagen, a lot here already. I do feel and I do think Complexity right now is in a better state of mind than they've been in a long time. And I'm not impressed by VP. I know they have this identity where they can grind out games, but I'm not really impressed.
I feel like for just to like kind of put a ribbon on what I expect from Anubis would be, look, I really like Calt's T-sides. I think the way they're moving around the map and everything works out fine. Anubis, we saw a couple of pretty close games. They played in a group stage as well. They look pretty good. The CT side, I know Anubis CT side super hard. We know how it can be, and VP going to bleed out a utility like they did here on Dust 2. They're going to bleed you out. They're going to fake you out, trying to catch you in rotation, out of position, and that is something when I start worrying a little bit. I'm looking at someone like Floppy and Grim, who so far have been phenomenal today, right? But Anubis is a map where you make a little bit of a slip-up playing towards A as an anchor or whatnot. You lose a side, retakes can be so hard to take place, right? So I feel like for Complexity, the CT side, when you start off that half, start off aggressively. Start dictating the pace, how you did it on Vertigo. If you play too safe, I think VP is just going to slowly choke you out.
There's only one player that I would fear if I were Complexity, and that's Electronic. Yeah, he's not had a great tournament so far. He's not had a great time in VP. There's been occasional moments where he's been playing well, but if there's a player that can dictate a game with the rifle T-side Anubis, it's Electronic. We even saw it in Cloud9. When Cloud9 was not working out, at least the Anubis was somewhat decent when Electronic was playing well. So I really hope that they're trying to set him up to be annoying, and then I think it's going to be one of those battles between Elise and Electronic. CT side, you said it for Complexity, Elise will fight and fight and fight in middle. He's never giving up that area. He's constantly aggressive, constantly willing to fight, and the same could be said for Electronic. So those two are going to bang heads, and whoever's having the better game of Elise and Electronic could very well be the underwinning team as well.
It's going to come down to Anubis. First game here on the IEM Cologne B stream, and it has been a cracker. Final map decider is on the way. Who will take it, Virtus Pro or Complexity?
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
After a slow start, Virtus Pro are back in fighting form. They successfully turn around a 10-12 game on Dust 2 to bring us into a third. Anubis locked and loaded, ready to go. Complexity seeming like the spirits are good, smiles all round. Glad they're not coming into this feeling deflated, knowing that they had a real chance to have closed this game out back on that previous map.
Yeah, it's hard to brush that one off. It's just so VP. It's so classic VP to still be in this game when it felt like they were done multiple times along the way. Absolutely blown out of map 1 and clutching up an overtime affair on map 2. Let's go to Anubis, an unfrequent map for Virtus Pro, one that Cole have the tape on and even pick CT side after winning the knife round. Actually, pretty decent CT side stats for Cole. So let's see if they can put their money where their mouth is and close this series like you could argue they should have already. Elige has had a monstrous series across both maps. On the other side, it's been the Jame Fame duo. Looking lights out. But more of a team effort for VP across the board. Halzerk spotting from heaven here. They come exploding in. Well-placed flash, and he is stun-locked in the open, taking that fight. Fame taking space, and that might just be the pistol packaged nicely.
Having the follow-up aggression out towards Elige. They bring him down low. They scare him away from the retake. And so as Floppy looks to move through here, I mean, he should be dead. Manages to get past Flit.
Careful.
Oh my God. This one's come down to the wire. There isn't a kit. So JT, in the dying embers of this one, it won't be a round he can put up for Complexity. Virtus Pro secure themselves a pistol. They've not won many of those across this series. Just the one, and even then, they couldn't convert upon it. So let's see if it's a different tune this time on the T side of Anubis.
Yeah, forcing is expected. Nice pistol for Fame. Double scout out for Cole. Elige becoming a bit of a sniper these days.
I mean, Elige just wants to be able to do everything better than everyone.
Look, Halzerk, this is how you do it.
Oh dear. Time to start learning Norwegian, buddy. It's another shot sailing past Virtus Pro. Halzerk on the board.
Oh.
Halzerk on the board, even more so. Quick double.
Oh, Elige, this is how you do it.
Oh, it's just the tag.
If only.
Bomb dropped back outside of B, but they're going to grab that when you deal with the triple B push. You've heard Elige's scout fire off earlier on over towards this this B site. You feel like A should be ripe for the taking.
Drop me up, Jonathan Jablonowski. Butchered that one a little bit, but hey, they're coming his way.
They are.
2 of them one-shots, so Elige.
Oh, don't.
Elige.
No, we can't entertain it. Come on, Elige, don't do us to him.
Bye. Thanks for coming. I'm leaving now.
They're people too, presumably. Virtus Pro trying to get away from this scout, but Elige hears them making moves in middle.
They've heard him. He's heard them. Have they heard him?
I think they have.
What? Excuse me? Oh my God.
Oh my
dear.
goodness. Elige on his way to a 1v3. It starts with the scout. Now he's going to end it with the Galil. Time is of the essence. He doesn't have a kit to work with. Tap on the bomb. Flick calls his bluff.
No kit. He knows it.
Elige has got to win this fight cleanly. And he does.
You're not supposed to lose that. You know you're not supposed to lose that. VP.
For the second time now in this series, they get anti-eco'd. They get shut down by the force buy of Complexity.
That's despicable.
And it's the scouts of Elige and Halzerk to open the round. And then Elige goes on to close it with a blinder of a flank. Very well played from the star of Complexity.
I mean, Flitz calling the bluff, but he's still open to getting peaked, right? Like, if you're going to call it, call it. Oh, dear. That's a kick in the teeth for Virtus Pro. Elige brings that X factor back to Complexity yet again. Been singing his praises all day with 100 ADR coming into map 3 on the dot.
To a certain extent, it's like, what's worse? Winning no pistols or winning some but losing the conversions every damn
that's
time?
That's worse. That is, because it's not just how you lose it, it's what it does to your economy, it's what it does to your mentality. That's just tilting. VP are known to have a strong mental, but how many times can they let Complexity get away with it? Oh, that's a gun. Nice grenade. They get rid of it. That's smart. Oh, well. No, they tried. They tried.
Yeah, it's now harder to get.
Sure.
You can't argue with that.
Good logic. Elige.
Oh, God.
Okay, VP, how about a full eco win?
Okay, Grim. Time to buckle in. Lock in, Grim. Oh, can't quite manage the third. And so FaZe secures control over the B site. Complexity can't let this one slip away. They have to go for it.
Oh.
Flash to bring Flash send Halzerk back in the temple. And now he is moving on in. They're going to line up for him there, but it's just the one and done. Floppy's going to do it on this SMG. And it's the lineup. So Complexity stick the landing on the conversion versus the full eco, but by the skin of their teeth.
Like we all expected.
That was the full eco for Virtus Pro. Yeah. A bomb plant and one player surviving on the other side. It's about as good as it could have gone without winning the round.
Okay. Already a bit of an explosive opener to this third map. Some back and forth affairs. VP come through with an AWP on Jame and a full buy. Like you said, as far as losing a round, that's a best case loss. Lots of damage done. JT swinging out lower, going to be able to catch himself a kill. VP cooling off.
Big name to take early. They knocked it in and out of the round, and so now Virtus Pro looking for a way in over towards this B side. They found good damage onto JT here. And Dark's been left open since that initial two-man push for Complexity. So right now Virtus Pro have got a lot of room to work with. JT will get that spot off. So they at least are aware of the coming fight through Dark. They pull a third man over, and this B site gets reinforced by the second.
Even if they recommit, they just have to wait for Jame. He's still defaulting middle with the AWP. He's going to grab the bomb, go back to B. And so VP will cool off for a moment while they wait for their in-game leader to get set up. But this is still a heavy stack now for Complexity. 3 on B, all just taking gunfights together, trying to trade peaks. Communication is very important in these positions. Let's see how Cole fare. Jame, if he can get a clean pick, that will crack this round open, but a missed shot, and JT's able to react off of it. Electronic, damaged, Grim finishes it, and Jame, you all know where he's going. Complexity 3-1 now.
JT deserves some serious credit for this round here.
Yeah, so low.
The entire time, right? He was involved in that early fight with Grim down towards the connector, and they get out with so many kills from it. They play off of each other really well over towards that B site, and JT's constantly fighting one shot away from death. I mean, yeah, if Cole were paying the big money for Blame F back in the day, I hope JT's getting his dues because, man, this guy's been great across the series.
Yeah. Called some fantastic T-sides, was in VP's head on Vertigo. Not one you can count out in a clutch. Feels like just what this team needs. Complexity controlling the CT side pretty aptly right now, considering we are on Anubis. VP get away with the AWP and nothing more.
But I mean, you're really hoping that James could deliver some magic, or
yeah, and Cole,
bare minimum, like hold on to the AWP.
And Cole, no, he saved it, so they don't need to swing dark and necessarily go for picks, because around this is going to be very little. It's going to have to be VP letting James work and then just exploding with Tech 9s.
But it's like, it's a bit of an odd one, because you're going to see James take some early risks in the round, sure. But at the same time, like, you don't want just anyone to save the AWP. You want James, the guy with $0, to hold on to it if you can. If anyone else saves it, it still is like a similar problem. You're going to be down a gun in the next round. So it's like, sure, take some early risks, but if part of the game plan is to hold on to this AWP if the round doesn't play out,
sure,
you need James alive.
Towing a very fine line.
Yeah, he is on like the economy tightrope right now.
Yeah, with a fridge on his back. Let's see if he can balance, or if Complexity can find a gust of wind mid-setup. Easily done. James trades. Still got to get that bomb. Fame's holding the A push. He might get something for this. James very quick with that shot. And so Grim's got to get back to B. He's got to sneak it as well, because Flit's in middle. He'll hear every step. And A push punished. Oh, how's that? Oh, fires off, but he still gets his kill. They know B and A should be the end destinations. Flit's knife out. And Hauser catches him just as he draws the gun. James now, worth considering, but 20 seconds, make up your mind. Seems
Yeah,
like he's
his
going
mind's
for the
made
double
up.
save.
Honestly, that went as well as it could have done for Virtus Pro. James did a really good job of taking some risky opening fights, wins them both, and then essentially the whole round was resting on Flit. It's like, okay, if you get this A kill, we win the round, we're going for it, we're 2v1, suddenly James interested, there's something to gain from it, even with the bomb plant. But when that doesn't happen, when Flit falls on that push in the A side, the round was always going to be over.
Yeah, nice from Hauser, who doesn't let that jiggle in main set him off, and also just hits a very tight timing coming back onto Flit.
Yeah, out of all the ways that round could have gone, that ain't too bad for Virtus Pro.
It means they get the AWP now,
Yeah.
right, as opposed to just having nothing for James.
Now they want to deliver on it, because James put up some blinders there to open up. And so you're hoping you can do that now that you've got full guns to play with.
Oh, run. The floor is lava in middle. 3 mollies down. But Liege throws the last one, so he can actually regain that space. VP creep their way through. They're looking for a pick. They're not going to find one here. Ali just playing to block the camera. To push VP into a triple B setup. He actually gives it up completely. VP can set up for an A split, so Cole fight for main instead.
Cole did have a little look in through dark to see if they could spot anything, and when they didn't, that's freed up JT a bit more to rotate over, but he's already locked out of middle. Now, bomb's actually been retrieved and is going back to B. Are they going to try and drop down? Group over towards B main, drop down in middle, and go for the B split after making this really feel like the A play.
20 seconds as well.
Halzerk missed shot initially, just good for the first on that AWP. It's James in the kill feed next, and that AWP well and truly alive for Virtus Pro.
Fantastic call for James in crunch time. They put it together in the final few seconds with almost no room for error, but those where VP excel.
The thing that's always so cool to me is that, like, that's James reading. They didn't get, like, some big bounty of info. It's not like they heard flashes into A main or JT running a rotate. He snuck there. The initial game plan was to like try and keep that triple B stack, but then as they're throwing the mid util, James is just shockingly aware of the adjustments the CTs are going to make. He does fantastic calling when he's almost, you know, blind just from reading his opponent. All round, if you're Complexity, you're looking for some
inclination.
Yeah. Some droplet of info to build a picture of where that round's ending up, and you get nothing the entire time.
Yeah, very restrictive of VP. And Cole had the right idea right until the final 20 seconds. Just swinging in the dark, trying to land a hit. Floppy, that's aggressive with a fake molly as well that gives him a big gap to swing. Trying to go for that opening kill. Grab the gun. JT gets out with the AUG. So a couple of saved weapons here for Cole being put to use in this eco round. I think that's a good play to make for Cole. Try and thin the herd early. VP still not scared of this A site, knowing they've removed one of the two guns. JT going to gamble on B with it, so this is going to just be VP waltzing into A and finding a third T round, and Cole saving again.
I mean, even though it is just a save, like, nothing feels sacred here if you're Complexity. They're even holding on to the spawn for crying out loud. That's the kind of fear in these long creeping silences that VP bring to the table. But well handled there for Virtus Pro, stopping the A play. Complexity going to be reinvesting in the next, but this T side is quickly gaining some traction now. 2 in a row and both rounds clean for VP.
Round of applause.
Yeah, and like a very polite clap as well. Not too excited.
No.
It's round 7.
Yeah.
But excited enough because it's all going swimmingly.
It is. VP have recovered.
Kind of a golf clap.
Yeah.
That was the vibe, right?
He hit the ball. I don't play golf. VP have recovered very well. We consider round 2 is a lead 1v3ing on a force buy. So let's see if they can keep these rounds strung together. Another aggressive A main molly, but FaZe is just going to sit behind it. The life of an A defaulter on T side. Often boring, but as soon as you're not there, that's when the CTs push. In fact, VP are just going to group up quickly for this A hit. James attempted a pick on the B side. He's whiffed. Oh, we've got this double setup. A flash primed as Floppy waits in a fantastic angle on the AUG, doubled up. They're not ready for Halzug. Full blind for Flit. Halzug takes his time with that kill. An electronic blocked, could just go through if he wants, but like it or not, this is Cole's 5th round.
And so in spite of that, you know, back-to-back rounds of Virtus Pro, Collar able to respond. It starts with that kill on a James over at B main. And then they mop it up with that nice double setup on the other side of the map. They're kind of ready for the two-pronged approach of Virtus Pro. I think with the turnaround in the second, with like the success on the force buy, that's really given Complexity a leg up here, because you could make a case that they've already got the sort of amount of CT rounds you would feel comfortable with. Electronic's trying to go save this orb. And he has made it so he can.
Anything for James. Oh, he's sorry, James.
James said, bro, what are you doing?
You had it.
We need that.
James has the money. It's more just maybe not knowing if you're going to survive this.
Yeah, take it away from Complexity as well. It was the only way they would have one. It's arguably not true. JT could drop one over, but he would have no util.
That's fine. VP have the money. It's saved for this occasion. Nice org from Floppy. Don't see it every day, but very good angle. Something you probably can't do again. Not that fight. People will be very aware.
Yeah, I mean, if Complexity are able to get any more CT side rounds going, they're in a really good spot here. JT throwing caution to the wind.
Surely he heard him, right?
I mean, there's a fair bit of chaos going on. You'd like to think so, but it didn't look like they were ready for it.
Well done for Elite for really selling that for JT, allowing him to swing out and trade the AWPer. That's a great, brutal 1-2 punch for Cole. They've got plays, man. That's what I said coming in. Their CT sides are actually pretty notable on this map. Making a lot of moves. The A main fake molly push. Now the mid drop. Off of spawn in a full buy round. Like, you have to really have some conviction in that play. 3 CTs in middle right now. Here to slaughter, but not ready for the reswing. Norba gets his revenge, and Hauser blinded off the angle. They're going to run into B instead. JT hears it coming. He's having a field day in this round. 2 kills. Electronic thinks he's inside, but JT's positioned well to close this round. Electronic too low to make this interesting, you'd feel. There's a reswing ready. There is no world in which Electronic can win this round. JT makes it so. 3 kills from the captain. Put Complexity back up to 6. You said 5 was enough, Harry. Well, they're about to start building as VP's economy bottoms out.
VP are kind of still feeling the burn of dropping the ball in that second round. It's allowed 2 sets of streaks to come together for Complexity. And yeah, I think JT really deserves praise here for the early stages of Anubis. I think he's called a fantastic CT side, and he's had some really impactful moments.
And they're still going for it. Off spawn on Antico, they're pushing B main. Is this the AWP boost play for Hauser on B main? No. They went for it, and then Grim just swings out instead. So they've completely cleared a whole bomb site worth of the map. And Grim can start flanking middle. More importantly, it frees up the AWP to roam. And soon, Grim might have... Oh, is it misinfo if he sees no one? They should know VP are out mid. Hauser confirms by dropping the 1 rifle. Grim flanks all the way around. Okay, he's going to find nothing, but Cole still know what to expect. And there's not many places for VP to go, but into this nest of Complexity on the A site.
They're 4 strong here. There's as many Cole players with guns as VP on pistols. And as they go in and they realize just how many numbers are here, they know that JT had called around them. He'd outmaneuvered Virtus Pro there.
And VP have no idea. Like, they never saw Grim. He was A main. They have no idea how Cole are 4 strong on A. So just more insult to injury here. This must be a very hard game for James to piece together what's happening. See, it just seems like Cole are making right reads, but they're just finding all the gaps. Very aggressive CT side. New setup and a new round. No 2 round looking the same for Complexity. Come on, Floppy. Don't go. You're going through that, are you? I mean, it's been an aggressive CT side, but that would be pushing.
Just a nice sort of close anti-flash.
Yeah, hoping they run past him, but when that fades, he will be in the prying eyes, so... Re-smoke.
Okay, don't die there. That would be embarrassing. I like as well how the B side's been the active side of the map. Like over towards A, it's been far more regimented, just playing these two-man holds over towards A main, but that's often freed up because you're regressing on all other fronts.
The fact that they've thrown 2 smokes means VP will not expect 2 players here, and the AWP is ready to hit his shot. Now Floppy can even play if he wants. Flash gets Halzak off, but Floppy was anti the whole time. Mid-split comes through. Norbert trying to save the round right now. He's got to play before Jane with the bomb of the AWP. Floppy hears the steps coming, but he can't get the kill cleanly. And Elige is tasked with another clutch, but oh, so many have come through for this man in this game already.
Knife out. And to draw the weapon, try to move through right next to Norbert. He's waiting for that exact play. So VP, well handled there. Not an easy setup to go into over at main. They break past it. Hugely impactful kill over here towards middle, because you think Elige has done enough to kind of spook them away from mid. And while this is going on, Norbert wins that fight right there, catching Grib as he goes to reinforce the A side of the map. It opens up that route to pincer the A site.
Still just VP looking for scraps on the T side of Anubis. 5 rounds at best. Have they got it in them? That's a great start from Flit.
I mean, because VP have been going so slow, you haven't often gotten punished for leaving an area open like that, but giving up Dark for free, Flip moves in, and it's uncontested. There's no resistance. For an early freebie there for Virtus Pro. Flit still fighting. Halzak reclaims the angle, but is he ready for a second man? He looks it. Halzak's AWP has recovered this final round of the half for Complexity.
Somehow.
You could see that Floppy was about to leave A, but as it goes quiet, he thinks, I know better. I know who we're up against here. He's going to go back over towards that A site. Instead, it's Elige who's looking a little antsy, like he wants to get involved over here in middle. And with good reason, removing Norbert there, extending this lead even further for Cole, and allowing them to maintain this 2B lead.
James got something cooking with this lineup. Temple smoke, I would presume. But there's 3 CTs in position on this site. And Halzak has been very, very quick as well. They actually smoke his angle. That's a cool idea for VP. It's going to give them some room, but Grim is still here on the plat. They can isolate him. Halzak's seen a player creep in. Grim spams him. And Jame waiting for a swing that is yet to transpire. This is Complexity with a phenomenal CT side on Anubis to lock in 8 rounds unless Jame has something unwinnable in his pocket. Halzak denies, and it's the Norwegian AWP to close with a 3K to close out the half.
Complexity field a ludicrously strong CT half there as Virtus Pro leave us wanting. A win in the pistol, but falling down in the anti-eco. Not going on to convert that, and then you see streaks upon streaks come through for Complexity. Left Virtus Pro competing for scraps as they now move on to their CT half in this final map.
Yeah, an unsustainable T-side for VP, a disappointing T-side given that they dragged us through Dust 2 to make this a 3-map affair, and the question remains for what? We'll have to see if that is shown in our CT side here for Virtus Pro. We got Julie's on electronic, no kit. And 4 on B. Complexity set outside of the A site, ready to execute. Camera heaven smokes, backside molly. They've got the whole of the site for free. Mid lurkers, but they actually reset. I love this. It keeps VP attuned to middle for the rest of the round, but actually they're going to waste time chasing ghosts. Meanwhile, all 5 players of Complexity in the A site. And did I mention there's no kit?
Yeah, retake set up over towards A with no kit in play means you've got to be fast. And, well, they go quickly, all right, into a leash, who absolutely destroys them, I presume.
Yeah, he killed 4 people,
oh.
I heard. That is, that's a pistol round, Harry. They went fast, we'll give them that. A quick death, a quick defeat, and a quick 3rd map, unless VP can step up now.
I mean, this is now what VP have not been able to do in the series Call of the chance for, right? Just sticking the landing on the conversion. If they do that, they're in a really good spot.
VP had 1 pistol this series?
They got their 2nd at the start of...
yeah.
But then they lost the anti-eco. Just like how Vertigo started.
Yeah. Hauser and Elise just chasing each other for KD ratio right now.
Is it KD, rolls, everything?
Everything. Last map as well, yeah. I don't know who was better. It was close. Elijah Scout when this map came through. He's swinging the camera, all eyes on the prize of this A site, and bomb getting planted. Business for Complexity. Looking like a force to be reckoned with here in Germany. Embarking on a 3-match winning streak, if they can close this one.
I mean, they really have one chance to turn this game around. One proper, you know, opportunity to have to then go from like winning your first rifle round, and you just have to streak everything together on the back of it, on the harder side as well. So a very, very tall order here for VP, as even those saving players are hunted down, and that's removed. There's only pistols for Virtus Pro, so you'd like to think 11-4 will be the score. And then you're going to need 7 rounds straight from Virtus Pro. They will have next to no margin for error. Ooh, that is frustration right there. Yeah. The mouse shake, it never means something good.
Ouch. CS2 peak.
Vertigo and Anubis have ended up feeling shockingly similar. In the Complexity just kind of build up such a scoreline where coming back feels hopeless for VP, and not to mention the only one really offering up any resistance is Jame. And it was much the same story on that opening map of this series.
I definitely did leave the T side wanting and just wishing VP would attempt some quicker rounds and just kind of let some of these stars off the leash and kind of go hog wild. Like, we never had a Tech-9 B pop, we never had fast dart control, we never saw Fame or Flit fighting B main with an AK. Like, some of the things that I would expect the individuals of VP to do very well at just seem disallowed by the system. Just so many what ifs for me. Unfortunate ending. Flit trying to make them die with the bomb, but it's just him going down. 11-4. And this is it. This, it's win this round or Complexity take this series without breaking a sweat on map 3. Been posed no challenge on their Anubis. A very good sign for Complexity with a couple of strong maps in the pocket like Vertigo and Anubis. That could really spice up Vetoes. No one, as we said earlier, is trying to play Vertigo right now. Complexity are taking the cake there for sure. Nice Molotov. Oh, and it spreads as well. That's a good molly. It pushes Electronic forward into the spray. Elite has come through the smoke. James 50-50. He hears him running, but the flash blinds him, and Elite finds a double entry. He is off the leash. This is the kind of pace I wish VP would show us sometimes. Complexity just disrespecting their opponent right now. Elite taking matters into his own hands and parking up in middle.
Yeah, and I think, it's one of the difference here with how both squads have looked to approach these T sides. Elite gets a lot of agency, a lot of say-so. He can play on his own feeling. JT trusts in his star that way. For VP, it's been very rigid, very stubborn. A lot of focus on the end destination and not so much attention to the journey.
Yeah.
VP are going to be left saving, holding on to these guns, but it's all in vain. There should be no turning this around.
Yeah, I more leave this series disappointed with VP than anything. Complexity have played a fantastic couple of maps. Individuals have looked rock solid. Cooling has been sublime, especially on Vertigo. But it did feel like in these 2 of 3 maps, they were never posed with a real challenge, a real threat, a real Virtus Pro. Go get him. Flit survives, taking 2 kills with him, and Complexity border a 2-1 series. Four and 13 for Electronic. 6 and 14 for Norbert.
And I mean, just compare them, like back on Dust 2, Electronic versus Elite was such an enthralling fight. It was the 2, shining stars of the teams going head to head. Here, Elite has kept up that performance all damn day, man, but Electronic is the bottom player for the team, and Elite just no bounds to what this guy's capable of. That opener is wild. Trying to put a bit of pace
flanks
in the pocket of Cole, but here's the backstab. Grim at least trades that out. They get him pushed up through dark. Complexity don't want to follow through with the B play anymore now that they know that flank's coming in, but that's where James could look to complicate matters.
Yeah, Complexity trying to mid-round this, but Orb is in a great line. And Grim grabs that bomb back, looks to re-attempt the B commit. Re-smoke for VP. Through he goes, and a 1v1 presented. Grim, he knows Fame's position. James red as well, but the AWP gets put to use. And VP live to fight one more round at least, off the back of James AWP.
Yeah, I think that round there is even like a good example of what it feels like when you've lost Electronic in a map. Like, he gets that one kill, but that kill actually takes all the pace out of the B hit for Complexity, and then they combine that with the Molotov into Dark. And it's like in that one round where he just found one kill, it's not like it was some big multi-kill from Electronic, but it was enough to slow down the B play. It was enough to give timing to that flank.
Leech again, just full control over middle. VP spotting it from the A site. Slower default round for Complexity, just wanting to close this out clean. It's going to be VP making the first move. Grim holding, Halzek anti. Flash dodged either way, and Halzek comes through with the swing. It's Flit who gets the better of him. 4-on-3 for VP. They're resting on something here, and they're going to try reaggress towards middle together. Elige falls with nothing. Some nice double setups. Some tandem play for VP strapped to their backs. So they sit in another healthy 4v2. Will Floppy play first to give JT room? Or is the bomb just going to take a dry fight? Smoked off a B. Here comes Floppy.
I mean, if he was able to get a kill, he could have drawn rotations, but when that doesn't happen, I don't even think you're interested in trying this one. He's going to look to run up through Dark.
20 seconds, and James checking CT spawn just to be careful. That's pulled him out of position. He can still cover the bomb.
He's got to hit this.
JT, he just finds a headshot out of nowhere. 2v4 for Cole. They're breaking back in.
VP thought this was done, and I can't say I blame them. 20 seconds left, and the lurk out through A falls on deaf ears, but JT has provided the kills. He's given them the chance, and maybe even more than that. He's looking to give them Anubis and a win to open up their group stage run here in Cologne. JT with a beautifully called last second 2v4 to find Complexity the victory over Virtus Pro.
It's a very smiley Complexity, and can you blame them? What a solid day in the office for these gents. The two maps they take are dominant. VP don't even make an appearance despite a little clutch back in Dust 2. What a fantastic series for Elige as well. He is the real deal continually over and over again. There's a reason we hold him to such a high standard as an individual. They call him a top 10 player in CS2. They might be saying something true.
Yeah, for Complexity, this really was the squad at their best. Not a weak link in sight. Strong stuff from Halzek. Great on the extremities from Grim and Floppy, and then beautifully brought together with JT's calling and Elige's work as the star. For Virtus Pro on the other side, there will be questions, and we're going to have to get answers.
And I will try and get those answers for us, because Complexity right now looking pretty damn good, and you do get revenge against Virtus Pro. How does this one feel? Because I know they've been a tough team for you.
It feels really nice. I think that we've been progressing well throughout the tournament. I think that the rounds that we've been losing have felt better. We feel like we have more direction and initiative like throughout the rounds. And yeah, last time we lost to VP, but we looked horrible last time. So I'm happy that we look a lot better now.
And in terms of looking a lot better now, your Dust 2, I know you didn't get the win on it, but again, you go to overtime, you've been able to play this map pretty well. Where is this big improvements coming from? You put a lot of time into it?
Well, we were messing around with like roles between like me and JT a little bit, and I think that we found like what we wanted. I think that we're just having good game plans. Like I think against Eternal Fire, we had like a good idea of how we wanted to play, and today as well, I think that we understood after like the first couple rounds like what type of game they wanted to play, and we recovered the half really nicely. And even in overtime, I feel like we just got kind of unlucky on some of the rounds. It definitely could have went our way. I think they had like some nice gamble stacks. Of course, we had like some mistakes like here and there, but that just happens in OT. That stuff just goes crazy. But yeah, overall, a lot better.
Does it feel like you guys are leveling up as a team right now? Because it felt like with Complexity, you were kind of so far down, the confidence had been destroyed. You take down ATAX, we expect that, right? Then you get this Eternal Fire win, but then now VP is like the real big one.
Yeah, I think that we've been progressing very well in this tournament. I think that the coaches have been doing a good job identifying like the main factors that we need to focus on as a team to like help us not only inside the game but outside the game, because we were just feeling like, you know, dead team, GG. So I think that we recovered really well, and we've been focusing on the right things to, you know, play a lot better in this tournament.
Well, you definitely are playing very well so far. Let's see if they can keep it going. But Sam, we're going to go back to you on the desk.
Something Elite said there that I think is quite interesting, and it's a little bit of a fluff, but hear me out. When I saw them at Blast, there was a very weird vibe in the team. When they lost rounds, no one spoke. When they lost entire maps, there was very little communication. It was very quiet. It was very subdued. It felt exactly like you said, a bit of a dead team walking. Today, and throughout this event, but specifically now, even when they were losing rounds, you could see them communicating, talking, like consistently hyping each other up. When they did lose a round, there was still a little bit of that positive atmosphere, and I feel like maybe that's also something they needed. He said it there, in and out of the server, a little bit of injection of don't be so... Don't have that give-up attitude, I suppose.
No, I mean, credit where credit is due. I do think Complexity have really managed to turn around was a terrible start to the beginning of the second part of the season. We saw them at the Esports World Cup playing horrible Counter-Strike. We saw them in Copenhagen at Blast start off really, really weak, you know, losing to Heroic with a stand-in, and ever since it's been trending upwards. And I do think that as much as we want to, from the outside, it's very tough to feel out, you know, what exactly is it that is frustrating some of the players or frustrating the team. But it does feel like Complexity is living in their own world, and they've shown us more than one time now that they're able to bounce back from a rough period. So credit where credit is due. Today is a massive win and a fully deserved win. I can't put a finger on them, and I can't say that they weren't by far the better team tonight, which they in fact were. And just to add on to, or just to rather latch on to what Elige said in an interview as well, is that even some of the rounds we lost today are not rounds where we felt bad after losing them, right? It's a fashion in which you lose your rounds. I had a chat with a couple of guys, you know, who are part of the coaching staff of Complexity as well, and they did touch upon the fact that the, you know, just the mentality, right? That's a problem. They're not able to reset properly, and that was what I was fearing for Complexity as well. Losing Dust 2 in that fashion, a very close, crappy affair, it didn't let them phase them. That's what I loved. I spoke about the CT side on Anubis. They need to be in your face, proactive. Do not allow the boa constrictor that is a VPT side to really, you know, run away with it. And they did that. They took the fight from the get-go, and VP had no answers. A couple of players I pointed out, Floppy and of course Grim, I asked them that need to step up alongside Elige. They did their job, and this just feels like really good-looking Complexity. I have no criticism for them right now. We
do have to celebrate that one player, though. We've heard from him already. We have to celebrate him again. Your US Air Force aim high player. It is the bald eagle himself. This man is just... Even when Complexity sucks, he doesn't.
Let's start having the conversation now then, because obviously we know Elise is the talisman for Complexity. We know he's been playing beautiful Counter-Strike, and he's been doing that for a long, long time, and one could only imagine where Complexity would be without Elise. You know, arguably also one of the best signings that Complexity have ever made in Counter-Strike. Are we at a point now where we can seriously have a discussion of Elise being a top 5 player in the entire world of Counter-Strike, or is that still a little bit too soon in the sense that we haven't seen him, you know, play at this level for consistently enough? I do feel he's been firing on all cylinders. I think given the circumstances he's playing under, the environment he's in with Complexity, I cannot imagine many players in the world able to show up this consistently every single time.
I see where you're coming from, but it's also like, it's really hard to call, right? Because obviously...
It's a lot of good players.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you're in a team where they have been struggling historically, and yes, he does perform all the time, and that is, of course, celebrating America's win right there, baby. But yeah, like, he is a talisman. I wish I drew Elige's face there as well. The thing is, once you start making deeper runs against better opposition in the playoffs is when you can be like, yes, we have the data to show that. But just based off the eye test and what he can do in a server, he is just so bloody good. We're talking about mid Anubis, man, he was just running in, just wrecking VP, not allowing them to even breathe. So overall, man, Complexity, they should be happy today.
Let's just have that conversation. Is he a top 5 player?
I'd say no right now. I wouldn't say so, but it's nipping at the heels.
It's very close. I can't mention 5 players, I think, who is definitely better than Elise. He's very, very, very close to enter that conversation.
Is there not that situation where you also need results, though? Because I feel like you can be the best player in the server, but if you're not impacting it enough that you're winning, does it even count? Do we even remember you next year?
And that's a conversation to be had, honestly. I think this could be like a half-an-hour conversation.
Sure, and for my money, like I think he is. You know, I think Complexity with no Elise on that lineup would be a team that wouldn't be sitting here at all. You know, that wouldn't make stage 2. They wouldn't hardly qualify for anything. So I think in terms of that, he is making sure Complexity is a relevant team and a team that, you know, occasionally can maybe contest for a playoff. I think right now he's playing some of his best Counter-Strike, and it's the consistency. You know, we know Elise and his peaks before have been incredible high, but he struggled a little bit with consistency. It does feel like he's back to his absolute best right now. I think we need to cherish that.
And you can see when things are going well for them, when the plan is falling into place. Because today, but honestly, Complexity had such a good game plan ready for VP, and when it clicks in, you could see there's zero tilt. He's dying. He's not tilting. No one's tilting. I think the desk is very happy today as well. Halzerg was. I think I heard one desk bang. I saw two. Okay, maybe two.
I
Right.
saw a Grim desk bang as well, so I was like, oh no, it's spreading.
But overall, the desks are pretty hale and hearty today, right? So that's a good sign. And you can see when things are falling into place, Elige, he ascends. He gets even better. Sure. It's no longer him just dragging his team across the finishing line. So hopefully this continues on, because the opposition's only gonna get harder now.
We're gonna put a pin in this, and then at the end of stage 2, we'll circle back. It's basically a Microsoft Teams meeting right now. So we'll circle back to this conversation. Obviously though, Virtus Pro now dropping into the lower brackets. Damn, this ain't gonna be easy for them.
I'm gonna be honest, I've been hoping for them to come together. I've been hoping to see this team unfold one way or another, and in every single tournament where I've been standing on a desk, I've been saying, listen, they have all the material, they have all the players, they have what it needs in order to be a good team, but I'm starting to lose faith slowly but surely. You see them drop down into the lower bracket, and let me just remind you, you have to win 3 best-of-3s now in a row in order to book a spot in the quarterfinals inside the Atlantics Arena. I do not think Virtus Pro right now is a team in contention for that spot.
Also, just look at the names of the teams that you may be facing off against and dropping in there. Yeah,
I'm not sure which one it's going to be, but listen, the Maus, Falcons, okay, Falcons maybe, Fury who are playing really solid right now, or Vitality. I don't envy the chance. I agree with Pimp. I'm just going to put it out there. They're not going to make it to the playoffs. Not the way they're playing right now. And I don't see them turning it around in a span of a day. Absolutely not.
Boom. I mean, I don't have anything to add to that.
It's not even a hot take. It's a pretty lukewarm take, honestly. It sucks to see, but right now, they suck.
Hot takes are where you just pull something out of hot air, right? This is based on factual evidence that we've seen over the last few weeks. Yeah.
It's a lukewarm take, yeah.
But it's pretty accurate. So unfortunately for Virtus Pro, it's not looking good. Complexity though, they're going to be smiling. And you're going to be smiling too, because we have more Counter-Strike on the way. 9Z up against Astralis is coming up next.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
Welcome back to Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, the first day of Stage 2, the group stages as you know them. And you can see Astralis arriving on your screens right now. The Dukes of Denmark getting ready to fight it out against South America's 9Z. And I have some Danish Dukes on the desk as well. Pimp and Babski, that was really nice of me. They're not royalty at all. Gents, ready for this one? I mean, all the pressure on Astralis, of course, coming into this. I would argue they are head and shoulders the favorites.
They should be, you know, on paper. I think it's fair to argue that Astralis right now are the favorites to win this matchup and one of the contenders to make it into the playoff as well. However, I don't think we can underestimate 9C. I think the way they're playing right now is at a fairly high level. I think it's one of the few teams coming out of the South American region who I firmly believe play good, proper Counter-Strike and also will be able to replicate that against a team like Astralis. So yes, on paper, Astralis huge favorites, but I think we have a good game on our end.
Yeah, I mean, I think many will see the name 9C and think, okay, this is just going to be a small team, right? Not potentially going to be a lot to deal with in this matchup. But 9C has taken a steady but slowly approach to this roster. Some of the players have been on this squad for 4 years, and now all of a sudden they are standing against a relatively good team in the form of Astralis, and you almost feel like it's a 50-50 matchup.
What is good Counter-Strike in your opinion, Pimp?
Well, that's a good question. Yeah, I mean, there's many different ways of playing Counter-Strike and many different ways of playing quote-unquote good Counter-Strike. It also comes down to personal preference. Personally, I don't like watching VP play. I think most people don't, but it is sometimes good and proper Counter-Strike. I think 9C have a bit of everything. I think they have a bit of flair for being, you know, unpredictable on the server first and foremost. I think if you were to ask Astralis or someone who's played 9C, I think it's a team that is a bit tough to prepare for. Sure, they have certain tendencies that you can look into. Everyone has, but I feel like it's a relatively unpredictable team that likes to fight and likes to also, you know, give creative freedom to the individual players. So it's not all the time, you know, head above your shoulders. It's not all the time, you know, just relentless aggression. They have a way of honing it back in as well, which I think is sometimes for South American teams a bit of a unique trait for them.
You mentioned predictability, and I would argue that Astralis is pretty predictable at the moment. We kind of know that they will finish mid of the pack most tournaments. What's up with that, Babski?
Yeah, this is the issue, right? We talk about Astralis, and we know it's better, right? It's a tier 1 team, but the trophies are lacking, and we are kind of facing the same issues the old heroic roster did towards the end. They're constantly in the playoffs, but they're not really getting anything from it. You never really sit with the feeling that they are challenging, even for the trophies, not even close actually, and they often bomb out with a very mediocre performance against a G2, a Spirit, or whoever it might be on the bigger stages.
And I think that's where Astralis will have to take it for the next time, because I agree with you, Bobski. They have been good in group stage, you know, group stage merchants in some regard, and they have been bettering themselves, and it is a team that I would still argue is trending upwards. It's getting better. We cannot forget the history of Astralis. It's been a rough couple of years where they haven't really been able to facilitate anything for themselves. So it is getting better, and there is some players in there, you know, Star and Yabi Device, obviously huge star names, that it is realistic for them to hope for a playoff contention here in Cologne, but I want to see it before I believe it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Superstar duo. I mean, they cost a fortune. They were meant to be the change makers. What's going on here?
Yeah, the two most expensive Danes on the server, that's for sure, right? We just had a talk about, right, their resource kind of reminds me a little bit of what we saw with the old heroic lineup, right? Sure. And with those two players on the roster, you're just being forced to play in a specific way. I think it was very obvious with the old one with Blame F. It never worked because he wanted to approach differently. All of a sudden you have Device who's going to give a little bit more freedom. He's going to take a little bit more space with their players, and it works somewhat better, right? Let's be honest, the old one with Blame F, everybody was stoked and thought, damn, this can't go wrong. They have so much firepower. Now you have a way worse player on paper in the form of Bro, but they still play so much better, and that's due to the impact of the heroic style, quote unquote.
That's where I want to be a little bit harsh and a little bit rough, because I agree with you. They are playing better. It's a much better looking Astralis, especially with Device being the in-game leader with Blame F out of the picture. But is better good enough? You know, Yabi on a 1.10 rating, Stown on a 1.15 rating. You can't really argue and say that's bad or that's not great, but it's not really to the level that we saw in Heroic, and it's not really to the level that is good enough in order to contest for playoff runs or going all the way into a potential final and hoist a trophy. So we are, again, looking at Astralis. They're lukewarm. It's a team that can pop off at a certain point and definitely have the player material to do so. But again, I haven't seen it yet, you know, and before I see it, I can't really believe it.
Well, just to wrap that conversation up nicely in a bow, the old Heroic, we were always talking about whether or not they were going to win the final, because we saw them in the final a lot more than often. Device, his team that he's put together, this isn't in the finals, Babs. We're not even having that conversation about whether they're going to make it.
I mean, that's the issue, right? They want to get to that stage where at least the old Heroic was. I do think there's some question marks regarding Device's IGL capabilities. I do think sometimes in the playoff runs he gives way too much freedom to the likes of Stavin and Jabby, who's we've seen before, are not able to sometimes direct the games the way you want it, right? When you see him in a group stage game, you're kind of always sure, okay, he's just at least going to make a difference here and take a couple of rounds for you. But I never get that like certain feeling when I see him in a playoff, and that's maybe the issue of Device, of like trying to make it a little bit more structured at times.
Let's find out, though, how Device is feeling coming into this. He did catch up with James Banks.
It's time for Astralis to take their opening game here in Cologne. And Device, last year, Cologne was pretty good for you, right? Getting over to the top 4, you'll take that. But now, is it higher hopes with the team you have?
I mean, when you go to Cologne, I think every team here just wants to go to the arena. So you have to take it step by step, and that's our main goal here.
And in terms of that being your main goal, you've got to beat some top teams on the way here. If we look at your results, you know it as well. We spoke about it in the past. Against the top teams, it's where you kind of struggle a bit. I think the last real top team you beat was FaZe back in April, which was Pro League. What do you think it is? Is it something maybe with your style? Is it something with your confidence levels? What do you put it down to?
I mean, I think some of the teams match up quite well against other teams. Like we match up quite well against FaZe. I think Vitality have beaten us sometimes. They're hard for us. We haven't faced Spirit yet. I think we lost once to Na'Vi. So it's a little bit back and forth between the teams. In this group, we have Na'Vi and Spirit. So, yeah, we'll see. We don't necessarily know why or how it is how it is, but we're just working on adjusting the small things, the details that can make us win these games.
Now, winning these games, we've got a team that is not maybe considered a top team, but they're looking pretty good in 9Z. What do you think of them in terms of their style? Is this something where you have to change the way you would approach the game because they're very different into what we normally see?
I think they're a good team. I think they play the beginning of the round on their T side a little bit out of the ordinary from other teams. Other than that, yeah, they are strong individuals as well, and a team that wants to show that they deserve to be here. So when you face them, you constantly have to be ready. But it's like that for all the teams that are in this tournament. So for us, it's about going out there, showing that we're ready to play, and then just taking it one round at a time.
Do you need to kind of also shut them down early on? Because we see how loud and crazy they can get at the same time.
I mean, of course, you always want to do that, but it's not something you are in control of. You just have to go out and follow the game plan and trust the things you've done to prepare for the game works. Otherwise, if you don't get a good start, you can still win the game. But of course, you always want a good start, especially against a loud team.
Well, let's see if Astralis can get a good start against 9Z as we go into the match soon.
I like that they were talking about loud there, because what we can feel here at IEM Cologne is this very cool, quiet, focused Astralis. And across the way, you've got 9Z who came in here loud, shouting, screaming. They are so hyped up. It was quite overwhelming for me to see that they haven't even started playing.
Yeah, this is what you get in the Latin America scene, right? They're passionate and they really love to play Counter-Strike. They're so passionate about those moments. They cherish them. They all want to go into the playoffs. And this guy is a clear-cut showcase of that, right? He could have had the chance so many times to leave this project. By the way, to those who don't know, DTT is the best player on this roster by far. And I also think he's one of the best things to come out of that region for a very long time. He said no to multiple offers because he really believed to stay in 19. Many players, I would probably argue, should leave. But if you can actually see them improve slightly, he has the right decision to actually stay and hope that it can get better. Of course, at some point he should probably move on if they can't go to the next level, but for now it's great.
He's also a player that is banking on his own abilities to be that difference, as you're saying. If you decide to stay within a team, you also decide with the notion that, okay, I'm this good at Counter-Strike, I can help us move in the right direction, I can help us put us on the mark, and I think 9C have done that. Again, we kind of forget to contextualize it just a little bit for people watching out there. Not everyone can be the best team in the world. Not everyone can make the playoff every single tournament, and it's nice that all the teams are coming in and saying, yeah, of course, we play to win, and we want to do X, Y, and Z, but for 9C just to be at stage 2 right here, and for 9C to be talked about the way we're talking about them right now, they have a realistic shot of winning against Astralis, and that in itself is a testament to where they're at right now in their progress.
So you say they have a realistic shot? Because I mean, I think there's a lot of European
fans.
Not
the favorites, but they have a chance for sure.
Yeah, for sure there's European fans watching this who probably maybe didn't watch stage 1 who are going, oh, this is going to be an Astralis stomping, riding off 9Z.
I mean, 2 years ago, this would have been a quick 13-0, and goodbye for today, right? This is going to be a 55-45 type of matchup for Astralis. This team is not to be underestimated. I think they have many qualities. We didn't even get to speak about many of them. Max, a promising IGL who's been the leader for this squad for 4 years. I mean, that speaks volume. That he's been through hard times, and now he's harvesting all the great things that they're actually somewhat accomplishing.
I like this map pick coming in from 9C as well. We know they're good at Dust 2, but don't make a mistake right here. Max, definitely incredible, well playing so far this tournament, has been looking good on Dust 2 as well, but Astralis is not a bad team. I know Astralis lost to Falcons in Copenhagen at Blast, but I believe that was down to Maggie's having probably the best game he's ever had in Falcons, in a Falcons jersey. So overall, I feel like 9C, in terms of the map pool, you are kind of limited, and there's no real punish pick against Astralis, which is also why I think they really have to play a little bit above what we possibly can expect for them to win this game. I agree with you, Bobski. It's a 60-40 for the favor of Astralis, but it should be a close game, and I think we could see 3 maps as well.
You've heard from the analysts here at the desk, and now it is time for you to hear from our casters. Let's jump into game.
Let's do just that. Thank you very much, Sam. I'm looking forward to this one. Yes, LATAM's finest up against Denmark. It is Astralis up against 9Z, and perpetually making the playoffs. The desk have discussed that Astralis, in their new formation or constellation, if we're sticking with the star theme, they certainly have, hit the ground running, but yet to be lifting the silverware. A different state of affairs for 9Z.
Look, for Astralis to build on that, they're in a tough group, right? The names around them: Na'Vi, Spirit, G2, and of course the Mongols Saw, Pain, and their opponent 9Z all making it through stage 1 to stage 2. You lose this opening game, an upset loss, it is going to be a tough road. Only one spot available in the lower brackets of each of these groups. Just keep it simple, Alex. Win 2 and you're through.
Yeah, but that single slip up in your opening game, maybe you're coming in cold. And that wouldn't be the case for 9Z, of course, battling through the play-in. And as Device put it, they want to show that they deserve to be here. 9Z, they've got that little glimmer in their eye. The odds are against them, but that bullet is against Stare. He's going to get run down. P250 out long, and it's DGT, their highest performer, who opens up the pistol with a bang, and it's a flash bang that finds themselves an equalizer. Buddha gone. And a nice goosh onto DGT. Long range onto that P250. Trying to overwhelm here. Yabi spams on the cross. Device looking for this headshot angle. He's going to have to find a fast one because Wasso Peak is in this server. Bomb down, 3-on-3.
Safe play behind the single, so they won't be playing from long.
Whoa, that's a lot of info. He saw 2 heads there.
Max versus Down. If Max gets the timing, Down is very low.
Yeah. Max has looked away from long. I wonder if he does have another glance. It's down low. After that frag, it was noted. Running at Yabi. Oh, good shooting from Max. He actually just focuses his attention elsewhere. Wasso Peak picks up Stown, and it's clean.
I don't know what the go was, but that was a great little mid-round decision from 9Z. They didn't just sit to get picked up by the USPs. The comms, they're directly below us where we're casting from right now, and they got a bit erratic. And immediately, Max and co start searching for these fights. So whoever made that call, made that play is TGT sitting inside the monitor, of course. I love it, right? Staying active in the post-plant situation. Pistol goes in their favor, and Astralis now into the 4 spies. If you call it some of the blast games for Astralis, Stown loves to stay aggressive towards that short position, but we've got 2 straight towards lower dark, and DGT outside the tunnels. We'll be able to hear an awful lot of this, so smoked off, early map control. Bro will tend to making sure nobody leaks through. Stown and Yabi have been able to rotate all the way back.
It's a lot of info, though. If they've started such heavy util towards B tons, well, perhaps long is undermanned. Not if Stare hits the first deagle.
Opening kill in the last. Finds the opening frag in this one.
Seagull, can you get anything more? They've got the bodies here, and SMG well suited to the task. Hang on, DGT, yeah, the penny's dropping. Boys, B is clear.
It's a long way back, though.
Out of there, yeah, it is. And already, if Bro can get the head of this...
Bro's heard it.
He's pre-aiming it. Oh, this is uncomfortable, and he's timed it well. A lot of trouble. Hard spray, commits to it. Down vulnerable, and if he goes back, he's a dead man. Feels like his death is imminent. Long-range MP9 headshot, so just keep swinging.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They're not aware that Bro was in that B bomb site. Spotting players towards spawn, sure. 9Z should continue up long, and they have to now. Number disadvantage. There will be a cross silently, a molly, a smoke, and a flash to work with. They need to get the bomb down. Put that 40 seconds on the clock and start playing out this post plant. They have the weapon advantage.
Device, though, no slouch on a scope rifle. And there's a demonstration. Cleaned headshot onto Buddha. Max is low as well. Stown already could have flanked. Another long-range MP9 could be on the cards. And Wasso Peak, with an awful lot to do, picked up rifle for Bro. And he's not slowing down. He's just running at him. Gonna limit his options. Partnered up with Stown. You need a multi-kill Overwatch from that scout. He's exposed. He's gonna get run down. And Astralis, second round conversion. I will be honest as well, you may have missed it. You didn't have the microphones live when the desk was talking, but we got to kind of bear witness to both teams' pre-match rituals, and it felt like, you know, a pre-rugby. Ouch! Let me see that from Stare. Lovely shot. But as I was saying, it kind of felt like almost like a hacker kind of energy, like pre-rugby. Felt almost like we were about to go to war between these two, Astralis and 9Z. I mean, I think that is also the embodiment of what we were talking about. There is so much at stake in the opening games of Stage 2. You lose it, as Chad highlighted, there is just a single spot from the lower bracket.
And the expectations as well. Even though 9Z are a team that are on our radar and getting a bit of respect, for Astralis, they're still the favorite. They're a European team. They're expected to win a game like this to open up the tournament. Now, as AK's carried through, that feels quite nice, and so does that nade. Stare in back-to-back rounds finds the opener towards long, but will be traded. And what I was saying about Stown, will always be active towards short, loves this new little box facilitating the jump up. They have some moves that you'll see later in the piece. Device will even be flashing over catwalk so that they can fire in towards the car yard. But out long, sprawling behind the smoke, they have space to work with. Stown low, Yabi tucked in towards car, Stown dead.
Oh, hang on, that's a big pickoff, but I do feel like Yabi's going to be overlooked here. He's played the angle well. DGT, no Molotov, yeah. Distraction's perfect, and it's a lovely double. Perfectly timed and played by Astralis. They know where Martinez is. Device the one to pluck his head off. It's clean. And they maintain those 3 AK-47s.
Yeah, Yabi just scavenging one away there at the final moment. 9Z will have to take the eco now, so Astralis with the force spy and then the follow-up. That conversion helps them a lot as far as the CT side round count is concerned. And the long position, if the spawns keep coming, you're going to have to find that action. Stare has taken the first point of contact in all 3 rounds so far.
Yeah, 2 out of 3. Ain't bad.
Yeah, and on the pistol round, the fact that he was there on his own as well. The Goosh can't really run away. Well, out they go once more.
Stare, there we go. Does it continue? The trend of Stare getting opening kills or deaths. This time, it's a death. Overrun by Glocks. And now they don't have to overcommit it. I can actually hear Chad Birchall in the back of my head saying, just chill, boys.
Yeah, let's not run into the slaughterhouse. We've already done better than what most would on a full eco. Let's keep moving. Let's see if we can flip over an Astralis log and find somebody else lying and ready to be run down.
Oh, well, that's a lot of information. The fact that he's just seen a couple of bodies towards the suicide area does indicate that they might be pivoting. It will keep bodies towards B. You can see Bro burrowing in.
Device might get overrun.
Yeah, he's calling it clear, and he just switches to his name as a nice little tag. A panicked incendiary, they swing upon him. Limited ammunition, but not in the AK. Yabi comfortable with the spray. Max does well to find a frag, and, you know, Device is low. If they could get another one here, it would be a real gift, but not going to happen. Device ready for it. And, I mean, a lot out of a little. You do keep the AKs. Fair play to Astralis. These second round forced by victory, it's still bearing fruit.
Yeah, look, you're going to be very happy with this considering the level of investment, but one of the problems is there is no AWP available for Martinez moving into the first real rifle round. So if they lose this one, we're going to be very deep in towards the half before we see the Spaniard be able to whip out his preferred weapon. And I was very critical of his move away from Movistar Riders to go to this Latin American team. I didn't expect too much to come of it, but it's turned out to be the right call. He's definitely been able to make a bit more of a mark with 9Z.
Seems like a talented roster as well. Obviously DGT, we saw a quote, Des discussed it, talking about how there may have been offers to leave a more domestic roster. But he wants to do it with his, I would say, countrymen.
No, it's a bit of a plug and play, isn't it? Chile, Uruguay, Argentina, and Spain.
Latin America, baby, and Spain. Blue bin molly, smoke off doors, and long control. Astralis have that.
So this is a bit of a standard defense round from Astralis, not flirting with that mid-aggression, not playing in towards lower. Ready to lock down B and long. The extremities dealt with early, and then the rotation back. Device gets to float around with the AWP, taking those longer angles. Stown gets to be the mid to B helper. And that's one of the key players that you want to keep your eye on, right? It's going to be Yabi and Stown on both the CT and the T sides, but on Dust 2, with the roles that they play, I feel they get a lot of freedom in how they want to approach scenarios. Stare, again, the first point of contact.
How good's their clears here? Max completely overlooks the possibility, and the spam's great back. They should have... it's Wasso. Takes the head. Device wide on that. Yeah, will be flashed off the line. They're gonna. It's almost like they were going to go back to muscle memory and start boosting him Ellie, but no need.
They're just creeping. They're ahead of the smoke timing. This might catch Device off guard. Look how close they are.
Yeah, this might be an element of surprise on this. Device, he's still looking deep long. Now the jig is up and a missed shot. Good jiggle bait.
Ooh.
Or on the reposition. He's vulnerable, susceptible to a spam. The need to clear, that was the plan. But they're wise to his tricks. That gap should be filled. Yeah, will be there. With the on-the-fly smoke and the spam not going to catch the first. Wow, 3 bodies across here, Chad. This is promising. It gets better with that find from Buddha. Bro's gone. A man advantage. Down on Gandalf, though. He will be able to disrupt a plant if they go for it. That smoke's helpful, and that's even better from Martinez. Huge headshot. Round done? Yabi doesn't think so.
Spotted both, though. Saw Device in spawn. Good info for 9Z to close this.
Yabi welcomes the duel, but Martinez looking sharp on the rifle. And now Device with just 3 HP. Buddha's already heard the audible retreat. And now try and take everything away. With only 8 HP of his own, or 6 to excuse me, he should have this anyway. Bang! And the AWP is gone. Lovely work from 9Z, just to close that gap to a 1-round game.
Yeah, and tough one because they didn't really do anything erratic for the opener. It wasn't pacey. It was just a late walkout long. And I think if you're staring that situation and he's not clearing you immediately, hey, do I take the risk? No, you should make sure you guarantee this kill. The issue is just how many bodies there was, right? He was pinned in that position. They didn't just come out like lazily. So they dealt with Stare and worked their way into a nice little round win. And I love the fact they didn't telegraph, right? They just started walking up immediately after they dealt with Stare. And once they got close, sure, they flubbed their first smoke, but you could see the pressure that put Device under. Wasn't expecting them to operate in that fashion.
Yeah, clear lots of repetitions of Dust 2 itself. Just that jiggle bait on the AWP angle. Didn't give anything away.
Looks like it might be a partial investment from Astralis. There was the ability for Stown to buy into something quite hefty if they wanted to risk an AWP and some upgrades around it, but with the 1900 loss bonus going into the next, they've all kept themselves around that 2k mark.
Still only been Stare in an opening death or kill. 3 for 2, he's got the edge.
Surely that changes this round. Look how passive is it over towards A and so many bodies. Well, not so many, but at least 2. Wasau and Buddha in upper tunnels. DGT's out long, so that's going to be a great piece of information for 9Z to work with. Lurk smoke will land towards B. Keep all these Astralis bodies planted. So Buddha really just going through the motions. Trying not to make it seem too telegraphed. They'll be worried about lower tunnels. Well, they might still be worried about lower tunnels.
They've actually Molotov themselves off.
Shouldn't cost them too much. But in case you are just joining us, Stage 2, Group A. Winner of this will play the winner of Na'Vi Pain. That'll be the last game on this stream, twitch.tv/ESLCSB with Alex and I. You have action with Scrawny and Launders as well. They are currently casting the second map of G2 versus Saw, and that'll be followed by Spirit versus the Mongols, and that'll round out Group A for the day. And then tomorrow's opening matches, there'll be Mouse versus Falcons and Vitality versus Furia.
I'm intrigued by that one. Very intrigued. Will Furia be able to hack it in the second stage?
All right, well, so far a very well-handled round for 9Z. Not the most exciting in terms of action, but avoiding deaths, getting into the site for free. Now Buddha gets an opportunity to potentially mop. Footsteps are heard.
It hasn't gone to plan for...
No, you'd love to have taken a few of those.
You'd also not want to give a rifle away, which Device...
They've given away 3.
Oh, dear.
Maybe more.
Oh, boys.
Give it a... They're all dead. Run to the bomb. Is there going to be time? No. Okay.
You will take 3 AKs and an AWP on an eco.
You definitely will.
Well, that's an oopsie daisy.
Just as I was saying, you know, they've gotten in the side for free. They've avoided all the casualties. Everybody's dead, and now you've got 3.6 on Butter and 3.7 on Huasau. So actually, pretty miserable for 9Z in a round victory.
Apparently, whoopsie daisy in Spanish is Margarita Chilona. And that's probably what they're saying right now. Bloody hell.
Margarita Chilona.
Margarita Chilona.
I feel like you're trolling, but I can see you've got the translator up, so... well, this is a shift. This is a change. Heavy towards B. Very heavy indeed, allowing Martinez to search with the AWP. Huasau with the bomb, lining up util. Is it just going to be the lurk smoke, or are they going to throw something a little bit heftier into this? Max with the smoke at the ready as well to assist things from top middle. Gets to play that lurky element. Bro, they're coming your way, son.
He's already got a good headshot there onto Buddha, and the pressure is on.
Nice
smoke, gives him options. Molotov, he's going to be safe, he can edge the smoke. Huasau onto Stown though, and Yabi's here. He's got a great headshot. Martinez onto Bro though. This is a big one for DGT. If he can clear out the site, the bomb can go down, but Yabi stubborn from the bricks position. Device with the clear of the HE on smoke, and it's only Max disconnected from the pack. Astralis, they passed the test of the B bomb site.
It looked a little bit dicey for a moment, but defensive smoke from Bro. Nice shot as well into Buddha, trying to entry in. So did his job. A good util support work coming in from Device on that rotation. Max will just have to save, and well, that's the issue of the previous Eco Mare. You win the round, but you lose everything. So you're questioning how you could have done that better. I think you couldn't have done it any worse, really. Here's the shot from Bro.
Oh, it's a one-shot headshot. How nice. And you're rocking Galils. After a round you won.
And now you're on Eco. So
I'm not going to lie, this would be a tilter for me.
That'd be on Force.
I mean, I'm sure these professionals are better at managing their emotions than I am. I'd hope so, anyway. But Max keeps hold of his AK-47, but yeah, an Eco ahead of them.
That's the thing, so it probably will be the Force.
Oh, I see, yeah, 1500.
Yeah, right, so it is that icky. Oh, did I just use a... Is ick a Zoomer word, or is that still a millennial word?
No, I think if you add the Y, you kind of...
if icky, millennial,
ick... Very Z, or whatever the one that comes after that. Alpha. No, but that's Slypad kids.
You know, the next generation after that will be the betas.
Well, then things are really going to change.
Counter-Strike will never be the same.
Andrew Tate fans in absolute disarray. Yabi, I love that. I love me an aggressive CT push. Up mid, up the guts, up against Tech 9s. This is ballsy, but yeah, Max is not ready for that. It's clean. Lovely work from Yabi.
I really like the way Astralis play on their CT side, and some of their results maybe don't back up the positivity that I'm giving to it, but I like that they really use the nuances to take the fights into lower, to harass middle, to just be annoying, as opposed to playing Dust 2 in the real static, old-school fashion.
Yeah,
you need a bit of both.
Yeah, you can have rounds where you kind of imitate, you know, Cage and B TSM days or whatever it was, but let's kind of keep it modern. A smoke suicide as well makes that not crazy. That's not, you know, there's no longer a scout that can bop your head off while you're fighting lower.
I think, yeah, the scout or AWP conversation is the big one, right? Do they have a scope? And if they don't, let's use some of these little details against them. And then it all just plays into how the defaults will go forward for 9Z. To be fair, it's been quite long-centric, or at least it was in the early stages. And we're heading back there. It's Stair, tasked with dealing with Martinez and DGT. Let's see if you get a double this time round.
It's not the most glamorous of roles, but you know what? It's a job.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to do it. Stair's doing it, and he's done it very cleanly.
I'll be honest, I think both anchoring B and A suck on this map. You want to be one of the rotators.
Yeah, but as you've just said, their rotators are very good at it.
Yes, right. So having Stown and Yabi and obviously Device in the AWP being able to pick their shots a little bit more, and you need to lock down your position. Sometimes, look, if it is a rush, you get a lot of action and maybe you get to multi, but it can be very stressful. And then a lot of the time you're just jiggling, holding an angle and waiting for the timing with the teaser dictating that tone. So the information that's coming your way from your teammates, critical. This nade could do some damage. Bang, and the dirt is gone.
There is a ring in. This will be a quick one. Stown looking robotic on that adjustment, dips his head down, finds Huasau's head on Cat, and now Martinez going to walk into Device, and he meets his fate to the Deagle.
Good start for Device, 11 kills for him, 11 for Yabi, and 8 for Stown. So those are the 3 that are going to find a lot of action just by virtue of their positions. So if they can continue in this nature. The eco bashers are always nice as well.
So you've already proven that you can kind of quote-unquote disrespect up the guts mid. You don't have to do it every round, but Yabi has the spawn, so I've got my eyes on him.
Molly will dissuade him.
That's the job. That's the whole role of that Molotov. But hang on, he looked like he was still going.
He is. He is indeed.
They have long, though.
Yeah, this is this type of maneuver. So Device will flash over.
Go on.
There's the flash, and they should have seen this in the demo, so dealing with this is tough.
Oh, good shot. Very nice handling of it from DGT, and Device is caught off as well. 9Z, here we go. This is a good response to what has been a tough couple of rounds for them.
Bomb is still in spawn.
Oh,
Needs
that's
to
a
get
huge
across. Down can stop this, but if he goes around the world, might miss the chance.
DGT's got a chance. Oh, yeah, well, wow. Martinez has done it. Not a bit sketchy.
I like that from 9Z. They did their prep. Right,
Yep.
the flashes came over, they tucked away, right? They didn't take that jewel. Well, to be fair, DGT did by peering back, but was ready for it, wasn't caught off guard by it. And then the rest of the team out long just scurried up, knowing Device is the one who starts the round by supporting the push.
Yeah.
And then they were able to overwhelm him towards A. So I like that, 9Z doing their homework.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a great counter. It is the counter.
Come on, Buddha, you need this one. Knife him.
He wants both of them.
Don't knife them both.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, one is better than none.
That's true. That's what I always say. As long as you don't give away all the rifles and win the round.
Ooh.
We've already had that once.
Oh, no, Connor.
We don't need that again.
No, but you know what? The slate will be wiped clean if they tidy this half up 6-6. That's if. Oh, yeah, he's heard him. It's all good. All right, last 2 rounds of this T-side campaign for 9Z.
Yeah, I don't mind Astralis throwing that in with all the residual cash they have. It's not like it put their purchases in jeopardy whatsoever, and getting guns for free is definitely going to make that easy. So they will be able to buy in this one, and even if they lose this one, they will be able to buy in the final round, round number 12, before we head to the halftime break. I don't expect to see them go for anything as all-in aggressive, as we just saw. Nade to guys the cross.
Doesn't connect. Saving their smokes. Investing an early one towards the doors. On long. Boosted this time, stare on long, and a 2-man setup for this. This is nice angles, and it's very hard to counter. Buddha has had a mare. He's taken down his teammate. Now DGT's been leg shot, has to get away. But yeah, this is already looking bleak, and a nasty state of affairs for 9Z. Oh, he's definitely paid a lot of dust to his Device, well aware of the potential flash, a crouch out, and in, just misses his shot.
All right, well, Max still wants to apply some cap pressure. DGT in lower tunnels. This feels like a non-starter of a round. We'd have to hit some absolute bangers on their way into A. They have 2 smokes available. Martinez with bridge.
He's going to do this new elevator smoke that covers the long angle.
Hello, Governor.
It's down. Oh, he's got a freebie here. Lovely work. Nearly takes down Martinez with the continued spray, and he will not finish him off. Quick AWP. Quick scope.
You should throw bodies to try and take them out of the round. Stair should maybe start trying to push long. See if you can take the guns away. There won't be anything for the final round.
Yeah, God, the economic ramifications of the slip-up on the eco. They have haunted them. And the Spaniard caught out by Bro, removes the AWP. DGT doesn't have the help to retrieve, and now, yeah, Yabi could. Oh, I suspect he might go down. Ooh, gets away.
Just survived. Okay. Well, that is going to be one of 3 AKs they get in this final round. Max and Martinez can both purchase. DGT could drop something a little bit lighter for either Buddha or Wasau.
I'm going to have to say this Astralis CT side is filling me with confidence. It's looked very cool. But like, it's got a lot of diversity of setups, and individuals are all shining brightly.
Yeah, but from the point when they were against an eco and they gave away all their guns but still won the round, they've only won 1 out of the following 5.
Yeah.
And you were talking about the finances. Not only has it ruptured the bank balance of 9Z, it's given a positive injection to Astralis to take a few more risks. And even though the round that they went aggressive, it didn't pay off, it was out without any punishment. So for Astralis, they couldn't be more thankful of the way this has played out.
A 5th certainly would make it a recovery of sorts. An A to cross. Late door smoke from Martinez. They start 3 long here, and it doesn't look like there's going to be anything from the T's initially.
It's just the reaction from Astralis, and this is the difference between on the T side throwing the long corner smoke or not, right? As soon as that was thrown, the CTs threw a bucket load of flashes in case it was going to be the long push. And that also helps you piece together what the setup is.
Yeah, I don't see it. I mean, there's 2 flashes remaining for Astralis. There might be a couple on the floor, but yeah, that's a good point. The power of 1 smoke from the T side, albeit you are limited in resources yourself.
Sure, I just think obviously earlier on in the piece, and one of the key little elements here, I think if you can throw the long corner smoke on Dust 2 a lot to at least indicate maybe you're going to pressure that, you can force the CTs to always be quite scared. One of the key pieces of real estate on Dust 2. But it might just be a short execute and go.
Looks like the plan. We'll get that same wall of smokes erected. You get to see a much better effect of that second smoke here. Device, you can see if they get across this line. If they get across this line, which Device has drawn. Beautiful shot onto Wasso. Martinez needs to continue to move. It's down threatening that he can mount up at that box anytime.
Astralis is opting to play retake, so Device peppered down. He can deal with DGT, Longheart, Stair can look towards the site, and the other 3, Bro, Yabby, and Stout can have the conversation of how do they make this retake happen.
This is uncomfortable with no util for 9Z. Nothing to delay. It's just going to have to be headshots. DGT as well. Like, he's going to have to be patient because otherwise the Device has got him booked. A lovely double kill so far from Device. Max and Martinez piping up, but Device is hitting every shot he takes. Every pull of that AWP trigger, it bears fruit. Now Buddha. Helpless with the Desert Eagle. Nice headshot and double kill from Buddha. This would be one hell of a clutch. He's just going to hold it. Buddha, he has to hit this headshot. Has to be clean with it. Massive clutch from Buddha. Gives him a competitive scoreline. That's got to feel good. Smile creeps on his face as a competitive half after all. I'm really sorry to interrupt the drum and bass stream there. I was having a lot of fun with that. But we've got some Counter-Strike to play. It is stage 2 of IEM Cologne 2024. I've got Chad Sponge-Birchall in the building. And we've got 9Z versus Astralis. It is the opening matches, Group A. And I'm very interested to see what the second half is. I feel like we might get an answer of does 2 T-sided? Because it wasn't for 9Z. They rustled up a 5th. And that looks like a spawn decoy lineup. I'm sure that's really strategic and thought through. Kind of maybe to imitate that they're throwing... No, I don't know what that does. Can't tell you. Lasso Peak receiving a hole. What? Gets the headshot on the spam. He might get away. He does. Turn tail just in time.
If you want to know this one, left side of the barrel, left, right click, step, jump, throw.
As easy as that. Max has got something in his hands. Might be flashing for a wider swing, but Wasso doesn't have the health. Has a go. Oh, wow. Wasso Peak hits it with him. Onto Yabi. Headshot from Stown onto Wasso Peak himself. And now with Stown's HP low, this is starting to look difficult for Astralis. They even have a kit. They can chill. They can play retake. Wait for the rotation of their B-side player, Buddha.
Still planning to win this round, Astralis, but just getting the plant, that is really going to help this out.
TGT. Not going to overextend. Not going to overcook it. Martinez just in the roost of Gandalf.
They're going to keep harassing. I'm not sure how Stair's meant to get into the site. Well, that works. That works in a big way.
That's a real problem for Max, and now Stairs hit the headshot conversion onto DGT. Uncomfortable for 9Z as Stair racks up a double kill that turns the tide of battle. Oh, Buddha needs to finish his meal, has done so. It's into the 1v1. It all comes down to Stair. A triple kill already. Anticipates a push from short, so planting open. Buddha's going to walk in. Stair really seems to think he's coming from short side. He may have corrected himself now. Now it falls to Buddha. Clock versus USP. Favors the USP at this range. Stair, though, too damn good. Impactful 4K to turn that pistol around. Wasso Peak started with a lovely pick-off, found a second on the low HP, and still Astralis turned it around.
Look, I didn't hate the fact that they were harassing from short, as well as Gandalf, but then Stair just starts hitting these gooshes and whittles them down. You clearly don't want to give the bomb away if you're 9Z. Like, you don't want to allow the plant to come through with the number advantage. So I get what they were doing, but by doing so, they offered up the opportunities, and Astralis, especially Stair, ran with it. So clutches to end the half, and now to start the second. DGT in towards lower, has the support of the Chilean Cowboy.
Oh, you know what, Yabi?
You can have those.
Respect. Good read of the situation. Martinez, however, he's a sharpshooter, and he's got a headshot and a tag from his scout. Max is wielding 1-2. The molly is a whiff, but good shot.
This round's on.
Most definitely. Looking to smash like Donkey Kong. The need to finish his meal. Buddha, impact triple.
Dead.
And Max, he wraps it all up, puts a bow on it. That is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Whew. So both teams winning the T-side pistol and both teams losing the second round follow-up. And this one started so well. Yabi obviously playing a lot of deathmatch, you know, has the perfect little angle for the fight to those nerds playing the lower dark to upper dark peak angle. Smashes them, and somehow it falls apart. Astralis giving away a bit of a gift in this second half of play. Nice, happy to tussle with a scout of his own. He's the one to take the first bullet. A Deagle of Bro good for the first two, not the third.
Okay, that might force a little bit more humility out of the CTs. At least those that have been tagged. Yabi nails it. You need this one. You need this one, Max. He's let it slip. He's being chased into the B site, tucked in and pushing his Wasso Peak. Martinez can run him down. They know he's low. Yabi, though, has an AK, but Max will finish off what he started. So where does that leave us? Stowner's bomb towards upper. Yeah, and Device with a smoke and 16 points of health. Maybe there's some deception they can work, but you're still going to have 2 players on either site.
Yeah, this feels unwinnable, doesn't it?
Does.
55 seconds. Just a stiff breeze. Device will die. Will have to be a scout headshot as well. So I don't know if I could paint the picture to be any tougher, to be honest. And as he leers forward in the smoke, Max is more than ready for this. He is playing in the cubby. So hidden for now. But what does that even mean? Down shows some presence. Max seems to have a pretty good idea, and now the bomb's down, so that's not going to matter anyway. Device, as soon as you put your shoulder out, you'll be picked up. And it's a one-round game. I have breaking news, Alex.
Go on.
If you do not want to hear what's going on in the A stream right now, take your headset off, mute the stream, throw your phone in the toilet. Don't do that. But yeah, you shouldn't be listening right now. I'm going to give you to the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. G2 taking on Saw as part of Group A on the A stream, and Saw have just 2-0 G2.
Okay.
Yeah, so now losing this series gets even tougher. G2 are in the lower bracket.
Oh, bloody hell. I mean, this is a stacked group, right? Na'Vi,
the scarier 3.
G2, Spirit.
Yeah, those are the scary 3.
Yeah. And one of them's already in the lower bracket. You can put your headset back on. How do you tell them that, though?
I hope they just come back at some point.
Okay.
So in this game so far, there's been a couple of gifts. 9Z went, hi guys, have a present of 3 AK-47s and an AWP, but we'll still take the round. Astralis at the end of the half went, Buddha, you know, you missed a couple of free eco kills, so what we'll do is we'll give you a nice little Deagle 1v3 that you can put in the highlight package. And then Astralis went, we're not done giving gifts. We're Danes. We're close to Santa Claus. We're going to continue giving presents, and I know it's only August, but the next one that we're going to give is a Force by Victory that's going to then propel you to what's about to be 3 consecutive rounds.
That was how it worked for Astralis in the first. That's not without a couple of trials up against the Glocks, but DGT's having absolutely none of it. It's going to help him pad the stats a little bit. Slow start for DGT. Can't believe he's gaming in an anorak. I mean, that's just beyond comprehension. You know, there I am talking about hoodies, but he's wearing like a full waterproof shell suit.
Is that a type of car?
It's an English word. Like a waterproof garment.
Toyota anorak?
It does sound like one, yeah. Is that 3 CTs pushing mid on a gun round? This is what I'm saying. Does too. It's got some diverse playbooks. Now, if I'm Buddha, I need one, and I haven't provided it, so now all of this for naught. It's not gained them anything.
But they have a lot of nades for the retake.
I'm uncomfortable. Nice catch onto Bro, but oh, hang on. He's just hit a...
Look at the nades for the retake.
Headshot.
They have so many smokes, mollies, flashes. Guys, think about this for a second. If you retake from the doors, you can molly backside, you can molly car. I don't love it.
I think Stown gets a couple. Or he just smokes them off and it's really awkward.
They have a HE, but still...
We need to use it. Okay. How many did he see? He's probably heard a couple. Max moving. Yabi in a good angle for this. Oh, and he controls the spray nicely. Guaso peek. Oh, that's impact. If they can find Yabi, there's no time anymore. Martinez goes down. It's a massive round. Quad kill from Yabi. 20 frags, 9 deaths. He is comfortable in this Astralis jersey now.
Look, I can understand the decision to want to go through tunnels because if you're smoked off doors constantly, because it was a B rush or a B pop, so they are going to have a lot of util, so you're thinking, all right, well, if we go through tunnels, it's less likely they're going to smoke that off.
But your point is there's a lot of nades you can throw from that side.
Yeah, so they could have smoked off tunnels, they could have mollied back plat, backside, and car, and then blown open the door or window smoke with their HE.
I like that.
Obviously, both are a bit of a risk. I just thought they had enough util.
I don't like this. DGT's under a lot of scrutiny, and he's just going to back away. He realizes it's probably for the best not to try and contest. CT smoke being lined up by Bro. Mid being cleared. I just saw DGT sweep through and call Cat clear.
Yabi's playing for the response, right? You can see he's aware of a lower dark possibility, but also in a good position if it is a upper tunnel push for info for 9Z as well.
They just start their walk. Guaso peek has himself a smoke to delay once they cross. You throw it actually in sync with their cross smoke, so I guess that's going to sow some uncertainty about where he can peek from Deep Goose. They're crossing. Good tags on the spam. He thought about it. Spam connects. Well placed, well timed. The incendiary makes things uncomfortable for Stown. Delay now. Wasop can play around the barrel. Chip damage. Yabi investigates B. It's good time for that, but the bomb's not going to be helping him. And it's just falling apart at the seams here for Astralis. Buddha's aware of the possibility. Yeah, Yabi's done nothing with that.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a cheeky thought if we do the CT smoke as well as the cross smoke and play through it, and then we're not so marooned because of the new box element now as well.
Well, that's why there's a CT smoke. You kind of get to...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so you play, like, maybe, right? But getting tricky, you didn't even have side control at that point. So Astralis not sticking the landing. Will allow 9Z to tie things up 9-9. Device might go down after time. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Running him.
Oh, 150 bucks in the back pocket.
Lovely.
With this inflation, mate, you're not even getting a sandwich. Can't even get a full tank of gas for 100. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what petrol prices are. I don't have a car. Maybe you can.
I love their like reaction util there. Like that's the kind of the combo of the ramp molly a couple of seconds after the cross smoke, as well as the Huaso Peak smoke towards the barrels. Just gave them a couple of options to kind of delay and to repel the Astralis assault.
Yeah, you know what's interesting at the moment is this is a 9Z tactical timeout.
After,
we just had Pitcher doing a lot of talking, but they've won, what, 4 out of the last 5?
Maybe it's just actually more to reflect upon what putting Device down after time as well will mean, and what their finances in general, like what to expect from Astralis into the next.
Yeah, we knew the loss bonus was going to be at 1900, 2400 going into the next, and with Device dying, it puts you in an awkward... He's going to scout in the next round most likely, so we should see them take a save Astralis. That means 9Z have the chance to get to double digits first, and this should be the type of round that you can't be foregoing, right? And that's likely exactly what the coach TGE was piping out there to the troops. Still don't quite believe the result on the A stream.
I mean, Saw and 9Z, they have that same tenacity. They want to prove to the quote-unquote big names that they are to be feared, that they can compete, that they can hang with the big boys. You know, they're walking over to the seniors table in the cafeteria and just slamming down their lunch tray and saying, yeah, I belong.
Is this in the retirement home or high school?
I was thinking more of a high school.
Okay, that's cooler.
Yeah, yeah.
As if it's, I think it's abuse.
You know, Astralis, they got their like varsity jackets. They're hanging out with all the cheerleaders.
Wow.
And it's an American high school.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, my high school didn't have cheerleaders.
No, nor I. We just had teenage pregnancies.
I think you guys made a whole TV show out of that.
Yeah, it was Church of England school as well. Lol. But smoke softens tunnels. Job's a good one.
Well, gentlemen.
You do have to die.
Yeah. And that's not profound or anything along those lines. This isn't not a spiritual death.
I'm not channeling like an Alan Watts moment here. I'm just saying. Come on.
But yeah, it's fine. Stay alive, bro. Well, no, you're stare, but...
Well, there it is. You know, a couple of seconds to spare. Stare goes down.
All right, well, that was a full eco, so... One of the most exciting rounds of the game, those ones. Let's get into one that might actually have some ramifications. An AWP has been facilitated for Device. Yabi donating that. He's going to get himself a Tech 9 in return, and he's got 20 kills to his name. Device with 16. So those two have been the heavier hitters. I guess it is going to make them be able to function in a bit more of a default variety.
Respect, you know, Yabi, he's at the top of the scoreboard.
Exactly, and he's donating the AWP. But if it means that they can do the strats that they want to do, understandably so, and if he just baits one of his teammates, he can get an AK. Don't do that, guys. Definitely don't do that. All right, Astralis.
Device with a B spawn and determination in his eyes. As he's rocking the Asimov. An oldie but a goldie. Hoping to catch out Buddha. A little overextension perhaps on an info jiggle. Oh, and the smoke early. That'll do nicely.
Very cautious, but yeah, he burns it even before that molly had faded. So wanted to make sure it was blocked ASAP. Just walking through the mid-smoke. Down, that is crazy. Finds the timing. Jostles with Max, but both of them reset completely. That was a wild move from Stown.
So as far as map control goes, they have short and they have upper.
Yeah, so this... Oh,
hang on.
You got him.
You got him.
Yeah, he jumped up plat, so Device...
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see it coming. Our observers didn't see it coming. It's just Buddha gives it to Device.
Yeah, okay. Didn't use the timing of the smoke to his advantage there, did he? Well, Martinez can draw one back. It's just bodies walking into these orbs on either side of the server.
Yeah, and they're looking to accelerate here. This gets awkward fast, especially if Wasso Peak does get suppressed. Martinez is in the open with an orb, but this is fast from DGT.
Real quick.
This is huge. They're tripping over their shoelaces here. Stair gets him down. It's awkward. It's awkward for everyone as Martinez catches Stair asleep at the wheel. Bro to find another one. And it's up to Max. Is Bro going to get timed on this smoke walk? No, he's aware. Max is going to try the boxes. It's pre-aimed by Device, who goes down. Nice shot from Max. I didn't hear him pull the trigger there, and now he gets the info. It's Bro. Two very important kills there from Bro. A triple in total, but high impact. I mean, that's just damage control. That was very easily going to slip out of their hands. This is the shot. Oh, wow, lovely catch. But he's just thinking I can get a little more info, a little deeper into the angle, and Device was waiting. This was the first.
That felt like it was a constant round of trades.
Yeah,
like
all over.
It ping-ponged back the entire way here.
Good shot from Bro.
All right, well, an important clutch. AWP carried through. Out long we go. Wasso Peak, the only one here, spamming. Might feel like a tasty morsel if Yabby or Bro want to try and risk to push through that smoke, but an aggressive stance from the CTs. Martinez down towards lower. Max with a staunch stance, and DGT also to assist from short. So they were playing for a bit more mid-control, 9Z, and they've gotten it, but going to stay silent up long. Stair leading the pack.
I'm worried about Wasso Peak here. He's got an awful lot to do. They're crossing just on the flash ahead of the smoke.
Bombs loose.
Same smoke as before. Can he use it? With Device staring at the possibility. Nade to clear, exposed and executed. Lovely work from the Danes here. They're into the side. They have the man advantage. 9Z. Oh, lovely Max. That smoke from Wasso Peak kind of guises the potential for a trade. That slows them down. 60-second mark reached. This Bro gets it down, planted safe.
Oh.
Where's Martinez? Found Stown there.
Stown was top mid.
Wow, good catch, good awareness from Martinez to still consider it, considering the bomb was already ticking. And Device on that car. Martinez catches a whiff of it. Max should go down here. Good work from Bro again on this T side. He's definitely got a new lease of life. Missed shot on the AWP. Can Buddha come up clutch? He's not far off the mark, but Bro, he holds on again. That's back-to-back triple kills from Bro.
Bro, I'm getting so stressed out. I'm like, boys, come on now.
It doesn't have to be me.
I don't have to be winning these back-to-back. They've had 3 clutches, right? Stair with the pistol round. And now 2 from Bro in consecutive fashion in intense moments as well.
I mean, the fact that he's kind of covering his eyes after doing it. The cortisol. High. What a shot as well. Not even a headshot. Must have got him just in the neck. Oh, I know, yeah, Device, despite missing his first opportunity. Yeah, whoa, just a sigh of relief. So much stress, so much strain.
Hey boys, can we not? I don't want to clutch.
Like, his nervous system right now is just pushed to its limits.
Oh.
Okay, stretch it out. Stretch it out. You are 11-10 to the good.
And you've humbled the economy of 9Z. Their finances are in tatters. Likely see them go for the eco and then play for overtime, and that's never a fun place to find yourself.
No, far from it. I mean, what's the best you can make out of what a full eco, bar a P250?
Well, if the opposition wants to donate you all of their guns.
You wait for them to throw their door smoke, and then you all run through it together.
Here it is. Oh, no, they're just crossing. All right.
All right, all right. It makes sense. You don't have a smoke of your own. Wait for theirs. But Yappy has been making a bit of a mastery of his craft of just holding tons for the entire round, and now he gets to farm up. did get dinked down to 10 HP, and he's retreating. Stound's going to be able to catch a lot of them here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not.
This is ugly.
It is.
Oh, the knives are out.
Hideous. And DGT stabs down. He gets himself a 1,500 cash investment, injection rather.
Wait. Martinez has Yabi for free.
Yeah. And that's me slamming the desk, not him.
He saw some pious to it and thought, let me have a go at
I can do that too. We can't be calling that the Spanish whiff. I think I just did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've branded it.
Yep.
Start selling t-shirts.
Yeah. Same kind of area as well. Yikes.
Yeah.
Bloody hell. There's something over there. Oh man, he was going to save an AWP. They were going to get an AK. It was going to be kind of reminiscent of what we were just discussing.
Well, that knife kill is actually massive. DGT can drop an AWP into the next round. He can drop it. That knife kill is so big.
Okay, yeah.
It wouldn't have been an AWP available otherwise.
Okay.
Because you look at where the loss spin is at, it's only going to be 2,400 into the next round. Now he can definitely buy the AWP for Martinez, and he can get armor. So DGT, by pulling out the Shanky Shank,
yeah,
that means an awful lot. All you can do is smile.
Well, folks, let's find out if we need a couple more rounds, shall we? It is up to 9Z. Astralis just one away from taking their opponent's map pick, and there's no better way to start than putting Martinez on notice. He leg shots his rival AWPer, does Device. Martinez, a nade to try and catch an early fight, and Device welcomes it. Great open up. 4 kills away from Astralis taking 9Z's pick.
Might just go into a mid to B. It looks like they're postured for it. DGT and Hwasao addressing that. Crisscross lined up. Footer's been drawn out of B to help. But is it just a ruse? Backing off through tunnels with the bomb. Bro's also going to leave his long patrol and now start to assist. Now just needs to stay alive.
Yeah, buddy, you need to get back to your site. Stat.
It might be too late.
Doesn't have any nades either. He can't delay. He just has to shoot, and he has to shoot hard. Oh, Buddha. Buddha! Empty-handed. The B site lost, and it seems Dust 2 has been too. 9Z, scramble.
Oh, replenish of the door smoke. Windows molly.
Yeah, we all know how this feels. Man disadvantage extended.
Kids picked up at least.
At least. You got a smoke on DGT and incendiary on Max.
And the ref's calling this one done.
Yeah, the towel to be thrown in here. Astralis just don't let these kind of rounds go. Yabi, clean with it. Clean with it. He's looking to leave with 26 if he's not careful. Bro yoinks it, but still. That's Astralis 13, 9Z 10. A competitive affair on Dust 2.
And second half about the clutches for Stare and Bro, the pistol, and then Bro with back-to-back rounds that he had to salvage for Astralis. But you'll take Dust 2 and you'll move on to your turf of Inferno next.
to Parrot Machine as he ended the commentary there on Dust 2. It was a closely fought affair between Astralis and 9Z. 9Z's map pick, but unfortunately right at the end there, Astralis able to just get those 2 rounds on the board, enough to obviously get them the victory. Was close though.
Very close, very close. I think a competitive game. I think that's what we asked for. That's kind of what we pre-faced coming into this segment as well. 2 teams that on paper you'd argue that Astralis were heavy favorites, but given 9Z is playing somewhat decent Counter-Strike and Astralis are not firing on all cylinders yet, we did pre-face a close game. It was a bit of a messy game as well. It felt like, especially in the second half, back and forth. You know, Astralis couldn't win 2 rounds in a row, 9Z couldn't win 2 rounds in a row, so it became a game of economics and also a game that could have gone either way, I'd argue.
I felt the game was not really that messy. I just felt they were very aggressive, right? I think both players, or like both teams, actually wanted to come out and really be aggressive, and I think we saw it so many times throughout the CT side. They constantly took mid control from each other, and I felt like the rounds were often determined in the first like 20 seconds, because then half of the team would already be dead.
Well, when 2 teams are not able to win 2 rounds in a row over the course of, was it 6 or 7 rounds, then it does become like a fist fight almost. You know, as you said, I think that what made it give me a messy feeling to it was the aggressiveness that you're highlighting right here, that it was 2 teams that was willing to fight and 2 teams that were willing to up the pace a little bit. You know, I thought Astralis was going to try to drag out it a little bit and maybe make 9Z sweat, but they bought into the game.
I'm kind of in agreement with you from the messy side though, because I felt like there were a lot of mistakes on both sides as well, like small mistakes, but enough that the other team could then take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think 9Z made some crucial ones throughout this game, and I think both it's an economy question, but also on the side of the individuals. I think if I can get round 6 on the monitor, I think it will showcase some of the rounds they actually screw up for themselves. So this is a relatively easy round for them to win. And I am not sure what this round is, Jacob. Feel free to explain to me.
No, it's
oh yeah, sure. Okay,
so round where they lose a lot of economy for no reason at all. You know.
So they come towards T-spawn, right? And there's just no reason for 9Z to be here, right? They should be in pit and just staying away from this situation. Right now, they're giving around 12k value to the likes of Astralis, and it just determines the whole half of them, because some of those weapons they keep for the next round and the next round again. You almost give them like $10k towards the end of the half.
I think this is a great example of the worst round in the tournament so far that any team has ever won. You know, I know you get the point for winning the round, but you're spot on when you're saying that there's no reason whatsoever for 9Z to go up to those USBs and go hunt for it. You know, it's not like you can hunt them down with a Mac 10 and buy economy. There's literally no reason whatsoever to even contest that. So despite them winning the round, I think that was probably the worst Counter-Strike round I've seen so far in this tournament.
When we move into the second half though, I thought 9Z looked a lot stronger and that they were coming back a little bit more. What was it that ultimately allowed them to be a little bit more in the fight?
I think they actually wanted just to be aggressive. I think they worked towards Astralis' weakness in sometimes when it's structure, right? I think we constantly talk about when Astralis is weak, it's because there's a lack of structure, right? I think we see many moments where they get caught off guard by GTT being very aggressive on the CT side. We also see them fumbling a little bit over their own feet in some rounds and make the economy hurt themselves, but they did clean them up, many of them, and this was the definition of a 50-50 game. It's only Bro who's the reason why they're not sitting on a second map right now with a map down. And there's also a harsh reality right now. Saul just won against G2, right? You get those news when you're sitting outside that if you lose right now, there's a potential G2 match coming up.
Yeah, and the other way around now, you're Astralis, you just won your opponent's map pick, you're heading into map 2, you know that if you're winning, you get a game against Saul where the winner of that game will qualify for the playoffs. So there's a lot of stake for both teams. I agree with you, Bro, you know, had a fantastic showing in the clutches itself. He was nowhere to be found initially in the game, but he came alive, won 2 very important 1v1 clutches. And then I also gotta say, we were speaking about it in the green room, you know, Device missing some crucial shots. It did feel like the individual, I guess, capabilities of the Astralis players didn't really shine through when it mattered the most from the likes of Device, but thank God for them. They got Yabi, they got Star, and they stepped it up.
This is my issue with Device being in IGL, is I know he can be a world star AWPer when he's playing his own game right away, he doesn't have to focus, but I'm just questioning myself at times on the T side, how much does he even do? Because I see a crucial moment on the T side where he's peeking dark on B, and Stavin is just shifting out mid without having any communication with Device. So, like, who is in charge of the T sides? Sometimes I even doubt that Device, quote unquote, is the real IGL, because I feel like it's more of a like communism, kind of socialism type of beat going on in there.
Well, I guess it's a natural course of having your AWPer being the in-game leader, because you are a little bit more static with an AWP. You can't be always at the center of the map, and I think if you were to ask Cadian, you know, as an example, who's made a career out of being an in-game leading AWP player, you'd realize that you cannot do that unless you have a right-hand man like Stown who can also chime in a little bit. And I agree with you, mainly on the T side. I wouldn't be surprised surprised that if you were listening to the comms, then it's just as much Stavn dictating the game as it is Device. But they're working in tandem, and they have to.
Yeah, and if you could get a third hand, that would probably be Jabby, right? He is one of the players where you kind of feel like he's a little bit undervalued in this roster because you talk about Stavn, Device, right? But sometimes this guy also pops off. I think he's a very crucial moment of why even Astralis was remotely close to making this a success, right? So in this point, I think they're pretty happy with what they've done.
Yep. Hear me out though. Let's just have a bigger picture conversation here. The more everyone talks, the more it feels like, on paper, this should be Heroic 2.0, but with trophies, because you have an IGL that is a phenomenal AWP and could pop off, but I don't think it looks nearly as convincing.
Let me put it this way. I don't think Device have shown as an in-game leader so far that he's neither better than Cadian as an in-game leader, as a raw in-game leader. Maybe with time he can become, it's also early for him, so it's not really a critique of him. And I also think the individual level of Device is only slightly better than Cadian, even if it is now. I'm not even sure anymore. And here's my argument towards the rest of that theory is that Shoes and Tessus are way better players than Bro and Stair. I have to say it. I think they're more experienced, they're better players. I think Shoes is underestimated. Tess is underestimated as well in general. So I don't really see Astralis being a team that should replicate what Heroic did or do better, because I don't really think on paper they look better.
Yeah, and let's also jump on that one. We see Bro in this game, right? He is shaking on his game. Like I even heard them speaking in Danish, like, let's get Alexander, bro, some air. Like he was so... I'm not sure, like I've not seen him to that extent before. I know he's a little bit nervous on the bigger stages, but this is a group stage game, first game of the season inside Cologne, right? And you're playing against 9Z. It's not like you're playing for the life of the tournament, right? So it's just a little bit of an overreaction from my side.
And there's two things to it, obviously. Nice that he won those clutches. It was 2 1v1s, and it was a crucial moment in the game. Without those wins, Astralis most likely would have lost us too, and easy to say. However, I fully buy into your point. It's also a thing when we talk big picture stuff, that if you're Bro, you're in a group stage, you're opening game at Cologne, and you're shaking, you can't really get your nerves under control. What happens when you enter the stage, in the weekend with the 15,000 people inside the cathedral? That's not going to be a nice showing for Bro then.
Yeah, and it's not his first tournament, right? He's been a part of this roster for a bit now. He's also some experience from Monty as well. I know he didn't play in the Paris Major and so on, but I mean, it should be kind of common for him to sit at these kind of games and have those kind of moments where you are going to be the guy who's in focus and also winning the round.
Inferno up next.
Inferno's up next. I want to jump into this. I've gone completely off on a tangent because it's super interesting, but we are going to see if Astralis can close us out 2-0, and we can continue the Bro conversation after that. Or alternatively, 9Z is going to equalize this and we'll go to a third map. We'll find out after the break.
We won't.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Guten Tag, as they say in Germany, and we are live from Cologne, Germany, bringing you all of the action of Stage 2. Yes, the big boys are in town in Cologne, or Köln, if you're from the Yezens. We are ready to get into the second map. It's Inferno between 9Z and Astralis. The first map, it got nearly all the way through regulation. 9Z keeping it competitive, a couple of mismanaged approaches left a bit of an economic boon for Astralis that was eventually converted. Now we find ourselves on Inferno, and the expectation being this is Astralis' pick. Surely this is going to be Astralis' second win in this best of 3.
Inferno.
Yeah, let's see if it has some excitement. Inferno has become quite systematic, as it always has been. I do like this mid-smoke. It gives you some options, and you can just jump for info, apparently. Wasso Peak confirms that there is one out mid, and second mid might be scary. Martinez, has he changed his view model, or do the Julies just look extra weird in his view model? I don't know. He's actually looking like a bit of a cowboy. And he's managed to get whittle away at Stare. Multiple bullets to the spine as he does. Lovely connections from Martinez. The dual Berettas thrive in those environments. In fact, they got 2 pairs of them on the site. It's Martinez quad kill to get going. I don't know which is more ridiculous. Is it DGT or Yakinda? I think DGT might be a front runner.
Who else is in that mix?
No names are springing to mind.
There's definitely more close boys.
There are. Mezzi does that.
Is Mezzi a close boy?
Mezzi's a close boy, but he has, you know, the mouse pad and keyboard behind his monitor kind of vibe. DGT-esque. We've got 4 SMGs out of 9Z.
Well,
which,
yeah, should shred.
Should make this round fun, but could make the next one a bit difficult.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think if we... Maybe we could use this time.
Yeah, can we?
Once.
Go on.
So let's think about maps where having majority SMGs might be okay. Nuke? Inferno.
I wanted to say that one. Yeah, that's fair.
Dust 2 probably not, unless you're going to do like a tunnels crunch.
No. Vertigo, probably not.
Unless you're going to all-in ramp or take full B lobby control.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could go aggressive, but if it's not like a gambit, and if the rounds play a little bit longer. So I guess the answer, guys, is there's options. You just have to pick the right one.
Yeah. That was a nice little opening onto device there. Wasso Peak get himself a couple of kills. And we are going to be seeing those 4 SMGs. So let's see just how those SMGs work out. So Martinez has actually been gifted that M4, so it must be positionally determined.
Oh, they're only starting Max towards B. Buddha joined him. I think he threw out a little bit of util. Yeah, he did. So he's leaving him a whole bunch to work with for Max with the block. So they are going for a stack, right? They're trying to wield these SMGs in numbers. Martinez will be up on the porch. They've got also Wasso there, DGT and Buddha all looking to crunch down and lock down middle. And, well, this is looking like a phenomenal call. Astralis are knocking.
We can't both play anti-flash, fellas. Oh, well, Martinez should be there, and he has managed to fill the feed for 1, but it's Astralis with the edge of Yabi out apps. Just cleans up.
Oh, I was going to say, Stown doesn't have to do that. Yabi's already across. Device could just come through holes. It doesn't matter. Sticks the landing. And now it's just Max who's behind a smoke in library.
Yabi had a spectacular dust too as well. Looks like that form hasn't gone anywhere into map 2. Max does take a nice headshot onto device, but Yabi quick trade and Astralis on the board.
All right, well, first rifle round converted, and we have to take a look at the inventory for 9Z. And an AWP possible for Martinez, rifles for everybody else, and Buddha might even just want to operate with an MP9 yet again. Need that util to help get this banana control.
Lovely control there from Yabi, getting them both.
Do they force Martinez into an opening pick? Looks like he's going to go start over towards B. So do they set him up, or is he just to be a supportive element and then rotate between the sites? Looks like the latter. Half-wall smoke with a bit of a buff up to work around. And well, they're going to be hot under the collar. Looking to clear. Max flashed up towards Sandbag as the support of Buddha and Martinez. And yeah, they were thinking of sending a second wave down to garner control, but might just post Martinez to hold the line while they rotate to join the likes of Wasso and DGT. Astralis don't have full banana control just yet. We'll see how diligent they are. Nades through. Don't net them anything worthwhile. So they have half of banana control. They don't know what resides Sandbag. They don't know exactly how much information Martinez has. They're now working on top mid. So from Banana to brackets.
Now you can just focus your attention on quad side. Device gifted an additional flash. So there's a game plan afoot here. Yabi, with team help, allowed to work.
This is a real problem for 9Z. If it's a B execute, the rotation point of Buddha will be the next closest. He doesn't really have a flash, and you wouldn't really want to flash Martinez in through a smoke with an AWP. Martinez has transitioned side. If it's just contact, he's got a chance for an opener.
Yabi single-handedly is keeping 4 people.
Vice is going to flash this.
Martinez has got so much work to do. Flashed off of the line. Yabi still making it difficult to rotate. They're in now and they know where he is. It's so well executed by Astralis. It's, dare I say it, flawless. I mean, it helps when you have a player like Yabi who can essentially just, you know, be active on that lurk. He was like the first contact. It kept the boots planted. And then as they started to, you know, the penny dropped, the util dropped on B, he even made it difficult for them to get a move on. To rotate without the threat of Yabi being right behind you. Is he going to hunt further? I mean, he's in a position to try and punish this pit on the exit. Astralis, convincing to get these gun rounds started. Loss of the pistol, the following, and Yabi does go down, but Max, can you hold on to your M4? That's the next question. The answer is no, bro. Brings him down, DGT as well. Another victim for bro.
I like the way that one felt. Removing everything should be an eco to deal with, and 3 rounds not too far away for Astralis. But simple stuff. Banana control, and not even really full banana control. Take top mid, back to B, execute.
Yeah.
That's it summarized.
So if you wanted to, against Astralis no less, take deep banana control, do you really, I imagine that requires 3 players at a minimum.
I think if you want to go for banana control, a lot of the time you should be playing with 3 because you need the 2 aggressive elements to be laden the utility and then the individual to support with the flashes and be there just in case you lose that opening pick. No secret of the quick banana control. Sandbag and mouth of banana. Says going to start searching with the MAC-10. May as well send him in as a bit of a probe to see what he can find.
Oh, he's even flashed himself in. And B's open. They don't know it, but they might soon. Bogdan's at 34. That's actually unprecedented. Stair really doesn't want to die. Not in his interest today. Let's down go search instead. And the penny will drop shortly, but they're going to be diligent. And understandably so. You clear all your corners. That smoke lasts long enough for them to do so. And Ruin's the last on his checklist. Not really a ruin anymore, is it?
No, they've definitely had some construction going on.
Yeah.
We used to call it Snake in 1.6.
Snake?
Yeah, it was shaped.
Serpentine?
Yeah, like the way there was boxes.
Kind of wiggly.
So it was like a long corridor, and then there was boxes here and here. And I know that you guys at home can't see this.
But I can, and I'll tell you, he's drawn kind of a straight line with 2 circular.
You'd go like.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I see you. I see you.
You'd enter over here, and then you'd. Yeah.
So from Snake to Ruins, we might have to start calling it church or chapel.
We used to, I think we called it construction.
Yeah.
And then the bit behind coffins, which was in source coils.
Yeah.
There was like a garden bed back there, which has still existed in different iterations of CSGO and CS2.
Some greenery. Call it garden.
For some reason, well, not for some reason, we called that apple. Well, because banana was on the other side.
I don't hate that at all, actually.
I heard the FlagQuest boys call something broccoli the other day.
Yeah, that's a lot of syllables.
We used to call something mushroom on Nuke.
Really?
You know that single box in the top side of Nuke? That didn't always be there. That got added. So then we got added. I was like, I like to call things really random names, so we called it mushroom.
Yeah, well, that's probably where broccoli came from.
All right, well, log smoke for the CTs. They're not going to thrust themselves down behind it, but the job is done. Astralis aren't going to push through.
Counter to the, like, just past half-wall smoke is smoke on top of their smoke. It's interesting to observe.
This
and
is big.
Vaso Peak just got deleted. Great play from Device, and that frees up Yabi to try and punish. They heard that, though. He'll have to get out. Feels like Astralis definitely have a diverse playbook here as well. Oh, a missed shot from Device. That's Martinez. With only the M4, but stare onto Buddha, that's problematic. Smoke CT and Mag scarpering to B.
Well, the bomb has to make its way, the long rotation up banana on the back of Bro. No flash for DGT, but spamming might lull them in. Max, does he pip a timing when Bro starts planning? Or does he just want to consider the save? Oh, apparently neither.
Oh, he lost his life. To a Mac 10, no less. Plenty of funds for the Danes now. Guess that's before the taxes.
60%, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Don't pass go. Don't collect $200.
But receive functional,
free
governmental support.
Through healthcare and education.
Yeah. Well, they have cleaned the streets. Astralis, wipe 9Z. And we will get to see a tactical timeout called.
I would have to wait a little bit longer now that you can sell back, because when I see players buy and they're in a tactical timeout and then you've got 20 seconds of freeze time, there's essentially a minute worth of deliberation. So I could have told you that Martinez just bought a FAMAS, but I would have lied because he sold it back.
Yeah, we're going to have to catch our brains up with that one. I have the habit of buying Deagle Kev on the second round, just to see if everyone else is feeling it.
Okay, yeah, well, you know, it's
I
not...
can refund
hey,
it.
listen, the shop's open.
Yeah, listen.
Sell it back. If you guys don't like the idea, say something.
Yeah, exactly.
See something, say something.
It's better than press and push to talk. You know, I'm just asking. Non-verbally requesting.
If it was difficult to fault Astralis, they're going to be corralled by smoke, so we'll see when 9Z decide to block how and when. But with the util usage so far and how diligent Astralis have been in going for some of these clears, well, here's a slight gap. Yabi is tending to it. Will he get caught off guard with the timing? That's going to be his biggest misstep. And no, Alex, no, he won't. If anything, he'll make it look easy.
He does make it look easy, and it's reminiscent of his upper B holds on Dust 2 as well, on that T side. He's just well aware of like the aggressive possibilities and not going to overcook it. And good crosshair placement and decision making does make things look rather easy. However, 9Z are making things look quite hard right now.
Oh, that's a misplaced smoke grenade. Will not completely block off the choke point. Martinez now noted. Have to find Max, who's rotated back. How many more can Martinez get? Can he make this round interesting? 30 seconds. They are scarpering back towards B. Trying to track this one down. Bro on the pedal. And now it's Max who just vacated that B-bomb site. So we'll call that round number 5 for Astralis.
He wants the rifle.
Don't we all?
Yeah, and he's gotten it. Yoink. Does he get to keep it? Noink. Sounds like a naughty word, shouldn't say that, maybe. No, is the answer. He can't. 5 for Astralis, 2 for 9Z, but it's time for some rifles. Let's see if they can put up a fight. Is there anything that Chad Birchall would like to see from these CTs?
I think that Astralis are the ones who can only become their own worst enemy if they maybe go a little bit too fast, get overzealous, maybe overconfident with the way that they're approaching things. Because if they just keep going by the book right now, they're looking very clean in their utility usage, the way they're taking map control. If they sense any danger, they just backpedal. They're always sending out an individual to either lurk or pressure a site to see what's open.
Flawless.
Wow, okay. I think the only thing for 9Z is coordinated aggression. And they've just given up an opener. So, put a 0 and 6, not having the best of times on Inferno.
Oh, he commits to the spray. And Wasso P comfortable to collect. So that's an important equalizing frag, and it is going to enable DGT to kind of lighten the load that's currently on Max's shoulders towards the B site. Perhaps not a full rotation, but support should he need it. I don't see a single nade bar one flash on Martinez, so they've already kind of exhausted their resources with 50 seconds left on the clock. So as you were saying, if Astralis continue to look as fundamentally sound, this should be a tough one to defend.
Yeah, and even though this is a B fake, because the bomb's going through apps, Sharks aren't to know it, so it has had the intended effect, even though they already decided to gamble 3 individuals. Down notes 1 towards spawn. It's just Martinez they have to deal with from pit, and he might get overrun. They don't... Oh, he's heard that.
Nice shot.
Afraid, though.
All required. Yeah, didn't anticipate such a wide one from Step.
I'll give the retake a go. Device might get caught in the flank. Never mind.
To be. Good work from Device. Gets himself a double kill. Started with the AWP. Upgrades to the AK for the close quarters, and now it's Wasso Peak pushing smokes into Stead. Good back from DGT. Maybe he could come up clutch. The kit is just behind him.
It's a default plant. Tough for DGT.
Touches it, not even considering short. So a very comfortable close from Device. Triple kill from him.
Yeah, I got a little bit hot under the collar there, didn't it, for Astralis, but continuing to rack up rounds. 6-2, a 4-round lead, and there's the Device opener. You want banana control where you got to get past the big man and the big scope. Lots of information for Stown. They made their way in towards the site. Great shot from Martinez, but overrun, not expecting a player to have already tucked his way in. And another one of these partial investments, 9Z, by not saving guns, they're leaving themselves in the position where it is just going to be buy, partial, buy, partial. Lost bonus maxed out. Again, great util usage.
Yeah, first it was a nade that cleared the smoke that led to Buddha's death. This time it's the nade directly. Outlook is bleak here for 9Z. Oh, well, look at that. A whole new wave of utility from Device. Heads back to spawn, replenishes.
And Buddha now 0 and 7. Poor guy.
James Bond theme starts to play. Don't have them anymore, do we?
James Bond films?
Oh, because it's KDA.
Ah, yeah.
We don't get the 007 anymore.
Volvo, please.
Yeah. What do they have against it? Successful smoke. We'll celebrate the wins.
This is what I meant about getting a bit overzealous.
It has resulted in a nice catch from Max.
And what should be an AK is...
Oh, yeah, could have changed things, couldn't it, from Wasso P? But yeah, he has, once again, the safe pair of hands. A very audible retrieval of that rifle, yeah.
Okay, you've got to ask yourself some hard questions now. There is a HE on Bro to blow this open and go. It's going to come down to the timing. DGT still with an incendiary. 24 seconds.
22. It's going down. Nade and go. Flashes don't catch DGT. It's nice distraction from Max, and it looking good for 9Z, but just over the line is Bro. With a couple of seconds to spare, they take the site. The bomb will be planted, and Martinez tasked with a, dare I say it, impossible 1 versus 2. No Kevlar for him. He only has a 5.7. It might be something he can retrieve en route, but yeah, AK and sandbags. So yeah, he will be able to retrieve a rifle. And he's out of there.
All right. Well, even when it got a little bit hot, good trading from Astralis. J-Raz and Sheb, between the two of them, highlighting exactly where that incendiary mentioned went. Into the smoke. Those extra seconds could have been a bit of a difference maker if held on to for a little bit longer. Astralis now up to 7, so they just continue to rack these up. The last 2 is where it's got a little bit scarier, right? 1 player surviving in the previous, and then this one they've just converted to only 2 staying alive, but still good trade work. Not getting too flustered, even when the pressure's been turned up. Handling business.
It's kind of been treated like business here from Astralis. We talk about strong starts and getting out of the starting blocks strong. Lower bracket, quite the condemnation for anyone that finds himself there. And you can ask...
G2.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to say because we're always weird about the spoilers, but...
Yeah, but the map's over.
Yeah, yeah. At this point...
That's the rule, I think.
Twitch chat, HLTV, your mates in Discord, someone's going to have told you.
This is going to be more direct, not harassing Banana. Looks like an apps pop is on the table. Wassau. Tending towards A. Have just blocked. They're going to go through this, Alex.
Yeah, watch this. Wasso Peak's about to get overwhelmed. He's completely unprepared for this, but mantling up and behind them. This is actually one hell of an angle. There's no way they're ready for this. Can he get 2? Oh, and denied by Bro. It's just too good, man. I'm actually really enjoying seeing the calls Device is making and the strategy, the structure. Astralis are looking too damn good.
They're getting the exact responses they want out of 9Z. There's been all this banana harassment, the constant util usage down, getting set up and walking in and taking different fights. So 9Z playing for that factor. And then Astralis go for something a little bit different. They haven't just gone the default. They haven't just waited into the last 30 seconds to go for that execute. They've gone 3 through the apartments, premeditated. The direct call out of spawn is we will go for an apps pop. We will overwhelm this position, expecting either just to get a 1v3 duel or to overwhelm the A defenders. And that's exactly what happened. Max trying to hold on to an A1S. But this half is going down the Swanee.
And we're not talking XG2. But for Astralis, their biggest problem right now is that they are getting close to max money. That's basically the main struggle.
What would you invest in with 16K? I'd buy a jet ski.
Yeah, I'd probably invest in Ethereum.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know.
All right, you want to get involved in the crypto market, huh?
Maybe.
You're a brave boy. Well, if you're a Dane, not exclusively a Dane, maybe you're an Astralis fan, and they don't always have to go hand in hand.
No, but there is
For example, Bubsky and Pimp are Danes, but are they Astralis fans?
That's a good question.
Well, either way, if you are a Dane or an Astralis fan, or a Danish Astralis fan, you can get excited because your team is looking hot to trot right now. Maybe going to pick this one up clean and easy.
And organizationally, Cologne's not always been a walk in the park for Astralis. As a team that was winning everything for a good while, Cologne tended to elude them. At least the playoffs. Certainly the trophy.
Uh-oh.
I kind of like it. That has not gone to plan.
A team dink. That always helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, to soften him up for bro.
It's one way to get out of here quicker. Well, Yabby traded 2-for-1 special coming up. I'm cheering for Buddha. You cheering for Buddha?
I am. In fact, this whole round, all I care about is Buddha getting one. Just get the frag rolling. It's getting increasingly more difficult in the absence of his teammates to...
This is it. This is his frag.
Yes, it is, Chad. Yes, it is. Buddha takes down one.
That's my deity right there, baby. Max spotted. Pressure of the Danes coming his way. Smoke. Obscuring over towards Moto, but coming through. It's going to be Stare on the hunt. He wants this. He wants it, and he's not going to get it, Max. We'll put bullets between the eyes.
I found out why he's called Buddha, by the way.
Why?
It's not to do with Buddhism. And you said deity. I think the whole
Is
thing...
he a deity?
I think the whole thing about Buddha is he's just a man.
Really?
I think so, but I'm not like smart enough to know. I'll tell you what the Google says, but the Google, I am becoming an old man.
Welcome.
Oh no. But yeah, I think Buddha's just a dude who was like testing his limits and stuff.
Really?
Yeah, he was just a religious teacher walking around South Asia for a while in the 6th or 5th century.
Yeah, well, people worship other humans, Alex. It's called OnlyFans.
At your deity, yeah?
They're just people.
So he's called Buddha.
Testing themselves.
Because he crosses his legs.
Oh, okay.
While he plays.
Okay.
In kind of a meditative
Oh, is he
pose.
really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Lays with both feet.
I'm going to see if
on
I can
his
see
chair.
that from up here.
Like crisscross applesauce kind of energy.
Right, Trace. I can't see his legs. The table's in the way.
Maybe he needs to uncross his legs in this one. Get your feet planted, you know, grounded. As bro does take a nice chip of damage from that HE.
All right, Astralis, this has been a great half.
What are you cooking for the last one?
You've had a couple of rounds to get a little bit close, sure, but can you finish in style? If you're able to get 10-2, that will be a bit of a statement on your map choice. It's a wrap.
Martinez. Woo! Lovely. On to bro. Quick flick from him. He's holding on for the library side, and No one's particularly active. You can see Wasso Big responsible for sure, playing off the sound cues. Misses his second. Trade's great from Step.
What do you do if you're Max? You're smoked off. Buddha's still on his way. 2v3 retake, final round. You have to give it a go. Gonna get past this AWP, and you almost offered your backside up for free. Stay away from that one.
Not saying anything.
It was literally, it's what happened on the screen.
No, exactly. Well done. Just because you've been talking about things and stuff. Max and Buddha, together they can do this. But with one after the other, they can't. It's 10-2. This has been a trouncing. Astralis, it's their pick for a reason. 9Z floundering in the second map of the series.
Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I don't want anybody else but you. 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 I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you.
The word on the street is some people are calling this team Astralis because they're taking 9Z down under. 10-2 on the half. The Danes on home turf are looking beautiful. Things couldn't be going better. Dust 2, couple of clutches from Bro, and they put that one in their pocket. Now on Inferno, they're looking to run away with things. A stomp on the table. Alexander Machine Richardson, that's his full name on his birth certificate.
Bloody hell.
How many more rounds of Counter-Strike do we get?
Well, Chad, I suspect there may only be 3 remaining rounds. And that, of course, would require Astralis to close out this pistol clean. Now, they've used their incendiary early. There's a HE where that came from.
I think 3 is the amount of wishes you get from the Buddha, right?
That's right, yes. Yeah, you have to rub a lamp and then the Buddha comes out. I'm starting to second guess that call, though, because they have kind of got beside. Never mind! Device and Stare have found some frags, and now they're chasing into Yabi, who's hit some shots. Rotations are coming. Device from Banana, Stown, and Bro through CT. There's going to be 4 coming in from CT side. It's going to be an awful lot for Buddha to handle. Oh, gosh. Yeah, only the one from Buddha. Martinez can't find the multi. It's just Max. Up against the ropes, up against 3. And Bro did just have a glance. So there's a timing window here for Max. Can't find him now, they know. Time-sensitive mission, though, and Max could do something with this, with the goosh shot to his teammate, forces Stown off the bomb. Get that 10-second defuse cooking. It may have just have come down to the wire, but he's got it locked in.
Yeah, they look very calm there, even though from a viewer perspective, looks a little bit tense, but Astralis knew they had that one in the bag. And Plant will facilitate a force buy for 9Z, but unless they can convert this, it's looking like we are already done. Good shooting on the way in, gets a little bit dicey on the way out, but regardless, the Danes reign supreme.
You see what that flash, the purpose that flash served as well, and wow, Stown, he had to hit that second bullet, otherwise he was going to be a light on time. So very well calculated, well played. After his teammate got gooshed, he reacts. That's team play, baby. That's a good read of the game.
This looks direct out of 9Z. 3 players starting over towards second middle. We'll make it 4 because Buddha's going to join the tail of that pack. Max is tending with middle / Banana. And with limited resources, you can't really go for the same map control, right? You can't tussle in Banana with the mollies to get your sandbag and mouth molly off the car, you know, go back and forth with those type of nades. You have to try and do something as a group. Maybe this will catch Astralis off guard with the timing, but as Bro drops the smoke, it'll signal a 20-second block. Device over towards Trash, it's down under Porch, and Banana's awfully quiet, so both sides of the map should be on high alert.
Quasso Peak admiring the artwork. Smoke removes Device from his contributions long. Stown, however, makes Max 7 HP. Dropping into pit, broken respond, and it's good work from Martinez, and Quasso Peak does find Stown.
Oh, the bomb needs to be scooped up from apartments. That's gonna... Are they set? They're saving. All right. You can't get upset with it. Even though it's not very exciting, you can't get upset.
Entirely understandable.
Would everybody like to know the logic, or do you already know the logic? If you already know the logic, type 1 in Twitch chat now. If you'd like to hear the answer, press 2.
I like it. It's interactive. Okay.
It's like a Goosebumps book.
Yeah.
And the delay
is... the correspondent?
Sure,
I can let you know what the ratio is looking like?
All right.
All right, hang on. I'm just going to sit in silence until...
Yeah,
that's what a correspondent does.
That's fine, that's
okay.
Fine. Yeah.
Grod Slacktarn says, why save? So maybe you could fill him in.
Hey Grod, Chad Birchall here. Ex-professional Counter-Strike player turned analyst turned caster. Just letting you know, in this situation with the lead that Astralis have, going for a retake on a bomb site on Inferno is very, very difficult. Then if you factor that in with the lead that I just prefaced, you want to give yourself as many opportunities to get this done as quickly as possible. So instead of throwing everything away, having 1,400 loss bonus, just save a couple of goodies and you give yourself something a little bit juicier to try and get it done in the follow-up. Shout out to Grod one time.
One time. Could be a good nade. Tasty. Martinez takes down Device. That was the rifle. So as far as saving goes, it's not gone fantastically. Device, his rifle will be picked up by his teammate, Bro.
Your hot rod will live on.
I do like the hot rod. But maybe the blue phosphor is better. More CT themed, you know?
Yeah, but their logo's red.
Yeah, no, I'm on board. It matches the stickers. Bro, an audible reload. Does Oaso once again find a way in? Yep, good flash. Oh, lovely. 9Z. They're starting to make it work here on the T side. Someone said that was like asking for extra homework.
Oh, sorry, guys. All right. Well, they've broken through.
Excuse me, miss. You forgot to give us homework today.
Oh.
Imagine. Imagine.
Where's it gone? Aw.
That doesn't seem fair.
Come on.
Hang on.
That's out of bounds.
Hey, Raz. Where did it go? Lasso takes him down. Nothing for Astralis to bring into the next.
An economical on the table, in the cards, on the cards. Coming up next, around the corner.
Someone just called you ChatGPT. I guess because you were answering questions.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think it's because you have like an AI aura about you.
I was going to say, that's the opposite of me.
No, exactly. Yeah.
I'd say AI has no emotion and I only have emotion.
Plenty of that.
Maybe too much.
That makes you very human. It's pretty, isn't it? I think there's at least 2 maps where I tend to do an Astralis.
You like the tanks?
I do like the Astralis tanks. And this is kind of an Astralis with flair. You know, you have a Zeus in apps, longs covered. You've kind of got everything apart from if they just walked up short.
Or in a B.
Or, sorry, yeah, and the whole B bomb site. Apart from those. The bombs at spawn, though, so, you know, we can still chill. See what those people at Chad GPT, that's pretty good.
Twitch chat are some of the funniest people in the world.
Well played.
You should have seen what they were doing about horses.
I missed the horse.
Oh, you missed the horses.
Oh, damn.
Even Ahmed likes the horses. All right. Well, 1 minute and 10 seconds. We spent that time together, everybody.
V Dilly asks, how does DGT see when he's like an inch from the screen?
I'll be honest, I have no idea.
No, nor I. Especially considering like there's so many things you need to glance at. I feel like it's requiring a lot of extra neck movements. But when you kind of you get scientific about it,
well, it's closer to the pixels.
The light has to travel less far. But from my understanding, light moves pretty quick. So
DGT, up arch, gonna take the fight, it's Max, he's come through from CT spawn, Bro with the trade, 1 back!
Oh!
Wasso's gonna take down 2 and it's just Device with the Zeus.
Hold on, Chad. They're coming. He might die. He has. It's crazy how close he is. I reckon that's probably at least maybe an inch or 2 nose to monitor ratio. That's
an
crazy.
Inch to 2.
An inch or 2.
What's an inch? 2.5 centimeters?
Yeah, thereabouts.
All right, here we go. Astralis, the rifles are back out. Forced by win for 9Z has extended this game. Is it a cosmetic comeback, as Jacob Pimvinicky would call it, or is it a real comeback currently disguised as a cosmetic comeback?
Well, I think it'll all be determined in this one, Chad. It's down, dead, going aggressive. I think he just wanted to try and get it done, but it has cost his team an opening kill. But a tucked on half wall, a tough first half, and he's got a headshot onto Yami. Oh. Stare, however, disrupts, takes down the entire B Assault.
Up to 21, Stare's been having a good map.
21, 22, Stare makes it 3. And he is the savage. Max brings him back to reality. Bro, alone on the A side of the map, and easy there, nearly gave away a sound cue. No one would have heard it though. His only rival is DGT, walking into short, so this might be an interesting one. If they try and bring the bomb back, which it looks like it's starting to maneuver, but the fact that he's opted to go T-Apps, he's thought twice about it. They just reported that it's quiet on B. And
hello, Governor.
That's an awkward one. The bomb lost. DGT's got a lot of work to do.
Well, Device doesn't want to just start holding W down Banana because they're not sure where DGT is. So that is allowing him a few extra seconds to try and isolate this 1v1. Bro going to bridge in second middle might get a timing where he sees DGT crossing. So fortune favors the brave, but not for Bro right now. On a glance, now spotted. Device can scamper over the bomb. Picked up. Is there a way out? The answer's no. Device secures 12, and that formality looks like we've almost signed, sealed, and delivered map number 2.
Signed, sealed, delivered, like a letter.
Indeed. But coming up next on the secondary stream with Alex and myself, we will be bringing the action of Na'Vi. Major champs, winners of EWC, just a week and a bit ago, taking on Pain. 2 best-of-3s for Pain yesterday, getting put through their paces, taking on Imperial.
Yeah.
Then finishing off the day with a win over MIBR.
I'm going to be very interested to see whether or not Pain can do any damage. I'm very intrigued. I mean, Saw have already, kind of shown that some of these playing teams are here for business.
They've interrupted the status quo.
Absolutely they have. And, my question is do Pain have that capacity in them? I would argue they probably do, but it's a Na'Vi.
It is.
It's like, it's a different kettle of fish. It's the number 1 currently.
Yeah, and no Vertigo, which was one of the maps that they were looking very strong on yesterday. Na'Vi also the best Mirage team in the world at the moment, so likely to see that as their pick. It's not going to be easy. And it's not meant to be in stage 2 of IEM Cologne, a big boy event for a reason.
Yeah, all the best are in attendance.
That was at 14 out of the top 16 teams in the world.
I'm so glad you went there, because I could remember you told me in the car yesterday, but I couldn't remember what it was. 14 of the top 16?
I think so.
Yeah, I think just no heroic. (9Z) on the move. In towards Yabi's bomb site. He's going to have his premonition about this. Yep, good read of the situation. Well times on the smoke. Now, what does that do to 9Z? They have HE on DGT, who is actually an abs. I'd like to take it all back.
Yeah, time is going to become an issue, but it is just Yabi. Mid-call clear. The rotation of Device needs to get on its way. Quick, smart. Device with a flash. Yabi with 1-2. Is it a fake? It's a fake. It's a fake. The bomb's going back. Or is it? Max, where are you going? You going? You're not going?
They don't know. It's 20 seconds.
Oh, they've seen the bomb coming back up. Bro's still... sorry, Stan would have seen the bomb. Bro's still here.
Bro, all alone. DGT, this is the fight. This is the fight. But Bro's taking him down. It's actually awkward. It's very awkward. Oh, dear. He's got nothing. He denies it and wins it for Astralis. Bro with impact. A triple kill to end it all. They'll come running in, time against them, and Bro alone on the bomb site cleans up.
Headset was coming off before that final second. They knew that they had won that game just off that rotation. Huge stuff from Bro, good info from Stout, netting in the round win, but an easy walk in the park on their map choice of Inferno. First half was clinical, utility usage was on point, and they were just going through the paces. They were toying with the rotations of 9Z, who had a very tough go of things. Map 1 could have easily gone 9Z's way on Dust 2. The Bro with 2 back-to-back 1v1 stare with a pistol clutch as well. It was definitely an opportunity for this one to go the distance, but 9Z, they go wanting today.
Yeah, well played by Astralis. Good sign of perhaps things to come. Is to keep themselves afloat in the upper bracket. 9Z sent down to the lowers on first day of play in stage 2. Dust 2, it was, promising. However, in Astralis' home turf, became clear Inferno needs some work.
I'm going to head on down to Banks with an interview with the winners.
A good start here for Astralis, and things went pretty smoothly. Dust 2, maybe a bit of a challenge in there. Was it just getting used to it?
Yeah, I mean, there was a ton of close rounds. It could basically have gone both ways. So yeah, we're just happy we took that map. I mean, it was just clutch situation after clutch situation, but we made it out on top.
It looked a bit stressful for Bro as well. Were there some really tense moments on that game?
Yeah, I mean, he clutched two one-on-one. So yeah, I think he was feeling the kind of pressure, whatever you call it.
Well, it definitely got the blood pumping, though, going into Inferno. You managed 10 rounds in a row on your T side. Was this just a bit of a flow state, feeling super comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, when you hit that flow state, as you say, it's just really easy. You just have to like make them do the mistakes and just, yeah, you don't really have to do anything, to be honest. So, yeah.
Easy stuff, right? Now, obviously, it's the first game. You didn't get upset here where it's quite an explosive team. Is it just like a feeling of, okay, we've done what we're supposed to do, now it's got to keep going further and move forward? Because a lot of people expect so much from this Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's a nice win. Also, here at Cologne, it's just like a really important tournament, so it's nice to get a good start. And I think if we win just the next PvP, we're in the arena, I guess. So yeah, it's just nice to get the good start, so you don't have to go through the lower bracket thing.
Yeah, you want to avoid that lower bracket no matter what. Well, yeah, but you've made it one step further and one step closer to that arena. Let's see if Astralis go all the way later on.
Thank you so much, Banks. And, you know, we see Astralis, they do this 2-0, but I have to give a little shout out because I would call it the bro show. Definitely made the difference time and time again.
I mean, the last round was beautiful by Bro, and I think we both were observing and watching Bobski in that first game on Dust 2, where he didn't have a great game. The first 21 rounds, he was nowhere to be found, and then he had 2 massive clutches coming in, saving the team. I like that. I like a player who's able to not necessarily have a good game or a great showing, but steps up at the right moments, and he did that both on Inferno, but also on Dust 2.
Yeah, and an important one, especially when we talked about the fact that the winner here is going to play against Saw, right? And everybody knew it when they went outside for that smoke or whatever you do outside. I don't judge that, but they are going to be facing the reality of meeting Saw. And I'm not going to say it's a free win, but it's just such a gift you're going to be given at this stage of a
Asked you
tournament.
too about that gift and how much they enjoyed
I mean, they
unwrapping
didn't
it.
enjoy it, but maybe Astralis, maybe Danes is going to be a little bit more careful with that package, right?
It's a great opportunity, let's put it that way.
Yeah,
I mean, the way Saw were playing against G2, I think Astralis will have to even play better, you know, in order to win them. But you're right, you know, you're avoiding G2 and you are playing for a spot inside the playoff of Cologne, you know, against a team like Saw on paper. That should be a gift for Astralis, so to speak.
We'll see. We'll see. I'll keep my opinion to myself for now. Obviously, though, Astralis, they were able to take down 9Z, those 2-0s. Let's take a look at what we just saw there on that map. What was it that they were able to do right on their map pick?
I mean, for me, it wasn't a competitive game at all. It felt like Astralis were miles ahead, especially on the T side as well. Controlling the map with ease, you know, easily getting to execute as well. I think 9Z tried a couple of times to be aggressive and disrupt the flow with no success at all as well. So it's hard to point a finger and say you did this right or this wrong. It's just more so a case of Astralis joined the server and 90 unfortunately in that first half did not.
Yeah, and there's also a new reality here on Inferno, right? The T sides on this map is so easy for Teams Riot. I think the nerf of the CT molly really made it so much harder to dictate the pace, especially on Banana, right? Where you kind of want to get that control early. Because right now in the situations, you are having less time for your Molotov to spread than the opposing side. So if you're just going to keep throwing Molotovs on car and you're trying to take Banana, you're just sacrificing utility for no sake, right? And then we have the period of, if you can't get information with utility, what do? You have to stack. And then often we see teams just stack randomly and say, okay, let's go for A and pray to God they're gonna come here. They don't, you save. I mean, the reality of this map right now doesn't really... I'm not a fan.
I agree with you. It's becoming significantly harder to play on that CT side, and it forces some of these teams to rethink the way they do it. And I think some teams are slowly but surely figuring it out, and some teams are still early in that process. Because you're right, the whole Banana control, the Molotovs, etc., it changes the dynamic of Inferno.
We've chatted about Inferno. Let's talk about the whole series now and focus in on our US Air Force Aim High player. Tell me what it was we loved about Stair and what he was able to do.
We didn't get to talk about him a lot before the game, right? But every time Astralis is somewhat successful, this guy shows up on the show, right? He's a determining factor of why they should even be good, because he needs to be that 4th star into this roster. We see Bro having a little bit of nerves, also having a great map here on Inferno helps, but this guy has like raw skill where you can really see it in a lot of duels. He's also super smart. That's what I get from him, right? I think in many scenarios you can kind of see the idea of what he wants to do, where with some players you just see really good aim, but this guy actually have a thought or two.
I agree. I think there's a correlation between Astralis winning games and playing well when Stair is also showing up and playing well. And your point about him supposedly being the 4th best player of the lineup, I agree with you. If that's the case, then you have a pretty stacked lineup. You know, you have Yabi, you have Stown, you have Device, and then if Stair is supposed to be your weak link, so to speak, then you have a good thing going for you. Reminds me a bit of Hunter, you know, in G2 as well. Same position, same sort of like responsibility on his shoulder. I do, however, think that Stair, as you're saying, he's a smart player, still a rather inexperienced player. He's relatively young, haven't been on too many many big stages, so the potential in him for the future as well is at a very high level. So yeah, I'm happy to see him playing well, and deservedly so. I think my MVP for the game.
Your MVP for the game, and of course now that game is done, right? So we still have one more game here on the B stream, the first day of stage 2 at IEM Cologne, and we have a treat for you. The current world #1 ranked team, Na'Vi, is going to be taking to the server, going up against Pain Gaming. Don't go anywhere, that's coming up next.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
Wow, nice shirt, Chad.
Yeah, you too, Alex. Got a pretty nice hoodie on there. Give us a spin. There is a Counter-Strike X, I think that's what they call it, ESL merch collection that's going to be available at we're not ESL 1 Cologne. We're IEM Cologne.
Yeah.
And next Thursday, you can go to the shop. You can buy it here exclusively at Cologne while the event's on. There are a bunch of different shirts. There's a long sleeve version. I'm wearing the Pop Dog version.
This goes so hard. I feel like this is going to fly off the shelves. And you said Thursday?
Thursday you can
So if you're in Cologne, you can get to the ESL shop before doors open Friday.
Yes.
And you can actually grab yourself some stuff.
There's a bunch of people involved in designing this and giving some feedback on it. A gentleman called Jack, Gus, Pat. This one here, I really wanted the Pop Dog version. There's a couple of hoodies. You're wearing one of them.
You've been asking for this for a while. This is kind of a bit of a brainchild of Chad's, getting something that's kind of subtly CS, right?
Yeah, like if you don't know a Pop Dog, it's from Train.
It just looks like a cool
1.6
shirt.
back in the
It just looks
day,
like a cool shirt. But
there's 3 shirts, 1 long sleeve, 2 hoodies.
I'm wearing a t-shirt underneath. I can kind of I can flash you the look. You know, it's a bit of CS, a little bit of CS. That's all it is.
And a dad hat. So we have the hat, but not the kids. Right?
Yes, because we're not dads.
Yeah.
I didn't know where you were going with that. Okay, that makes perfect sense.
But you know where we're going now?
Yeah, I do actually. James Banks, what are you saying?
It's Navi's opening game here at Cologne. I've got Blade with me. I want to talk about, first of all, Blade, the fact that at Blast, obviously you got through, you made your goal of getting to the full finals, but you had these losses against Liquid. I want to see what you were able to learn from that coming into Cologne and what things you needed to look at and change.
It's the start of the season. We're not like very sharp on all maps, it's obvious. So even when we're winning like EWC, it was like far from our top shape. We were not ready for all maps. We had 6 days of bootcamp. Yeah. So I think that was the reason. Deeper in the season, we will be much stronger.
How strong are you feeling coming into Cologne? What would you say your expectations are? Because you're always very honest with me. You say, I want to hit minimum this, but right now you are the #1 team in the world. So I guess other people's expectations are higher. So what's yours?
Not bad. Like I think comparing to EWC, it's at least 15% better for sure. Okay. Because we improved some maps, but still we have room for improvement.
Would you say that's like semis, grand final, winning the whole thing?
Well, you know, now the scene is very competitive. And I think it's really hard to predict anything. Like you saw, like G2 lost to Portugal players. Yeah. And it depends. I think we are ready to be semifinals, ready to be finals, even win. Everything depends too, because a lot of factors are in the game, like game plan, how your players like the mood of motivation, enthusiasm, all this stuff. You know, the synergy like can be different also, and all like margins matters. You know.
In terms of those margins, I want to look at this game that you're going to come against Pain, because very different style of team, but it's a team you faced back at the major. Do you have to change much of the way you guys approach the game when you play a team like this, or is it just the same?
We will approach them as usual, and I think they're a team that you need like to have like a more easier approach, not so complicated. Yeah.
Not overcomplicate things, try and get the win here. That's what I was looking to do. Let's see if they get it done.
So we've got Casters with some drip, James with some bling, and Blade with a whole lot of answers, as he always does have. But he says they're not at full strength just yet. They've already got a trophy on the season. I'd say they've been starting pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, they are the best team on team play. I think it says a lot that he's not even satisfied yet and says they will be better throughout the season. I mean, this guy has high expectations of his players. I think I remember JL joining this roster and he said, I didn't know you had to use every single utility piece for something. And I think that just shows you what, like you're not going to throw just a random flash in the middle of the round when you're coached by Blade.
No stone is unturned when it comes to Blade and when it comes to Navi. And I think that's one of the strengths, as you said, team play synergy in between the players. One of the main phrases I've been using about this Navi lineup you see on your screen right now is that they're getting the best out of the sum of the parts, right? You don't have the biggest stars in the world right now. You don't have that one clear symbol that used to be the talisman. You have a team that consists of 5 players who really work well together, and that's why they found all the success. And I buy into your point as well. You won the Esports World Cup. If that's not a good start to the season, then what is?
I mean, we constantly also mention on this desk structure. What is structure? Structured CS. This is the definition of structured CS, right? There often is a plan with the round. They have very in-depth way of doing the CT side. I think there's a good way where you can actually see on Nuke as an example where they constantly just dictate and they will push you to certain parts of the map on purpose. Like, they will do something to make you think, we have a good play, let's go there, and they are already ahead of that play.
It is always interesting as well to hear the sort of grandmaster plan from Blade, because it feels like often coaches and in-game leaders, they sort of speak in these ephemeral ideas of we're not at full strength, or we're getting there, or maybe we're there, maybe we'll see how it goes. Blade's like, we are 75% towards a complete map pool. I feel comfortable on this, this, and this, but in this tournament, I will feel 100%. I mean, even after the major win, he was like, this is above expectation. We were not supposed to do this. We have won a major. How did that happen?
Well, I like that. I like the honesty, and I like him being very pragmatic about it. And I think he's right. I do think that obviously at the major, no one expected him to win, nor did they expect it themselves. But in general, I think it really is a coach that is. He expects excellence, and he expects people to really put in the work and put in the hours in order to learn and master all the different aspects of the game. And I think that's one of the biggest strengths of Navi. I'll also say this on the record, and people can make fun of me or laugh at me. You do that every single day anyway. Without Blade, Navi wouldn't be a top 3 team. I think Blade is a big part of the reason why this team and this constellation of 5 players, and I'm even willing to say probably not even a top 5 team had it not been for Blade.
I'd agree with the sentiment. Maybe top 5. I'll go for that one. But I think one of the things that is interesting about this roster is that the absence of Simple gave Blade full control of this roster. Yes. There's nobody to question him. They only follow his plans. I also think Alexi, not that I think he's a bad IGL at all, but I think really Blade is getting the best out of him. Sure. I think the only reason why we see this uprise of Alexi is due to him getting so much from the backside of Navi. I also think they have an analyst who's doing really well in the form of Flashy. So, I mean, there's just a lot of tools for Alexi to really develop with this squad.
I think it's to your earlier point about being greater than the sum of your parts. This marriage between Alexi and Blade. Alexi's an in-game leader who's gotten in trouble in previous teams for actually at times demanding too much of his teammates, right? And you come into Blade where he demands everything from his players, and it's like, man, this is what I was looking for.
And I think it was also tough for Alexi B in the beginning. I think we saw that and we heard that in certain interviews when they were first matched together. Blade even said, I'm gonna let Alexi B do what he does. I'm gonna observe. I'm gonna figure out what kind of guy is he? How does he like to call? And then slowly but surely he's gonna hone him in. He's going to form in the way he wants Alexi B to call within Navi. So I agree with you. One doesn't work without the other, but Blade have shown us time and time again that this is the second time he's building a team that's the best in the world on paper, on the ranking right now, and this time he's doing it without Simple.
But let's not pretend he's playing with 4 noobs, right? There is a lot of quality on this roster. For example, I think one guy we don't talk too much about, I think people ask for more. It's wonderful, right? I think on the CT side, he's one of the best operas in the world. Sure. The only issue I have with this guy on the screen is his T-sides. Like, he's so passive and he doesn't really do anything, and I mean, he is often being put in moments where he can clutch, but I don't really feel that's where his excellence is. I feel like I would love to see him open up the map a little bit more. We see a lot of Orbers nowadays have a lot of success. Ultimate is one of them in the recent games, right? So I think there's just so much more potential with this guy.
I do want to zoom out a little bit, right? I feel like we've been getting into the nitty-gritty a little bit. This is their first appearance here at this year's Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. This is a team that has realistic championship expectations, right? This is a team that will not be satisfied unless they're lifting that trophy. I actually got a chance to chat with Zira, their mental coach, the other day, and she said, look, I told them, last year I was in the final, so this year looking for something like that.
And that's the crazy part when we speak about Navi. You want to zoom out. I brought up the argument earlier today as well, and I'll heavily rephrase it. I think if we were at a tournament where the teams were to seed themselves, we have certain tournaments where the teams are doing the seeding. I don't think Navi would be seed number 1 at this tournament. I think there's other teams out there who feel Spirit is a better team right now. I think most teams will fear facing Spirit more than they would face a team like Navi. I think if you go into the arena as well, would you rather face Navi or FaZe if they were to get into the arena? I think people would pick Navi as well. So when this weird dynamic where we have a team who's number 1 on paper, we have a team who's actually having the credentials, winning the trophies to be number 1 as well, but I don't think they're the most feared team at the tournament. Thus, I also disagree with the fact they have to lift the trophy. I don't consider Navi to be the favorite of this tournament, but nothing but a playoff is a disappointment.
I also think internally, Navi perceives Spirit as the better team. I think he said it themselves in when they played the 4 finals, right? Alexi said in an interview, if we were ever to beat Spirit, it would be on in a full arena, right? He says all the margins need to be with us if we actually want to win against Team Spirit. I think it shows a little bit of where they are themselves. I mean, in my book, they're still top 2. I think Spirit is the only team that goes above them for like individual form when they hit the server running. But I mean, it's a great team, and I also think they're so good in the group stage because they actually don't slack on preparation.
Yeah.
Now, there is another team here. Speaking of top two, there are top two teams in the server for this particular matchup. And on the other side, it's going to be Pain, a team that, really impressed us in their run to this point, but also only did it against Brazilian teams, who they've been dominating back home. Different ballgame now.
This looks more like a South American CCT that they advanced from, right? But this
America's Armor, baby!
I mean, they beat the opponents that were in front of them, right? And they did it in somewhat of a convincing fashion. And I think the game against MRBI was really nice to actually end on a feeling where you would see, okay, they are actually a lot better than the opposition.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have been missing this version of Pain. I know they've been domestically doing well, but we saw them at the Major in Copenhagen do incredible well, playing above expectations and giving us hope that maybe Pain could have gone into the playoff. They were close at that occasion, but recently we haven't seen them at an international tournament. So they're coming in confirming they're still one of the best Brazilian teams, but if they were to gain the respect from the rest of Europe and the world of Counter-Strike, then taking down a team like Na'Vi, or at the very least push them to perhaps a third map, would be what we need to see.
I think what's most impressive about this Pain team, right, is not just the fact that they've won, it's the manner in which they're doing it, right? Because they're a very young team, they've got some very explosive players, but it's not just the individual pop-offs. We're getting some of those, but it's the tension moments where you see them work together as a team, where you see the calls come out and them respond, where you would honestly expect young players like that to potentially crumble.
I think Bicosera is a big role in that one. I think as an in-game leader, as an individual, we spoke highly of him, and to my money, it's still impressive. Maybe the most impressive thing about Pain is that they've been able to keep him winning that lineup. I think he could have gone somewhere else, and I'm sure a lot of different Brazilian teams, Furia being one of them, would have loved to have Bicosera inside their fold. But I mean, yes, they do win in a rather, I wouldn't say convincing fashion, but in a nice fashion. But I attest that a lot to Bicosera, because as you're saying, it's a young team and he's the experienced in-game leader.
Yeah, it's pretty rare nowadays we see an IGL with this amount of fracking power. Often we have those Carrigans, Alexi Bs, they don't really go above one rating, but this guy is almost the second best player individually inside this team, which says a lot, right? He is also put in positions where he actually have to shine a little bit. One guy that I'm a little bit concerned about is the new guy, right? Snow. I think he plays really, really crucial positions, and I think he got abused a little bit in the play-in stage. I would love to see him have a little bit easier time, but I just don't think it's going to happen against the likes of Na'Vi.
It's only going to get worse.
He still had these pop-off maps though, right? And considering how young he is, every map of Counter-Strike that you get under his belt is like exponentially increasing his experience, right? He's 7. Look at him! Look at him! Look at his little face! We just hear this tiny cry of the most atrocious words you've ever heard.
The thing is, the experience you can use, I guess, as a value and something you can harvest after the tournament. But in this moment, in this game, if you don't have the experience to go up against a team like Na'Vi, then you're going to be in trouble. However, for the veto, I don't really see a way Pain can screw this veto into being in a favorable position. Na'Vi as well, the map pool they're having, it's super strong right now.
Yeah, also the issue is going to be that the Vertigo is going to get removed away, and then the Anubis, which is one of their worst maps, Ancient is one of their worst maps, is automatically going to get removed as well, right? So they already have an advantage on that one. And I also think they're going to be surprised right now, Pain, because they've playing a lot of maps recently, and when you give this amount of data to a team like Na'Vi, you're just going to be feeling it inside the server. Like the spot you're usually playing on CT, where you think, oh, this is my angle, bro. Jail is going to come swinging at you if you just keep doing the same thing. Like, pattern recognitions is such a big part of anti-strat nowadays. People will watch demos in like a tool, and they will see heat maps of where you stand at which point in the round and how you throw your nades.
The map pool is very open though. Anubis, very open map. Mirage, open. Duelist map, same could be said for Dust 2. I fancy the map pool in terms of having some explosive Counter-Strike on the server. It's going to be tough for Pain, but at the very least, the maps are opening up the playing field for them.
Opening up indeed. It's an escalation of competition. Na'Vi, the #1 team, looking to assert themselves on the server. And now we got a couple voices who are going to assert themselves in your eardrums. It's Chad and Alex, Machine and Sponge. Take it away, boys.
Contagious energy from Darth Mike and the desk there. And yeah, I loved it. An escalation of good competition. It's definitely heating up for Pain. And our first look at Na'Vi heading into IEM Cologne 2024. What do you reckon, Birchall?
Yeah, there's a clear favourite in this one. And I think Pain trying to exploit the weakness that Na'Vi have shown in recent times on Anubis. But they also got blown out of the water by MIBR on this very map yesterday. So let's see if they can strap themselves in. This is an opportunity to take a swing at the Kings. And the orangest of map pools. Anubis, Mirage, Dust 2. Yeah, the desk is right. Those open maps, potentially brawly maps, but Na'Vi, they run a strong system. It's going to be hard to find the gaps, pierce those holes. Let's see if being warm on the tournament PCs assists Pain in the early stages of this one.
Yeah, you can see there the odds are most definitely in favor of the number 1. But Pain get to be that underdog. And I'm telling you what, I haven't seen 3 sets of armored dual Berettas often, if ever. So they've kind of taken it to the extreme there.
I thought 2 was the limit, but we're
So did
breaking
I.
boundaries today.
Chev and J-Raz are our observers for this game. I'm looking forward to this one, I'll be honest with you. And
Or Chevraz, as I know them.
Chevraz. JL has the bomb, a Molotov, and armor, and a flashbang. So he's really been set up for the long haul here. He can't be going down first to a Lux dual Beretta. A lot of responsibility on him. I imagine it's going to be Bit that moves first, so keep our eyes on. No, JL pokes his nose in and goes down to the Lux dual Beretta. We just discussed this. That is not what you were looking for. Bomb down, util squandered. Now Snow's dual Beretta's going to have a go. He's using that Molotov to great success. Delays the B main, allows a rotation to come in. Awkward, highly uncomfortable for Na'Vi, but they are Na'Vi and they could hit some shots. Imet won't. Alexi B coming to the scene of the crime and falls to the same way. It's Lux with a triple kill and Pain off to a flyer.
Yeah, barely any damage. So Big Zero falls, the Kush for Kawes. And Snow with a light tickle. Wonderful. 15 seconds to work with. Bomb down in enemy territory. And is going to give this one a crack, of course. So many armor, so he needs to die. They've tucked away. They've said, hello, if you want to take your time, mate, we will allow the clock to be your enemy. Trying to plant the bomb, deny that, NQZ. And that is a great start for Pain. We're going to hear plenty of war cries from the youngster Snow. I think I was reading an interview with Big Uzera on HLTV. Just want to double check, or maybe I'm dreaming.
You dream about HLTV articles, do you?
Yeah. Especially ones about Brazilian teams.
Yeah.
Because they were talking to him about Snow, and he said that I'd say he is the one who wants it the most.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, just to be showing up here, I'm sure he's just incredibly excited to do what he does best on the biggest of stages. Full eco, so there's some respect there. I say full eco, excuse me. 2 P250s invested into this second round by Na'Vi.
That's $600.
$600.
What would $600 buy you? Wouldn't even get you the new iPhone, would it?
An AWP lightning strike, perhaps?
Check it out at white.market.
Giving away freebies, Chad.
Snow with the Jiggle Incendiary. That's the name of this one. The Jiggle Incendiary. Spots them, throws it out, pivots, and funnels them into a death tube. Lux, Snow, and NQZ. They're going to pick up the Eeks. And, well, Na'Vi keeping it extremely quiet. But the guns will come out. You don't expect a lot in rounds like that. That's the outcome that should be warranted. Now we get to see the rifles donned. And we get to question, do Pain kick things off aggressively with the MP9s carried through?
I'm very interested to see what happens into the guns. I mean, you've got these 3 bonus MP9s. Lux, that deep dark smoke forces a decision out of the dark player.
Nothing crazy with the MP9s. All right, no CT opening gambit, no smoke towards T stairs and push through water, through dark, jumping out the window. A main crunch, a very standard round. So I like that Pain are puffing up their chest and saying, hey, let's roll. Let's just play tactical Counter-Strike, shall we?
Okay, so Kawes is going for a similar jiggle sendery defense. That can't stick.
No.
No, it can't. But he is doing it.
It's a made-up term, like most things that come out of our mouths.
Gets ahead of it, clears out the baskets, forces Bit back. Alexi B, however, is stretching his legs in middle and confirming no resistance whatsoever, so they know it's going to be site-centric. Smoke Temple. Oh, and QZ, that's a massive pickup. He's caught the A-lurk early. Bit, he's one of the best at his craft on the A side of this map. CT anti, but first to fall in the first gun round.
What's Alexi getting up to? Playing over towards camera in the guise of the smoke, the bomb drifting back on Wonderful now. JL trying to take the main controller. Good flash. Kawes had an opportunity, a sitter there, but on the fade of the smoke, JL tucking around the corner will get the kill.
NQZ knows this is a vulnerability. Does well to find Alexi. NQZ's having a round here. One more! Oh, NQZ! Bloody brilliant. A quad kill. Round 1 by one man in his M4. Unless Imet could have pieced together the double kill there. That's going to be Pain Gaming. Yeah, there's a reason to get hyped. He's just aced him. An ace against Na'Vi is going to feel very good.
They're getting real fired up about that one. And that's how it started. And this is how it finished. It's only about NQZ in this round, tucked in behind the cake. He's having a slice or two. He's going to take the whole thing. And they like the way that one feels. Okay, Na'Vi.
Especially when your AWP's acing with a rifle, you're just like, oh, okay.
And that was a round with 3 MP9s. 2 rifles.
I wasn't familiar with your game.
Right, so that's a fantastic start. Na'Vi haven't got into the sights. They haven't gotten the bomb down. They're dealing with 3 kills in the first 3 rounds of play. Still very early, short. And again, Painter warmed up on the rigs. They know what it's like to be in this environment.
Wide angle here adopted by Cow. Is backing his aim up against the potential for a Tech 9 or a Deagle.
Supportless, so could go wrong.
Ooh, I'm scared for him. He has to commit and transfer, and yeah, Wonderful will run him down. Rather whittle him down, I'll say, as it was a bit of a labor from both of them.
Lurk Smoke want to see if they can try and get their hands on that prized possession. Wonderful has support of JO, Imma, and Alexi on the way. Big Uzera filling the void that Cowers has left. He does have support. NQZ over towards Bricks. Snow Temple is the next link piece, and Lux can always clamp them down and push from behind. Big Uzera takes light contact.
Oh, actually, real problems. Real problems. This could be sobering for Pain if they can't contain this A-site commit. This could be a well-placed incendiary just to delay the plant. Lexi B's going to be punching in the code now and throws it out, but loses his head in the process. Big shot from JL. Oh, and Imma, with that recovered M4, does the rest. Just as things were looking too good to be true, the sobering reality of who you're up against, it hits you like a wave.
Okay, guys, let's go. Nice, very good.
Very good. It was.
Well, Emma's happy with how that one unfolded, isn't he? Yeah, sure, Cower is getting caught. He got 1 and then ran out of bullets for the second. Here it is in the replay. Look, I don't think that's necessarily end of the world. It's Big Uzera going wanting, right? The fact that he gets nothing done, because if they continue to trade, it should have been a manageable situation. But as soon as they actually crack in towards the site, and NQZ made to look silly, JL having to take a risk in that environment, knowing that they didn't have the advantages, had to force one, and did so in style. T-Stairs smoke out, AWPs on both sides of the server. NQZ has to post wide, leg shot onto JL, or it could have even been through the corner of the wall, so 37 HP remaining. Left side smoke from Imma. Door smoke from Alexi. Oh, he's missed that. And he's going to regret that.
Ooh, lovely work on the SMG.
That one's called an unforced error.
This one, however, is just a bit error. He just shuts Cowers down, blows his head off. Nothing Cowers can do about that. Maybe Snow can do something. This is ballsy, though, and Bits diligent with his clears, but very good first bullet, and a missed shot from Wonderful. Becoming a bit uncomfortable, Na'Vi asks the AWP to get out of there, and he'll do just that.
It should have been the A finish, but disjointed, right? JL tagged earlier in the round. Imma was still making his way back, and I'm not even sure if that was meant to be the full commitment, but could be some issues.
Lux wants answers A main, and it's too comfortable for Wonderful. That's why he stuck around. So yeah, just a pause. Perhaps inexperience there. They knew there was an AWP towards A main, just assumed they knew how the play was going.
That's the thing, they didn't have any information anywhere else, so the fact that the A player is the one to play again next, ill-advised, but still round on, 3v3.
Yeah, kit present on Snow. Some util on NQZ, he's just pulling up to storage now. Good shots. Okay, Imma's gone. Big Uzera's going to be patient about this. He wants JL to be distracted or engaged. They know this is an angle. The barrel will poke out. Big Uzera goes down. We need a trade, but JL's too damn good. A triple kill from JL. And that's impacting back-to-back rounds in that heaven position. God, he was low HP. I think he had 30 HP. Still takes all 3.
His impact, yeah, in 2 rounds in a row from heaven.
I really thought that things were shaping up nicely for them, but this shot from Bit started things. I thought Snow had resuscitated hope, and then this overextension from Lux lost the sight. Damn, he's good, isn't he, JL?
Last second, he got into the AK. Didn't want to carry 2 AWPs through to the next round. So Na'Vi with an eco win and then a tight little gun round have forced Pain down to the economical. Going to be 5-7. That's the only investment on Snow. The rest of them with their starter pistols. And I don't think you're going to see Na'Vi getting too gnarly in the celebrations. They'll keep it quite tempered.
Yeah, but I don't completely understand why the celebrations from Snow and Co. are
Snow and Co.
more jubilous.
It's the name of his band.
Yeah, it should be.
No, I agree. And I think if people were to put themselves in his shoes, we always tend to have quite explosive Brazilians. And then the fact of the matter is he's a 17-year-old kid at his second LAN event, tussling with the #1 team in the world. Sure, he was doing it against his countrymen, but that's what he's made of.
Yeah. And then, but these are the games, these are the opponents he's been, you know, dreaming of playing. He's been playing professional competitive CS for 3 years now. I think Alexi B, he's been playing for a whole lot longer than that.
All right, well, they've just stayed together in a little cluster. A clump. A gaggle.
You're doing well.
School.
Killing it.
Group. Gang. Collective.
A murder.
A murder of crows.
And there's a good one for flamingos. I think is it a flourish?
Could be.
A flourish of flamingos. Words are stupid.
Unicorn round. This is where we need like the lights to go off. Bing, 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 bing. You've won the grand prize, prize, prize. Unicorn round, 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 round.
Yeah, it was the same thing when Donk was cheering. It's like, guys, you understand this is just a teenager who's excited to be where he is.
I'm glad he's excited.
Yeah, I mean, if anything,
Next, win a clutch, get out of your chair, go jump over the barricade.
Maybe it's because they're just jealous that
beat your chest.
He's achieved more at 17 than they have. It's just a place to put that jealousy.
It's a fun round, gun round.
I like those.
All right, blocked over towards connector for now. Oh, but the aggressive maneuver towards main. Bit is not going to have any issues. You watch him, he's always masterful. Crosshair perfectly placed.
It was a slow start for a bit. And then on the last 2 rounds, he's put Cowers in his pocket. That nade did not nearly as much damage as I expected it to. Just 20 chipping away at JL.
Oh man, advantage. This should be quite an easy round for Na'Vi to close.
Yeah, but this is where Snow and Lux need to put their head together, you know? You're either going to have to establish some crazy crossfire or play retake and hope your boys can bail you out. Smoke main, and they're going to walk through
You've got to push, surely.
Yeah, I understand it, but this has to be one hell of a good flash. And wow, it is! He nearly gets them both. Gets his crosshair onto the second. Solid hold from Snow.
Time to rotate.
Holds out on Dark, and NQZ still has A. So if Bitwent goes looking, if Alexi B goes looking, maybe NQZ can do something with this round.
Alexi on the search. The bomb can rotate back over. Bit to clear out main. Alexi's likely to take the contact first. NQZ tucked in deep heaven. Will he go overlooked? Alexi's on his way, but glancing in towards the sign, has to be very diligent. Should have...
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's a real oversight from Alexi.
Yeah, hasn't cleared his corners. Who's going to get...
Oh, they both died! It could have been a round ender, but Bit lives for a second longer.
It's
still over. He hasn't even picked up the bomb. It's over. He's just saving up now. That's crazy. That's a big error. I'm trying to think of a way to describe it, but that's what that is. Yep.
The thing, what can you say about that one? I was going to say, who's going to be the receiving end? If it's Alexi and then it gets traded, yeah, sure. But because they thought it was clear, they've run out knife in hand.
Oh, yeah. But like, I mean, maybe one step, maybe two, you do see him.
Oh.
Just a bit of a lazy one from Alexi, and it has cost him a round.
It heard the aggression. It knows the Lux is out. Yep, there it is.
Nice, okay. But hang on, Big Usera has kept it very, very interesting by catching him his aggression mid, and with knowledge of where Wonderful is, as well as where JL and Bit are, they've got a full idea of this split-up Na'Vi squad. Wonderful fired shots. Bit and JL got frags, and now they've got the bomb. So the ball's kind of in Payne's court here.
Yeah, one of the problems with so much time on the clock, if you just play on top of the bomb, it makes it easier for the side of Na'Vi to be able to whittle down the positions that you're potentially holding. And I think the pennies just dropped with Payne that that's the case. They don't have any more util to really block other than this Molotov that Big U0 has. So they are going to look to play off of the bomb, which I think is probably the more advised call. If Big U0 hangs around and just plays for info, so he's not fully committed, there you go, he delays it for a little bit longer, and it's going to allow Snow and NQZ to take some space back elsewhere. Now it's going to come down to Na'Vi when they finally get the bomb back. What is their finish going to look like? Wow, that one definitely ricocheted well into the sky from Bit.
Couldn't do that again if he tried.
Now it looks like with JO investigating in towards A main, it wants to be the A split, but if Bit and Wonderful aren't careful, the timing could operate against them just around the corner for now. Is it going to be down through T-stairs or rugs? Because the pursuit, slow as a turtle, is still on.
Yeah. Snow the turtle. Now, they're giving up sound cues. I think Snow's just too far away to have heard that. Big Uzera, however, has. And now confirmation of the commitment. One hell of a shot out of JL. And that is going to make things a whole lot more difficult for the remaining two. Snow.
Save.
Backing away.
That sucks, because I think they made the right call by not playing on the bomb.
Yeah. I mean, there was like that B main push. Had it been even a little bit quicker, perhaps could have won the round.
So just a second or two late to the party. Alexi with the bomb delivery, Bit with the ears pricked up and ready for that fight with Lux, and JL with the kill that secures the round. So Na'Vi, after their little goof, maybe you could say the same for Payne.
Yeah, yeah. I think, if anything, you want to talk about goofs, it's Cowes thinking he can get away with one-man A aggression against Na'Vi.
Yeah.
I'd put that one at the back of your mind and just play a more standard defense.
The way that Bit manages his angles is it's a thing of beauty. When that guy's on form, which seems to be these days more often than not.
No, I mean, you know, we can't really have favorites as casters, at least not in the team department, but in terms of players, Bit is one I admire. I watch more POVs of Bit than I do most players, just because of the way he clears his angles, his accuracy, his proficiency, and his nonchalance. It all combined into one very capable player. And he does seem to have found his footing once again. There was a period where he looked almost apathetic.
It looked like he didn't want to be there when they transitioned towards English, and obviously it feels probably like a bit of a step down, but this team winning a major.
Oh, looks there. Here's a way to do it. You boost up the same
How good
rifle.
is Bit? That's the question.
Yeah, no. If this is on his pre-aim list, you know, he gets away with a lot there. He still goes down. But JL's here to pick up the pieces, and no armor on Cowes with that rifle.
Snow's got the other one, and I was going to say, if they peer their head out.
It's a real opportunity. There's this very valid window of opportunity to walk up canals, and maybe you can catch Wonderful. He's currently looking stairs, but he has the bomb, so he will have to get a wiggle on. And that AWP's retrieval, there's a bit of a misplay here. Like, it's brewing.
JL is...
It's brewing.
JL, where's your...
JL's giving him his rifle. There's still an AWP out there, guys.
JL...
If he goes to pick it up, he's going to be surprised to find, that AWP is right there. And I'll take it.
What's happened there?
I think you're better suited to giving the answer, but...
I couldn't tell you.
It seemed as though... I can't... Hang on. So why is Wonderful got JL's rifle?
Why has
JL got a Glock? Well, okay, can we just put all of this down? The Alexi V round and this one. Davi win this one, of course, but it does lead to a save. Is it
there's
a win?
the Alexi B round, and there's Alexi also delivering the bomb in the middle. And then there's the...
Yeah, okay, yes, sure. The list gets a little longer. But let's put it down. Let's attribute it to first game in the arena.
Acclimatization.
You know? Yeah, acclimatization.
The dojo.
Yes.
The LAN hall.
In the hall, not the arena, not the Lanxess, but in this...
the Battle Dome.
Battle Dome, that's what we'll call it.
Yeah,
Like, you're just kind of getting settled, you know, making sure the chair's the right height.
You want to give your... I've sussed it.
Oh, you worked it out?
I've worked it out.
Go on.
So you want to give your opponent the opportunity to be as competitive as possible, so it puts you through your paces so you feel warmed up and ready for the match against Astralis.
Okay. Okay, yes.
See how that makes sense?
No, it does. It computes. Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, we've still got some moments to get there. But NQZ loves that frorp. Looks like B. As Na'Vi are not really being harassed as part of their default. Jao gets to walk up into connector, lob out his nades. He can't completely call the coast clear, but it feels pretty damn good. This is a good angle for an AWP to get to post up on, and NQZ shows you why. B-main blocks smoke, and now he's in the open. Wonderful with a great little trade.
Great response. I mean, they know that angle's not possible if B-main isn't smoked, so let's make it so. Lug smoke on top. XB and Bit still partnered up at the hip in mid, and Wonderful and Ime looking to join them.
Ime was just smoked, and that would be somewhat audible. Big U0 coming to investigate middle. Cow has been called across as well, so reshuffling the pieces and the timing for Big U0. It works. Alexi yet to frag.
Yeah, good shooting. Come into the wallbang. Ime, though, he knows what's up. Finds Cowes and slipping into the wide open ace site. Big Uzera, oh, he's active, he's aggressive, it's a great flash, he dinks him as well, but Ime somehow finds the headshot. Snow and Lux taking a trip to the beach.
Everybody's favorite four-letter word, surely, is on the menu.
Lux doesn't seem to think so, he's having a little poke around. Maybe the dink from Big Uzera has got them licking their lips at the potential, but I don't think even Na'Vi think they're going to go for it. Wonderful's just holding the cam rotate, so the only thing they have to worry about is this. Bit's holding it. Bit's looking for it, and he's found it. Nearly both of them. Well, now Lux will try and save. Well played by Bit. Ime especially finding the necessary frags, both necessary frags to get into that A side. Will make it 6 for Na'Vi, 4 for Pain. T-side Anubis, though, one would expect the T-side to leave with a lead, but the question is how much? 6 already under their belt, but anything more is the gravy.
I think one of the interesting factors about IEM Cologne so far is the T-side win rates have been quite mammoth. Right, so 4 is normally a workable margin. But I struggle to know what to put it down to when the sample size is just one event.
Yeah, I feel like it would be a fool's errand to try and,
I think if you spoke to some in-game leaders, it might lean itself towards the conversation around MR12, but that feels like that's their grievance more often than not. They say, it doesn't give them as many opportunities to get back into the game or adjust down the stretch.
But what does that immediately correlate to? More
well, not necessarily, but I feel, right, obviously there's the importance of the pistol rounds, but the CT side, you think about it, right? If you lose the pistol, force the second, then you're eco on the third.
Does the team that makes the fewest mistakes deserve to win? Probably.
Yeah, that's Counter-Strike.
Well, this one has got B written all over it.
Yeah, Cowers took your advice. He's not playing aggressive A-main at all.
Well, Lux was having a little look, completely caught off by the pacing of JL, and he's just running out, disrespect into Snow, but he's got Bit right behind him. The trade comes through, the site is theirs. Textbook.
Round over.
What was the signifier like? I may have spaced out. Was there a smoke that faded and then JL accelerated, or was it just the timing?
I think, with a round like that, so the really tough thing is because, and I like what Bubsky said on the desk, it was a nice way to kind of summarize the change in Na'Vi. He said, well, Simple's not there anymore, so now Blade gets all the say. There's nobody to push back or anything. So all of his plans. And when you look at the way that Na'Vi approached the game, it always feels pretty systematic, and then to be able to throw in something which is just a bit more contact in your face, where they've been defaulting a lot throughout and prodding different areas, just waltz on in. Jao gets the entry, the trade's there. Beautiful stuff.
I have to say as well that this is real demonstration of how good Na'Vi are, where they can lose the pistol convincingly, lose the follow-ups. It's 3-0 down, and they're looking at a potential 8-4 half. That is maybe more of a highlight of the discrepancy between the two teams, or you could use it to just paint how good Na'Vi are looking at the moment. And an Anubis and a potential, quote-unquote, weaker map for them.
Yeah, something that Liquid was able to exploit against them, but obviously Liquid...
Well, they've had their reps.
Yeah. Run boost to try and give NQZ a little bit of a quicker timing on this.
Is he going to walk out? Just to find a bit of a deeper angle, but that flash is designed to force him off. Wonderful night search. He's around the stairs as it is. Yeah, backing away. I'm always interested to see how far Bit pushes his basket's control, because it's available.
They're ahead of the block smoke.
Well, that is suboptimal.
They're aware it's a possibility. You can see a flash at the ready. Oh, I thought they were.
They were thinking about it. Now,
oh, dear.
Wow, where are you going like that? A wide swing into Bit. Nice find from Lyax, but not ready for a second so close. JL, good for it. Imid down to Big Uzera, quickly traded. Alexi B, good for it, as the man advantage is maintained and withheld. And QZ and Snow find themselves once again feeling like this retake is up against them, but NQZ has given them something to celebrate. With JL down, it's a 2 versus 2, and they have a good knowledge of Alexi B. It's just wonderful they're looking for. They know that there's a eventual flank coming in, but nice pick off all the same. Wonderful. He takes off one of the two, and NQZ no smoke. From behind, he's being walked on. Wonderful keeps himself hidden, and that nade betrays. He knows exactly where you are. Alexi B secures it. It's Na'Vi 8, Pain 4, and 3 of those were the first 3 of this half. head into the second half of Anubis. It's the first map between Na'Vi and Pain, the opening of Stage 2, Group A. We've got ourselves a banger here, at least if you're a Na'Vi fan. So far, so good.
Someone's doing the banging.
Yeah, oh, they are. And Pain could be getting banged out if they don't find themselves another pistol. They've already done that, but 3 of their 4 came in those first 3.
Yeah, I think JL with some impact throughout that eco round where he pushed through heaven with the Deagle, and then he had some good rifle rounds. Bit got activated as well. And Alexi didn't need to get any kills until the final round of the half, where he found the final kill. So he's been calling them into victory. Let's see. Can they now frag their way into the CT side start? JL closed doors, has been support from camera.
One. JL, hard to track the jumping players, but he's done very well to find 2.
I don't think he was aiming at Cowheads there.
Just takes the bonus. Bit tracks Lux very nicely. And already things are really not easy for the remaining 2. It's NQZ and Snow. I feel like I've said that a lot. These 2 find themselves left alone.
NQZ had an ace. That's
did.
the highlight of the game so far for Pain.
That was big. And a P250 with an attempt at Bit on bricks, but he's not going to take any unnecessary fights here.
He'll take the plant, though, and it's being given.
Bit of a gift. Any more headshots on that Glock? Bit so precise. Takes out Snow. And NQZ going to be his next victim. Just consistently precise is Bit. Triple kill on the pistol. Na'Vi getting settled into the new environment.
Well, we've had 2 games with 2 favourites. I think 9Z would have been edged a little bit closer to Astralis than that of Pain in the hemisphere of Na'Vi. But if both of them are able to waltz through their opponents and get warmed into the environment, well, those are the 2 teams who will be locking horns for a spot in the arena. Na'Vi will take on Astralis if they do win this series, and I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but that's what the future holds for them.
Oh, a tantalising prospect, Astralis Na'Vi.
And a Spirit win against Mongols, which I won't give any spoilers. Go investigate it yourself, everybody. But if Spirit win against Mongols, they don't have to worry about playing against G2, do they?
No, that's true. Saw a wait in the upper bracket.
Isn't that wild?
That's great.
Imagine if Spirit get upset as well, Alex.
Yeah, well, that's one of the biggest upsets of the tournament so far.
Alrighty, Cowards, you got some room? You had some room. Alright, 1 casualty. That's Bit going down. Everybody else staying alive on the Pain Eco. Now the rifles to be invested. NQZ can get out the AWP, but will be Glass Cannon. Was about $50 short of having some Kevlar. So what's the point of having armor if it's not head armor and you're an AWPer?
Okay, wow, it's a couple of caveats there.
And you're on the T side.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, who needs it? Overrated.
Oh, he's going straight for a B pick. He's going to pick behind this molly. No one jail. No one long. No one temple. He's going to keep searching.
There is one pillar. Turns the flash away. He's going to get a chance. And it's not much, is it? Just a quick jiggle.
Oh, whoa. They've just blocked themselves by accident.
Yeah, I think they may be getting a little flustered here under the pressure that Na'Vi have managed to exert.
That's a thank you very much moment right there.
That's exert. Don't know why there was an S in there for some reason, but all the same, I am intrigued to see whether or not they can get anything going on their T side here. Pain, they've still got some resources, albeit a bit of a flustered start. Nice way to throw that safely. It looks like they might be going for an aggress here. JL's asking for a flash, and Alexi
changed his lineup.
All right. Oh, because it catches him on that corner. Big Uzera. Oh, the 1-2 punch. That is delicious. Team play from Na'Vi. Bit on A. Does what he does best and sends 2 of them to the grave. There's not much here. Once again, it finds NQZ and Lux. Don't forget, no Kev. That nade chips away at his very limited health pool. And yeah, there's no fun to be had for these 2.
Now, this is what you want to see for a team like Na'Vi coming into an event like this. The fact that they are going up against an underdog team which can traditionally, be a bit of an issue for the favorites. Oh, we're not warmed in because we weren't in the stage 1 matches. Right there, got the fire in the belly. They're coming out swinging. Well, Na'Vi have got the hand on the head of Pain right now, and they're swinging. They're trying to get those hits in, but Na'Vi are dealing with them handily. And it's very promising signs, right? Obviously, we've already covered who they will face if they are victorious.
Imed letting Alexi know that flash was so good, he did an impression of Big Uzera. Full white, doing the flashbang dance. Second tack timeout. Just a chance for them to kind of maybe screw their heads back on tight. And QZ's throwing his notes around, looking at his IGL. I'll tell you, there is a common thread between Na'Vi and Pain. Can you guess what it is? There's something that unites them. Your time's up.
What's the answer?
They both lost to Liquid.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Fair enough.
That's all I've got.
Oh, but to be honest, that's probably why we see Pain picking into this map. So it is a point.
Yeah, that's what I'd call it as well. Is this more misutil?
No, well, what we're trying to do is deforestation, Alex.
Okay.
If we burn down all the trees, and we deplete Na'Vi of oxygen.
I see.
And then when they can't breathe,
long game,
we strike.
I see.
We being Pain.
Yeah. I will say that saving an AWP feels slightly less good when you haven't got Kevlar with it. Those nades didn't win you the round, did they, NQZ? Could have got yourself a cheeky vest.
See my vest, see my vest.
Put my Kevlar to the test.
Can I be a stickler?
Yeah, go on.
He wouldn't have been able to, because he had no loss bonus, because he saved the AWP. So
yeah, no, I know, but didn't he buy...
No, he didn't have enough.
Did they drop him? Last round he had like a Molotov and
yeah, but he didn't have enough. He was $50 short of Kevlar.
Thank you. Yeah. You even talked about it. Well, I'm glad the stickler's in the server with us.
Sorry.
No, I mean, that's what you're here for. Not to be a stickler, but to pay attention.
Occasionally.
Appreciate it.
Why are we getting the blowouts, Alex? The script says it was meant to be a barn burner.
I wouldn't be...
Oh, no, that was stage 1 script.
Yes.
I was reading the wrong script.
Yeah. Oh, well, that looked too much fun for him. Bloody hell. That's just comfortable, isn't it? Just a one-man defense of the B-bomb site. Didn't even need his teammates' help. Wonderful was there.
Snow, you're not going to die. Snow, you're not going to die.
You're only going to have $1,150.
Snow, not like this, Snow.
The water's not deep enough to drown.
Snow.
Oh, bother.
All right, people in Twitch chat, let us know. Do you prefer the A1S Type 1 or do you prefer the M4A4?
Type 2.
Type 2. Sorry. My brain said that part, but my mouth didn't.
I got you. I'll check in with the polls. I thought someone was saying I'm so good, but I think they were saying Imen.
Oh, could work on both fronts.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, will Pain Gaming find a T-side round?
See lots of ones, only a couple of twos.
And some people didn't understand that you had to put a number and just said both.
All right, moderators, please ban anyone who thinks that the silenced M4 is better than the M4A4. Moderators, sanction the bans now.
Less bullets. A bit more subtle. I think it's more map dependent. Nuance, as always, is required for a conversation like that. But 30 is more than 20.
And 13 is all Na'Vi needs. 1 round away, 5 kills.
Marshall.
Standing between them and map number 2.
And I reckon Bit might be onto a winner here. The flash is good. He turns it, and he still nails the first head. Alexi B behind to ensure it is a favorable trade. Good damage from Alexi B's HE, and he combines it with just a 1-2 punch on the body. Cow is down and out. Imer does put himself in the crosshairs of Big Uzera, but still, Snow and Big Uzera would have to do something rather admirable here. JL's got his number, Big Uzera. Oh, the flash was great, but it doesn't matter. Na'Vi, this is just business as per usual. Showing up to a big Intel Extreme Masters event. First game and dominating the play-in competition. They managed to get themselves to the second stage, but this might just be a wake-up call.
And straight into destruction. The #1 team in the world is a little bit of a different beast here, and Pain found that out firsthand as Na'Vi took them apart piece by piece on Anubis.
That was easy. That was very, very easy for Na'Vi. I was thinking to myself, first half 3-0 for Pain, you win the pistol, you convert, and I'm thinking to myself, maybe we have a game. Maybe Pain is showing up, maybe Pain can do something against Na'Vi. And then from that point onwards, as you said, 13-4, Pain didn't do anything whatsoever. And I want to give credit to Na'Vi because they played picture-perfect Counter-Strike, but I was left a little bit disappointed in Pain.
I think they had moments on the CT side where they actually did get in an advantage where you're kind of feeling like, okay, we should probably win this round. I mean, I think the eye test to the scoreline fails.
I'll tell you what, 10 rounds into the game, Na'Vi had won 1 opening duel, Pain 9.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reality of the situation, right? They should have gotten more out of this. I'm not saying they should win by any means, right? But they should have at least got like 7, 6, 8 rounds around there, I feel like, especially considering the CT side they had.
One would have thought it. To find out maybe what they're thinking about it, we've got James Banks waiting on the sideline to let us know.
I'll do my best to let you guys know, because I had a little conversation with Big Uzera, and he said the main thing here is on their CT side. He said they were making some mistakes. He said it's very difficult to play against these kind of teams because they didn't get to Europe early enough, right? They've been here and they've been practicing. They're trying to find out. It's not a style that suited him. He's obviously disappointed. This wasn't an A game at all. But he did say something which I'm going to take with a bit of salt here, right? Maybe it's not fully true, but he says he has a very big game plan for their Mirage. Now, Na'Vi play Mirage all the time. Maybe he's seen something. Maybe he thinks he can do something. But the individuals are going to have to step up as well. We'll have to wait and see, Mike.
Look, it's all good to have a game plan, but that's a pretty tough team on Mirage to game plan against, isn't it, Bubsky?
I mean, it is. It's considering that they're also able to switch up their play quite often, right? You're not going to be seeing Na'Vi as one of those teams that does the same thing over and over again. They constantly revamp how they approach the CT side. So I think it's going to be difficult for a guy like Big Zero. I just think he faced reality of this is okay. This is tier 1 Counter-Strike, especially when you get anti-threaded.
I'll tell you what, when you're playing Anubis against a team like Na'Vi and you win 9 out of 10 opening duels and you only win, 2 of those rounds, that is not the pistol. It's mainly because your individual abilities as players are not great enough to convert those rounds into wins. I agree with you. I think there was certain rounds, certain moments in the first half where Pain could have won the round, where they were in position to win the round. You're playing 5v4. Big Zero is setting up the team to be in a favorable position, but when it came down to the individuals from Pain beating Na'Vi and beating the individuals from Na'Vi, you saw Emma having multi-kills, you saw Wonderful having moments, you saw Jail in the beginning as well. At the end of the day, sometimes Counter-Strike can be simplified to a point where if you're facing a team where every single player on that team is better than the sum of your parts, then you are going to lose inevitably, despite playing 4v5, which was the case for Pain Gaming in 9 out of the first 10 rounds.
9 out of 10, Jacob. 9 out of 10. Well, there was one of those 9 out of 10 rounds. Actually, the 11th round that you wanted to talk about here, Bubs.
A lot of wordplay you tried to do there, but I appreciate the effort. So yeah, of course, Jacob mentions the individuals, right? And this is what you get by having some of the best players on the roster, right? So just bear in mind, this smoke in Connector has been thrown from spawn before the sequence. And in this period, NQ things like, has a good way to deal with it, right? He lines up the Molotov, blocks off JT, gives him no possibility to even get some information, and then he smokes it off afterwards. And then he thinks, okay, surely he's gonna respect that smoke, right? But JL knows he still has that smoke behind him, so he can sneak through, get that gap, and in this situation, Lux is like, okay, I'll just go down and Connector again, gets a massive shock potentially, and then they lose the round off that simple play.
Yeah, it just seems like a scenario where he's simply not aware of the situation. He's simply not aware of what that smoke and what that purpose of the smoke thrown by Na'Vi in the beginning of the round, as you highlighted, actually serves. So, maybe it talks into what James was talking about, that they didn't get into Europe early enough. Maybe the European style of playing Counter-Strike is something they're being exposed to now for the first time. We had the conversation as well, Mike. They've only beaten Brazilian teams so far, something they know from home. But, I mean, I'm not surprised Na'Vi are winning. It's more so the fashion they're doing it in.
I think there is also that factor, that psychological factor of, right, before, yes, you're at IEM Cologne, but you got to play teams you're familiar with. You got to play teams you've been beating back home. It's not so different when you just change the setting. Well, now you've got major winners on the other side. Now you've got a team that just lifted a trophy on the other side. Now you've got the #1 team in the world on the other side. So the pressure is just going up and up and up and up.
I mean, I'm not going to make excuses for why Pain is playing mediocre Counter-Strike, right? But they do also have harder terms because they literally finished their game late last night, right? Probably didn't have as much time as Na'Vi. They were probably in this situation where they would be like, okay, we either meet Pain or this other team. We're just going to prepare for both and get it out of the way, right? They have enough time to do that. I mean, there's no realistic way, in my opinion, where Pain can set the bar off. We should make this a competitive game, and I think it's showing. They should pray for a good lower bracket run potentially.
And there's another map.
Yeah,
come on now.
There's another map, and I guess it's just a reality check, Mike. We're looking at, as you said, the best team in the world. You're looking at a team who just won a trophy against a decent team coming out of South America. So I guess it's not that surprising.
Find me a silver lining, Jacob. Find me a silver lining. Find me a way that Pain, some narrative that Pain might do this on Mirage.
I mean, a positive was NQC playing well first and foremost with the AWP, and I hope he can carry that over to Mirage, especially given Mirage is a map where the AWP have a lot of freedom from the beginning of the round on the CT side to potentially dictate the pace. You want to be aggressive towards A-App, go for it. You want to go B-Apps, go for it. You want to fight middle, go for it. Jump down underground, I don't give a damn. Do something in order to try to disrupt the way Na'Vi is playing. The only silver lining I can give you right now is Big Zero usually is playing well on Mirage. NQC had a good map here on Anubis, but it takes more than just those two to win.
But the crazy thing is that he had that success on this map, right? He found a lot of openings. He even got it, but they just threw it away. Maybe a team talk can get them in their right mindset, because you can't play like this. You can't just have situations that you're throwing away 3v5s, 4v5s. I know they're gonna hit hard when they face those duels, but when you're in the moment, you really need to take a deep breath and just make the right solutions.
I'll find a silver lining.
Oh.
Which is that this has actually been a pretty good team at the bounce back, right? The young individuals, there's been some inconsistency. NQZ's been bringing it again and again and again. But when we're talking about Snow, when we're talking about Lux, when we're talking about Cowards, there's been some bounce back, right? There's been some mental resilience, which you maybe wouldn't expect. I think we might get one more of them at least to turn up to this party.
I think for my money, I'm not looking for Pain to win Mirage. Let's be completely honest.
That's fair.
I'm looking for Pain to give us a game of Counter-Strike. I would like not to witness another 13-4, 13-3 victory for Na'Vi. So if they can make the game somewhat competitive, if they can give us, another good start and actually win rounds back-to-back at certain points within the game and maybe win a buy round as well, at one point, then that would be enough for me to be like, listen, there's some quality within Pain Gaming, but we can't realistically stand here and expect them to beat Na'Vi. That would be ridiculous.
One more thought. I know we're going all doomerism.
Thinking a lot on
me.
you, huh?
Understandable. You guys are making me work. Talking about Na'Vi, right? We've seen one map of play, tiny sample size. We talked about expectations in the pregame. Is this the world beater Na'Vi? You expecting to see them in the Lanxess at this point?
I mean, it's hard to conclude. I'm a no. It's just so hard to say anything because they're playing against a very mediocre team right now. They want to play against the best oppositions, right? But we do have to give them credit because we see G2 struggling. We see Spirit right now having a close game against the Mongols. I would say Pain is around their level as well. So at least they are dealing with the favorites' role. But all of a sudden, I'm not so sure about the other ones.
I think it's one of the qualities around Na'Vi that they seemingly don't lose to teams beneath them. And that seems easy to say when they're the best team in the world. They should be winning every single game. But I mean, in terms of Na'Vi losing to teams outside of top 10, it doesn't really happen.
The number one team, they don't lose to teams beneath them. Apparently that means they'll never lose again. You heard it here first. If they ever lose, Pimp is wrong. Time to take a break. On the other side, we'll find out if he's going to be wrong.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Pain are going up against the best team in the world right now, Na'Vi. We've got Snow, who is a young, up-and-coming talent, 17 years old. It's your first ever big event, and it's Cologne. How have you been enjoying it so far?
I'm very happy to be here. It's one of the most big events in CS, and I'm very happy. And it's this, very happy and very, como é que fala, realizado? Realized.
Okay. And looking at that, when I see you, you are so hype, you're so loud, you're really enjoying the game. Even when you lose some rounds, you still have that kind of energy. Do you just want to bring that energy all the time, hype your teammates up?
Yes, I'm just trying to be very comfortable. And because at home, como é que fala gritar? Yell. I yell very much at home. My mom tells me, my mom loves this, and I'm trying to be myself here, try to be comfortable and try to hype my teammates.
That's brilliant. I definitely think you are doing that. Going into this game and playing here, do you feel any pressure? Do you feel different at all?
I'm not gonna say pressure, but I'm very happy, It's my dream play in these tournaments and have pressure, but it's to the good side, you know?
And in terms of being the good side, now you've got to face off against Na'Vi, one of the best teams in the world. Do you feel like this is something that is a good challenge for you? It's a good way to test what you can do individually?
Yeah, for sure. It's the best team in the world. And I just want to make my game, help my teammates, and let's go.
Let's go. I like his attitude. I like his confidence. Let's see what happens in the server.
Guten Abend and Willkommen. We are heading into map 2. Na'Vi versus Pain Gaming. And yeah, the desk has discussed it. It does definitely feel like it's somewhat of a David versus Goliath, but this time David doesn't have his sling or any sharp stones. It is going to be a mismatch. But and what proportion? You know, we're here to find out. Keep their momentum. Well, that was the question. It was definitely not capable of doing so on map 1. That was an attempted punish at a map that Na'Vi had slipped up against Liquid. Pain know all too well what it's like to lose to Liquid, and Na'Vi would like to forget all about that as they prepare their campaign at IEM Cologne. And there's only one goal for a team like Na'Vi coming to an event like Cologne, and it doesn't really involve anything to do with Stage 2. This should just be a formality for a roster as accomplished as Na'Vi.
And they're playing like it. A very tidy CS that we've seen. Lux pressured on B, is going to drop out the smoke incendiary combo to stall out the push.
Nice. Good start. Taking down JL. There's a whole lot more where that came from. He slips through the smoke and finds Ime. Huge work from the Bianca. Now Big Uzel has contributed with one, but don't write out Na'Vi because Bit's got his Glock and he's hitting shots. Long range dual Berettas. Bit of chip damage. Nothing particularly influential. And this, what was a 2v4, has quickly become dead even 2-on-2, and they're not in any hurry. You can see Bit has the bomb, but he's more anticipating that there will be a little inquisition from NQZ. Safe plant. Well managed the angles there by Bit. NQZ, oh, great headshot onto Bit, gives him a taste of his own medicine there and puts it all onto Alexi, who was unnecessary on Anubis, but a clutch here would start him off on a very good footing. NQZ versus Alexi, and it's a triple kill to start. Alexi B gets the frags running round 1.
Oh, you thought Lux had done an awful lot there, didn't you? Smoke Molly combo, 2 nice kills, crossing his smoke to look for the second, but it's not enough. Alexi handles the 1-on-2 situation after Bit gets deleted, and a nice little confidence booster for the in-game leader. This is their map choice. They have won 9 consecutive. Let's see if they can deal with this force buy for Pain, and then we can get into some of those wins. Alexi out mid on his lonesome. Wonderful. JL and Ime to come from A-Ramp. Bit through Palace.
JL's going to be diligent on this clear. There's no way Cowards is overlooked, and so he gets a chance with the SMG due to the commitment of the Galil spray, but already this second round force has gone awry.
Well, Snow can't really get out connector, can he? If he dips back through mid, we'll have to take the fight with Alexi, who, sure, is very softened up, 30 HP after finding his kill, or just walk into Ime. So Snow knew that it was tough. Had to take a fight on either front, chose forward as opposed to back, and now it's NQZ and Lux looking to hold on to their upgrades, a Scout and a Deagle. They've already boxed them in. Wonderful in the window room. Alexi top middle, making sure nobody leaks out of the V-apps. They don't really need to hunt, do they? Keep the Scout, keep the Deagle, it's all good. It should be pretty painless for them going into the next. Alexi starting to have a look. Clearing up catwalkers. Oh, never mind. Wasn't a real look at all. Just clears out that vent room. Okay, so I said 9 in a row.
9 Mirages.
Yeah, all green. So they've had wins over FaZe, VP, Spirit, Furia, FaZe again, Mouse, Big, Liquid, Big again. And the last 4 of those victories have all just been absolute smashings. 13-5, 13-3, 13-2, 13-3.
Bloody hell.
So I say it's a fair shout to call Na'Vi the best Mirage team in the world right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, it doesn't sound like there's too many big names omitted from that list.
Yeah, so some quick maths, guys, because I did this in my head. What is it? They lost 57 rounds in total over the course of those 9 maps. That's an average of, what, 6.3 recurring rounds lost per map.
Wow, Chad, a mathematician.
Did that on
and
my fingers.
A Counter-Strike color commentator.
Yeah, it's been a bit of blowouts on the B stream. Definitely not the most entertaining Counter-Strike in terms of back and forth, clutchy behavior. There's been a few, sure. But when you go to the second map, Inferno, which was Astralis.
Oh, gosh.
Everything's just working right now. Sorry, it was Astralis taking on 9Z.
Yeah.
Inferno was a blowout. Then we just had Anubis being a blowout. And this one, well, we need to wait and see if it's going to continue in that fashion. But if you're a fan of Na'Vi or you're a fan of Astralis, you should be very happy with the way that your team's performing. Positive signs when these two teams are likely to lock horns for a spot in the arena, and a big smile on Alexi's face, the in-game leader, happy with how things are kicking off. He was 0-8, I think, 0-7, 0-8 on Anubis. Now he's 5-0 with a clutch.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said he got his first kill
on the last round.
The last round of their first half, and well, he's already up to 5-0 here on Mirage.
Cowes, we were highlighting him yesterday. This is the same type of play he went for yesterday, flashed forward by Big Uzera, but gets caught this time round.
Oh, NQZ. Oh, Bit has slipped the net. He is not expecting this at all, and he could just shoot him right in the crotch through the boards, but he goes for a more... Oh, dear! His face says it all there.
The hand straight behind the head. Oops.
It's on me there, lads. I might have oopsie-doopsied that one.
Well, maybe they can still salvage this.
Maybe not. With Lux onto Alexi, and with Snow finding one. That's a big round for Pain.
Okay, well, I feel we can chalk that up to Bit going for a little bit more.
I'm not wrong, right? That's not, like... Oh, hello.
Well, the Bit's plan is perfect,
it's
right?
Fine.
He's on the balcony. I'm going to pro forward into the side. I'll see if I can get a double kill. I can get behind these connector players, really unravel things.
Didn't account for the ladder descent.
No, not at all.
No. Oh, 3. Straight through the murder hole. And some nice movement there from Big Uzera getting himself up.
Well, if they win straight back, Na'Vi can say no harm, no foul.
Yeah, that's an if. Let's find out. So they are starting with a more mid-centric approach. Met towards the underpass. Going to start to take some space after those early nades. Wonderful posted on Con. Next to be more Tamp side.
We did hear from Banks during that segment saying he spoke to Big Uzera on the way out the door, saying he's got something in store for the Mirage game plan. And with, oh, there's the flash ramp again. Okay, so they like to keep these active combos. That's what we like to see from Cowes yesterday. Open on to Bit. Now we're talking, Pain.
Now we're talking indeed. The conversation has been opened up. This is scary for NQZ. Upon the fade of that smoke, he's going to have to hit one hell of a flick. You know Wonderful's going to sweep into the angle. JL, good catch. NQZ doesn't buckle. Adjusts into Irmet. JL catches Big Uzera. That is an unusual fight to be taking. Definitely going to raise an eyebrow for
He might do it.
Biguzera. On your head, son. Wonderful bowling. Onto the rival Orpa. Lux brought down by JL. He's having a field day right now. Triple kill. Into the window. Into the ladder room. And Wonderful puts the cherry on top as well. But yeah, he's going to be feeling good about that round.
Yeah, JL also had some good impact on Anubis in the early stages. Some moments that really helped Na'Vi get on top of the finances, and the same likely done here. So Pain win a round through to Bit's misfortune or NQZ's fortune, depends on how you want to frame it, and lose the immediate after the fact. So straight back down to something partial. 5-7s, MP9, Deagle, Smoke, 4 pairs of Kevlar. Well, 2 pairs.
Yes. Yeah, otherwise they'd have 8 Kevlar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a lot of Kev.
Because they don't come in pairs.
That would be weird.
But maybe you can get a 2-for-1 special on Kevlar.
I'm sure if like Costco sold Kevlar, that would be kind of a deal they'd go for. They probably do actually, no, in America. Oh, was that deliberate? It was. That's cool. That's very cool.
Cooked.
Yeah, maybe hot.
Ah, we know Blade likes to cook. One of Blade's favorite words, cooking. Now we're cooking. We're cooking something up.
Oh, and Snow, he does is find a nice little one on the 5-7, but oh, this shot is punished. Snow, this 5-7's had some impact. It's going to be brought. Oh! 2, I was going to say an end, but he still finds another. No! One bullet! One single bullet! It's Lux, you're going to be mad to know he's 2 HP.
Agonizing for poor Lux, and the eyebrows on Blade, it tells the bigger picture. Na'Vi get away with it just.
That Molotov, though. Yeah, right onto the top of the wood. Snow does so much work there, and Im at 2 HP just takes the fight.
Oh. Good attempt on the eco. Rifles back out.
Yeah, and he's not raging at his team, mate. He's just knows how close that was. Good to see. Okay, how do they go with this one? There's a molly under the window as well, which can limit some of Biguzera's aggressive options. He's still going to have a go after it fades, though, but Alexi B tends to it, and Biguzera. Oh, the flash from Snow covered it. Good work. Biguzera brought down. Was that the last bullet?
I think so.
Yeesh. All right, interesting standoff always between the B-Abs Lurk and the B-Anchor. We got Bit holding his angles. He knows him well and truly. Catching Cowers trying to clear. And that Lurk smoke as well. That will sow some doubt. EMS slips out. There's gaps all over the shop, Chad. It's like Swiss cheese right now.
NQZ is very fortunate that Emma didn't go for the clear. I think NQZ, if he
hello?
walks... hello. There you go. These two are having fun and games on A, aren't they?
I was just watching Bit's POV. You can see you kind of process like, there's something in the
can't
way.
move.
Something's stopping me from touching my keyboard.
Oh, these goddamn buggy walls still clipped.
A slightly furrowed brow as you get to a nice surprise.
All right, well, might be Pain looking for a save. Lux and Snow find themselves on the opposite end of the map with the bomb down and 40 seconds thrust onto the clock. So this is about retention. JL closing down any possibility to escape through the apartments. Do you watch the most recent soap opera? It was really popular last week. There was so much. It was all over Twitter. And people were loving the drama that came with it.
The most recent.
So basically, there was this guy and
Coronation Street.
No. There was this bloke, and he cheated on his missus with multiple other titles, and they blocked him on social media.
Oh, I did catch some of that.
It was drama filled, and then had to write like apology letters. Wasn't sure initially, what they'd done wrong, and then had to signal their love and devotion to the game. And
demotion, yeah.
Well, they were demoted.
Yeah,
bloody blocked, mate.
And what did we get the conclusion, or is that the grand finale?
No, they've given him another chance.
Oh, they did.
So yeah, be no playing with other games.
Okay, so it was more of like just a warning, like they packed their stuff.
Well, they moved out.
They did move out.
Yeah,
but they're playing games.
Yeah.
As people do.
Yeah, that's the heart. As Biguzera has a lot of it. This is where he needs to resolve the puzzle that is Na'Vi on Mirage. Something that has, seemed quite impossible with their streak of 9. So if Pain are the team to do it, they better start now. The scoreline is already a 5-round differential with Na'Vi on the T side. Whatever that tactical timeout conversation is, let's see if it can bear some fruit.
Yeah, Na'Vi's Mirage definitely looking very well drilled. Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Spamming the smoke reveals NQZ. The adjustment is made. The headshot is found in return. It's Snow towards the underpass, but searching out ramp is Bit. Coward's already in a lot of trouble. Jeez, Bit. You know he has a scout, and you still peek into the tight angle and hit it through the box, so Cowers lives on.
Oh, there's another opportunity, but for Payne, how do you even get into this conversation? I'll be making sure that... oh, okay. They're going to be diligent with this. Bit goes down, a chance for Snow.
Snow? A double already.
He's
multi-kills. Yeah, he's not going to be able to get any more. Lovely work. Through the smoke, finds the perfect window of opportunity, and any potency they may have had in that round has faded away with it. Good push from Alexi, recovering that AK, but Wonderful's not going to let him keep it. You can see his timing pushing through that smoke on the Tech 9 now. He knows he's slipping away towards the B side of the map. Wonderful, pursuing it with his AWP on his back. That's some confidence.
I'm going to check in right now on the A-Stream game between Mongols and Spirit. If you guys don't want to hear the result, I would recommend that you mute the stream right now, because as we prefaced just a few rounds ago, the maps, the last 3 it's looking like, have been absolute blowouts on their secondary stream. And the ramifications of what could be going down, oh man, they can't hold on to anything, can they?
No scope. He gets hunted by the AWPer.
Yeah.
Like, be
nice.
Cool, man. Yeah, be nice.
So the Mongols have taken map number 1 in overtime over Spirit.
Big.
Which was their map choice of Ancient.
Finally they get to play it.
They're now on Anubis, and they have won the T-side pistol. So there is a real chance.
Okay.
And keep in mind that G2 have also lost today.
Chad,
If Spirit lose to the Mongols, we will have a match between Saw and the Mongols for a spot in the arena.
The Lanxess Arena for one of the 2.
Which means it'll be G2 versus Spirit in the lower bracket round 1 for elimination.
Ay caramba!
There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
That's crazy. I mean, even if I did do a weird Bart Simpson thing there, that is huge.
At least you didn't say eat my shorts.
I didn't, no, thankfully. Okay, yeah, you're right. That is kind of crazy. So yeah, that's happening on the other stream. If you've got 2 screens or 2 eyes,
a phone, an iPad,
or both,
a television with Chromecast or Fire Stick,
or any alternative,
a smart TV.
Yeah, those work too.
Oh,
You just woke up your phone.
Woke up my AI.
Always listening, Wazowski. Always listening. This really hinges off Big Uzera. If he can get one here, we're on. Wonderful keeps it level. And Wonderful might catch another one here. Timing everything. Lux and Snow. Snow from jungle side, and he's got a chance onto him. Good find.
This could be the second.
Could very well. Wonderful. Looking to come up clutch. A 1v2 with 1 bullet left and spotted out, scoped up, knows the hunt is coming. Wonderful doesn't pull the trigger until he knows he's got it booked. Now the reload's necessary.
Uh-oh. Got the kit. That's the AWP, just going to sit it.
Sitting it down, knows he's not going to hit the shots, not aiming in the right direction. Good composure from Lux as the second round is secured.
Okay. Turn that 2 into 4, maybe even 5, and we've got a conversation on our hands. Payne, they worked hard for this one. You said it had to be Big Uzera. Did the job of a kill, traded, and then Wonderful. Having a reload, pivots around, the smoke for Lux. And Payne will get there second. It's a long way back up this mountain. Na'Vi take a timeout, so Blade unhappy with them conceding a second round. And Blade, synonymous with timeouts equaling round conversions. It's a bit like skins equals wins, but in a competitive environment.
Same kind of thing, really.
Yeah. All right, the resistance from Pain. Not giving up just yet.
You could also say that that round was less of a Na'Vi misstep.
Sure.
Hard fought, given Bit's fumble on the NQZ ladder, Ghibli Wibbly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They fought for that one tooth and nail, and this could be another opportunity. I say that Snow won. Big Uzera should have the trade. I say that Alexi's already disappeared.
No way he's going to expect Big Uzera behind him.
No, Lux, you've got a lot to do, young man. And he can't find
Where's
Alexi.
Big Uzera gone off to?
He's doing the round the world thing. It's a bit late for that now.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah, B-side loss.
Ah dear.
Yeah, I don't think Alexi would have been ready for Big from short side at all. Hadn't revealed himself.
Saving.
Yeah, and so it kind of changes quite quickly.
Yeah, and he had told his teammates that short was possible because Lux was peering on over, ready and raring for the possibility. But the pressure from B apartments, the molly comes in, he has to move, Alex gets the kill, and Big Uzera not going for that flank.
Unten Gleiben saving.
Oh wow. Shout out to anyone born in the 90s. Or earlier.
Yeah.
The late 1900s, I do believe.
Bloody hell, I want to get the 1900s. Yo. Yo. Yeah.
Well, at that moment, they didn't know that it was necessarily going to be the all-in towards B. So at that point, Big Uzera going forward, maybe he finds the bomb, maybe they're in a bit more of a default spread. You can understand the thought process. 8-2, a 6-round differential.
You and your maths, stop showing off.
I don't even know what differential means. I just hope it's the difference between the two numbers.
One could only assume. Alexi B is going to show us how to exec A.
Is Alexi your favorite Finn?
Let me think. Yes.
He is mine.
Yes, apart from Alu's balls.
Well, that's 2.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's an if. If that counts. Alexi Bizzle. Feeling a bit of drizzle as the MP9 finds himself too.
You'll take it.
Oh, and it's a laboured bit of damage onto JEL. 20 bullets down and 2 of them connecting.
We've seen this before.
Yeah, Snow on triple with a 5-7. He did some serious damage. In fact, he got 3. This time, however, Na'Vi are going to clean house. Just Lux remaining. He has been flanking.
The Lux flank. It's always been the Lux flank.
It's an open plant. He's going to have a chance on... I mean, it was a quick one from Wonderful. It was a quickie.
Yep.
He was quite quick on that.
Alrighty. Oh dear. Live reports coming in thick, hot, and fast.
That's how I like it.
Things.
Yep.
The Mongols game.
Don't. I thought they just won the pistol.
It's not over.
Yeah, okay, Chad, but why are you making it sound like it's over?
Damn close!
Oh, goodness me. G2 versus Spirit. In the lower bracket, round day 2 of stage 2. Goodness gracious.
Revealed!
Reviliarmus!
They just keep taking heads.
Oh, dear.
Lexi. That character from Apex where you can see them through the walls.
Bloodhound.
Bloodhound, yep. He's tracking them.
You can see the feet on the floor. Because abilities indicate depth, according to some...
Don't let Jinxie get ya! Don't let Jinxie get ya!
He did it on purpose, didn't he? He's just trying to get interactions. And if I wanted interactions, I'd tell you, you should stay tuned, because there's another half of Counter-Strike after the break.
It'll be a quick one. We promise.
So here's the status of this game. Na'Vi looking like the better team. Na'Vi looking like a team that show up to this stage of the competition as a mere formality. Win their games, secure the Lanxess, and then the real battle starts in pursuit of more silverware. The only CS2 major champions, Natus Vincere.
The official pronunciation.
I believe so. If you're Italian or
their run has just gotten a whole lot easier with G2 and Spirit both losing their opening bouts because they would have had to have taken on potentially one of those two for a spot in the semi-final.
That's right.
So now they just have to get past Astralis and then they'll play either Saw or the Mongols.
Well, well, well.
Yeah, it's opposite day for half of the bracket.
Yeah.
Whereas our side, the Astralis game and now the Na'Vi game have been exactly what you'd expect.
Yeah, funny that. Well, Yabi and Stan were always good at this stage, weren't they?
Yeah, and the Astralis roster, you know,
they've had no issues.
The problem is about getting deep in the tournament.
I've had that trouble before.
Well, we saw this one before, but that was Lux and not Alexi. We just changed the faces.
No, because the flying clock wasn't accounted for.
Well, actually, that's a P250.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you're here. Well, Payne, this could be 3. It could be. It probably should be. But Wonderful still exists and has been looking like a sharp shooter. That's a hard shot to hit. Just the tip of the head spotted over the bench. A time-sensitive mission here for Na'Vi. Or Natus Vincere. Nice work. Imer coming in. All guns are blazing. And not able to find another. That was kind of the necessity, given time is so thin. Clucks some good impact on his way in. A necessary pistol if Payne want to have a voice in Mirage. But, I mean, I'm still like, hearing the numbers you gave me about Na'Vi's recent successes on Mirage, 9 in a row, biggest names they've taken down. You did some averaging. You said that the average was like 6 or something.
They've lost 57 rounds on the last 9 outings.
Which
averages out at a total of 6.3 recurring.
Precisely. Recurring, of course. He's going to be cheering again soon. Round 14.
Oh, JL. We saw this at Blast.
Yeah, we really did see it in Blast.
Now, JL, you've done it once. You're not going to do it again. Oh.
Didn't do it as stylishly, the Molotov, that is. And neither did JL this time.
Give him a bit of the deluxe there.
Wordplay.
Now, I don't want to see anybody on Payne pick up that cursed revolver.
Put it away.
Keep it on the ground. Burn it with fire.
It's such a harebrained idea. So you see,
they brought that idea.
You click, right?
To players back in, it was either 2014 or 2015, like Katowice or Cologne Major when they were there.
Yeah.
And they also, that was the same time as they spoke about the tether gun. But the thing is, now that I know the Valve devs better than I did back then, I didn't know that they were just massive trolls.
Yes.
So the tether gun was a troll. The revolver...
Apparently not.
Apparently not. Ooh, Lux forced forward, hunting down pressure onto Alexi B.
They dare try and bully Alexi B. Do they not realize what the B stands for? It stands for B. The bomb site, that is, and Nimet is the bodyguard. So with the loss of Alexi, they've seen enough. They think, okay, well, that'll force some rotations. Well, how about aggressions? Because JL has got a rude shock. Ooh. He gets nothing for his search under.
Okay, Payne, wearing back into things. This could be 3 on the trot. They just have to finish off what they've started. 2 beautiful little openings. They're going to rotate back around the world. We need to take stock of their inventory. Molotovs, that's not a problem. HE and a flash, so they can at least eliminate a couple of the key positions the CTs could be holding over towards A. Bit has slunk over towards the stairs to help out Connector. Wonderful on the rotation over towards Ticket. Wonderful has to be the hero. Bit only has an MP9. 3 through Palace, 2 through Ramp. 30 seconds remain.
Tracking. Wonderful. Oh, it's beautiful from Na'Vi. Just massacring the whole squad in a significant disadvantage, but it means diddly squat, a 2-man advantage, and they just crash into the Na'Vi defense.
Oh, okay. It's a nice way for Lux to have found that opener. And Imma also made it over in time to help out Wonderful with the rifles at range. Bit getting a little something with the MP9. And Pain, well, they can buy. How long can they extend play for?
That's the question. We'll find out. Liggity split as Imma tries his touch of aggression. Big Uzera with a half-flash screen does well to adjust, and Snow, he punishes JL for trying to find the trade.
Well, this should mean another great advantage for Pain to be able to close with. However, as we just saw, Na'Vi did a great job with cheating over to the correct bomb site and locking things down. Let's see if they can pull it off in 2 consecutive rounds. Palace Smoke is just faded, so Cowers can communicate he can start to make inroads towards A. But Pain have completely parked the bus, 3 players all behind the top mid boxes. A redeploy of that smoke might keep them sitting here, which, well, it's not like Na'Vi aggressed last round, they just rotated well.
Yeah, seems like it's going to be less of a rotate well and more of a gamble wisely.
I can't quite believe this. Like, I can't believe we've just seen them sit behind the top mid box for over 30 seconds.
Do you think this is what Na'Vi have done to them as a product of the rounds they've been losing?
I guess
just wait.
This could be the game plan that Big Uzera was talking about.
And then it'll lead to a gamble stack, and you can walk into A for free. It looks inspired given the Na'Vi decision.
Yeah, and the likely outcome. Alexi's about to peer from Cat, so he will get a bit of information on this. Oh, the smoke will do it for him. If he had a bigger gun, like that, he might be able to stop the blitz!
Oh, 10 seconds! How is this going wrong? Snow's punching in the code. Covered, no! NQZ Snow goes down as well! How has that happened? Oh, the likely outcome we said. The likely outcome we thought. Cowers has to come up clutch. The 1-on-3. He's got Bit and Wonderful. Looking for him and finding him as well. Na'Vi take 12. Oh, catastrophe strikes. Pain. Pain indeed.
Putting the pain in pain.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Oh my God. I didn't believe that.
And then Snow starts planning as well and goes down to the second spam. Oh, just outclassed. I mean, Na'Vi probably didn't even think much of it. Like, they were like, okay, we'll probably save. And then he's like, well, I'll spam the smoke.
Oh, now I guess we go for it.
I guess we'll go. Oh.
All right, one more round to make it 10 consecutive Mirage victories, Na'Vi. And the shock that they're going to get when they win this and someone says, hey, you know Spirit lost as well?
They're not going to quite believe it, considering people have been discussing Group A as the more stacked with some of the names, and now, well, the path has gotten a little more, well, a little different than perhaps they were expecting in order to secure the semis in the Lanxess Arena. Oh, Alexi B throwing it back. Can we still call that the Pronax Flash?
You can call it whatever you want.
I think I'm going to call it the Pronax Flash. Here I go.
All right.
Alexi B preparing the Pronax Flash. I didn't do it well. Can I have another go?
Yeah.
Okay. Alexi B cocks the Pronax Flash. Hold on. No, no,
sorry,
no.
Chef.
Chef, sorry. We are waiting for it. He's going to throw it soon.
Well,
he might.
He's not anymore.
He could have.
He's not gonna.
Hang on. Chef, I'm sorry, mate. Just give us a second. Big Uzera's bringing the bomb, and then he's going to hear him, and then he's going to pull out the Pronax Flash. Here we go.
He's going to play off JL's contact.
Alexi B is going to play off JL's contact, just like Pronax would have back in the day. It's 13. There it is, Na'Vi. That is comfortable. I mean, that is full,
full control.
Dressing gown, Crocs on, comfortable.
Saturday night, the pizza's on the way.
Always loving life.
Your favourite show on Netflix.
Scented candle.
Oh, they're having a ball.
Having a ball. That's a great first day in the office for Na'Vi. It's all smiles. I don't even know if there's any sweat on the brow.
They only lost 8 rounds over 2 maps, 13-4 on Anubis, the map choice of Pain, 13-4 again on Mirage, their home turf, make it 10 in a row. This has to be where Na'Vi, hey, this is our territory. You won't be taking this from us anytime soon. And yeah, just a map where it felt like nothing could go wrong. The individuals were firing, the plays that they were making were working even when they were down in numbers. So a great showing from Na'Vi. And similarly, as we had the conversation with Astralis in the series just before, teams taking care of business, and now 2 teams on the trajectory to face each other, Astralis versus Na'Vi. That'll be the next round of competition for the victors today. Whereas Pain will drop down and, well, they get to go against 9Z.
Oh, okay. Well, familiar territory perhaps, but we'll get to hear from your victors. It's none other than James Banks.
Na'Vi get it done, but I guess this is what you expect. You're right there, mate. You're just a little bit edgy.
I'm getting a bit of an ego now.
You're getting an ego now? Yeah, people already think that on social media. You got no hope. Don't say this.
I have to embrace it now.
You just embrace it, fully take it on. This game, though, this was a solid one, but this is what you should be doing, right?
Yeah, I actually thought they would play better. Maybe it's just because we played good or we had a good momentum going, but I expected a tougher opponent today.
Is it enough for you to see in this game if you fix your mistakes from Blast that you guys spoke about?
Yeah, for sure. We played a lot different. We played more calm, more confident. Maybe we started a little slow on Anubis, even though it was T-side and we should start strong. We weren't there a little bit, but once we got the ball rolling, it was smooth sailing.
Smooth sailing indeed. Overall, though, where's your confidence level at now? You've got a game under the way. You've had some time to practice here as well when stage 1 was going on.
10. It's a 10, yeah.
Ooh. Well, Na'Vi at a 10 is very scary. Let's see if they can get it done further down the line.
Confidence at a 10, and after that matchup, I really can't find fault with that. They were standing on business for sure. Absolutely dismantling the competition here, Jacob.
Yeah, hard to say anything negative about that performance coming out from Na'Vi. I think they did really, really well. One of the few favorites today who's actually lived up to that role, and I think the essence of this game was that they were never applied any pressure at all from Pain Gaming. It felt like Na'Vi from start to finish were in control, let's be honest. The first 3 rounds on Anubis, when Pain won the pistol, won the follow-up round, and then won an eco, that was the most pressure Na'Vi was on throughout this entire series. So well done to Na'Vi, well done to Blade, and good to see one of the favorites actually showing up and getting the job done.
Yeah, I mean, your predictions have not been looking too great today. I'll attest to that. But I think what we see here is that when you play structured and have a really solid playbook, you can get away with a lot of things, especially against weak opposition. I think we saw other teams today fail at that exact moment. We saw G2 where the individuals didn't really live up to it. Here, they don't really need it. They can play through their playbook, they can do their strats, they can play a little bit more structured and still win a game against Pain, which is just impressive.
I will say as well, you know, the individuals do show up. That's nice to see, certainly. Makes everything a lot easier for sure, and it leads to a situation where it's almost hard to pick the standout because they're all standouts. And that's why we have our Air Force Aim High player of the match. It could have been anyone, but it is Bit indeed, bringing it through. Very nice numbers. But yeah, I mean, honestly, we could have given this to a few of his teammates as well. They were all having a good one.
It's very tough to pick out one player, you know. As you said, Bit had a great showing, plus 100 ADR, but when you're winning 13-4, 13-4, everyone is having a decent showing. I think the only player it could not have been would probably Alexi B. You know, he wasn't necessarily having the best individual performance, but it must be so nice for an in-game leader to be able to look at your team, look at your coach for that matter as well, and be like, it doesn't matter if I'm the server or if I'm on the server or not. You know, I don't have to put up with any kills. I don't have to do anything. I just have to set up my team, call the right things, and then the rest will take care of itself. For Alexi B, I think that was a beautiful game by him as well from a calling perspective. Individually speaking, Bit did well. There's literally not a single negative thing you can say about Na'Vi.
He is disgustingly good. Like, I've tried it myself. We came through the ranks at the same time where we were both given the chance to be a sixth player, right?
So what went wrong, Bubsky?
I'm not sure, man. He played more deathmatch than me. Something, I don't know, man. I mean, he's just a kind of unique player, right? I think many people don't know that he is a supportive element to the squad, but he stands out as like one of the most skilled players in the roster itself. So it kind of shows you that Na'Vi has a lot of cylinders to play at, and I think he's one of the most impressive ones.
I want to touch on it very briefly. How concerned should we be for Pain? They're headed down to the lower bracket. Elimination's now on the line. They didn't get in the server today.
No, they didn't get on the server today. I think we saw yesterday they can play with fire, and I think when Pain is playing against a team on their own level, they can definitely put up a fight and definitely work their way into a game and grind their way into a game. Today it was a mismatch, and let's be completely honest, Pain being part of stage 2 in itself, that's a victory. It wasn't a given they were going to qualify for this and progress for this stage. So I think for Pain, depending on who they face in that lower bracket, maybe they can make the game competitive, but if I have to be truthfully honest, I don't really mind, I don't really care, because they're not going to be part of the playoff regardless.
All right, we'll leave them alone for now. That was enough about Pain. Back on to Na'Vi Glazing. Look, confidence at a 10. We were talking about it beforehand. This is a team with playoff aspirations. This is a team with trophy aspirations. Let's be honest, playoffs is the bare minimum right now for this squad, and we're seeing it here. They look damn good. There's not a lot of flaws. They show up. They do what they're supposed to do. Does this give you increased confidence that this could be a team lifting a trophy in a week's time?
Of course, especially also considering now that they have one of their favorites or in the likes of G2 or Spirit out of this tournament, right? They know that they're going to be at least in some sort of better position than they were earlier today. They did the job that they were supposed to do today. I don't think they cared if it was like 13-10 or 13-5. I think JL said it in the interview as well. I think he expected Pain to show up with a little more. I think also we had the feeling that Pain had moments where you could see, okay, this could actually be good, but there was just not enough like execution in the mid round, especially when they got the advantages. And so I think Pain has a lot to work on. I think they will actually learn a lot from this game, but Na'Vi just simply too good.
I have thought of something nice I can say about Pain. Something that I was pleased to see, which is that Snow, the young fiery gun, he was keeping the level, right? Yeah. They didn't win many rounds, but every round that they did win, he was getting loud after, and sometimes that is hard to do when you are getting absolutely stomped on.
As you said, coming into it, it's a learning ground, it's a proving ground for Snow. We watched a couple of rounds when they're about to lose it as well, and they were still communicating. They were still, I wouldn't necessarily say believing in the comeback, but they were still, acting as professionals in a scenario like that, where we have seen teams completely shut down. When you're down 12-4 or 12-3 for that matter, some teams just give up and stop communicating, stop playing, and do whatever they have to do. It does feel like, a small silver lining for Pain, but I must say, they were outmatched today, and they showed us their limitations as a team. They're not ready yet to contest against the world's best team in the form of Na'Vi, and they probably won't be during Cologne, but if anything, it's a learning experience, and them being in stage 2 is not too bad after.
Well, we do know who's going to have to contest against this world #1 team. It's Astralis. Hey, Danes, how you feeling about that one?
I mean, it is a real test for Astralis, right? There's no pressure on them. They're going to be the underdogs. They're not in an arena setting where we've seen them crumble a little bit. Now they're playing against Na'Vi. Na'Vi probably is not going to have the most time to prepare. So I think it's going to be pretty equal. I do think still Na'Vi is heavy favorites.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's been a long day.
And one thing that stands out right here, Saw versus the Mongols. One of those two teams will book a spot inside the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. They will be in the arena. They will be in the playoff as per according to this bracket. Nobody, as in absolutely nobody, saw that coming.
There's going to be like one deranged tweet from before the play-in that predicted this, and they're just going to be retweeting it, just slamming that RT button because, yeah, if you told me Saw and the Mongols, one of them is guaranteed to play in front of the crowd here in Cologne, I would have called you insane.
At the cost of G2 and Spirit. You see them in the lower bracket. Of course,
a heavy cost
would have expected that either. I don't know what's up with Spirit. We were watching a little bit of the game against the Mongols, and they were not even close winning that one.
You want to make your claim?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you're going to be seeing G2. They're probably going to be pretty sad when they lost that game, right? They're going to go back to the hotel, sit by the pool, go back to the... Yeah, exactly. More sad now. Now, it's a team spirit, man. You're going to be on your A game tomorrow if you actually want to advance from that lower bracket.
Bubsky, you were saying a lot more fighting words about Spirit over in the green room, but we'll leave you with that one. We'll leave you that one. You don't have to make your bold prediction yet. Over here on the other side, we got many more games to play here from Group B. Maus haven't made their debut just yet. Vitality haven't made their debut just yet. What are you most excited for here in Group B?
I'm curious to see Vitality. I think given that we've seen some of these favorites play a little bit lackluster, a little bit subpar as to their normal level, I'm curious to see if Vitality could struggle against Furia. I don't expect it. I don't anticipate it. Should be a fun game. That's going to be the first one tomorrow on the B stream as well. And I'm also curious to see Maus. Again, with G2 or Spirit out of the contention, Maus is definitely a team that has now had experience and been trying and starting off against the Falcons. It shouldn't be too big of an issue for them to get off to a good start.
And the third game of the day, I mean, that must be one of the best games you've ever seen in a lower bracket at a group stage, right? I think it's pretty insane that we're going to be talking about G2 and Spirit. One of them is going to go home relatively early. I also think Na'Vi has a rough opposition in the form of Astralis, but that's what you can expect at a tournament of Cologne, right? You don't really expect anything else. I mean, there's a lot of quality tomorrow, that's for sure.
There's quality indeed. Upsets galore today. We'll find out if that trend's going to continue tomorrow. But for now, it's time to sign off because the quickest way to get to tomorrow is to end today. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. But for now, we sign off. Good night, and try not to get upset on your way to the bed.
Never thought about that. Yeah.
It's a lot to think about.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Na'Vi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.